Section 72 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Fog. Southward they file. 'Tis Pluto's park, beslimed as after baleful flood, a nitrous, filmed, and pallid mud, with shrubs to match. Salt specks they mark, or mildewed stunted twigs unclean, brushed by the stirrup, Stygian green, with shriveled nut or apple small. The dew plucked one, like a fuzz-ball it brake, discharging fetid dust. Pippins of Sodom? They've declined, cried Derwent. Where's the ruddy rind? Said Rolfe, if Circe tempt one thus, a fig for vice, I'm virtuous. Who but poor Margoth now would lust after such fruitage? See, but see, what makes our Nehemiah to be so strange, that look returns to him which late he wore by Acor's rim. Over pale hollows foully smeared, the saint hung with an aspect weird. Yea, here it was the kings were tripped, these slime pits where they slipped, Gomorrah's lord and Sodom's, lo. What's that? asked Derwent. You should know, said Rolfe, your scripture lore revive. The 4 kings strove against the 5, in Siddim here. Ah, Genesis, but turn. Upon this other hand, sees here another not remiss. 'Twas Margoth raking there the land, some minerals of noisome kind he found and straight to pouch consigned. The chiffonnier, cried Rolfe, e'en grim Milcom and Chemosh scowl at him, here nosing underneath their lee of pagod heights. In deeper dale, what canker may their palms assail? Spotted they show, all limp they be. It is thy bitter mist, bad sea, that, sudden driving, northward comes, involving them, that each man roams, half seen or lost. But in the dark, thick scud, the chanting saint they hark. Though through the valley of the shade I pass, no evil do I fear. His candle shineth on my head, lo, he is with me, even here. The rack drove by, and Derwent said, how apt he is. Then pause he made. This palm has grown a sorry sight. A palm 'tis not, if named aright. I'll drop it. Look, the lake ahead. End of section 72. Section 73 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By the Marge. The legend round a Grecian urn, the sylvan legend, though decay have wormed the garland all away, and fire have left its vandal burn, yet beauty inextinct may charm in outline of the vessel's form. Much so with Sodom, shore and sea. Fair Como would like Sodom be, should horror overrun the scene, and calcine all that makes it green, yet happily sparing to impeach the contour in its larger reach. In graceful lines the hills advance, the valley's sweep repays the glance, and wavy curves of winding beach, but all is charred or crunched or riven, scarce seams of earth whereon we dwell. Though framed within the lines of heaven, the picture imitates a hell. That Marge they win. Bides Mortmain there? No trace of man, not anywhere. It was the salt wave's northern brink. No gravel bright nor shell was seen, nor kelpy growth nor coralline, but dead boughs stranded, which the rout of Jordan, in old freshets born in Libanus, had madly torn green from her arbor and thrust out into the liquid waste. No sound nor motion but of sea. The land was null, nor bramble, weed, nor trees, nor anything that grows on ground, flexile to indicate the breeze. Though hitherward by south winds fanned from Ustum's brink and Bosra's site of bale flew gritty atoms light, toward Carrick's castle lost in blur, and thence beyond toward Aroer by Arnon where the robbers keep. Jackal and vulture eastward sweep the waters, while their western rim stretches by Judah's headlands grim, which make in turns a sea-wall steep. There, by the cliffs or distance hid, the fount or cascade of the Kid an Eden makes of one high glen, one vernal and contrasted scene in jaws of gloomy crags uncouth, rosemary in the black boar's mouth, alike withheld from present view, and, until late, but hawk and kite visited the forgotten site, the Maccabees' Masada true, stronghold which Flavian arms did rend, the peak of Eleazar's end, where patriot warriors made with brides a martyrdom of suicides. There too did Mariamnes hate the death of John accelerate, a crag of fairest, foulest weather, famous and infamous together. Hereof they spake, but never Vine, who little knew or seemed to know derived from books, but did incline in docile way to each one's flow of knowledge bearing anyhow and points less noted. Southernmost, the sea indefinite was lost under a catafalque of cloud. Unwelcome impress to disown or light evade, the priest, aloud taking an interested tone and brisk, "Why, yonder lies Mount Hor, e'en thereaway, that southward shore." "Aye," added Rolfe, "and Aaron's cell thereon, a mountain sentinel, he holds in solitude austere the outpost of prohibited Seir in cut-off Edom." "God can sever," brake in the saint, who nigh them stood, "the satyr to the dragon's brood crieth, God's word abideth ever, none there pass through, no, never, never." "My friend Max Levi, he passed through." They turned. It was the hardy Jew. Absorbed in vision here, the saint heard not. The priest in flushed constraint showed mixed emotion. Part he winced, and part a humour pleased evinced, relish that would from qualms be free, aversion involved with sympathy. But changing, and in formal way, admitted, nay, 'tis tritely true, men pass through Edom, through and through, but surely few so dull today as not to make allowance meet for Orientalism's play in Scripture, where the chapters treat of mystic themes. With eye askance, the apostate fixed no genial glance. Aye, Keith's grown obsolete, and, pray, how long will these last glosses stay? The agitating influence of knowledge never will dispense with teasing faith, do what ye may. Adjust and readjust, ye deal with compass in a ship of steel. Such perturbations do but give proof that faith's vital, sensitive is faith, my friend. Go to, your black bat, how she hangs askew, torpid, from wall by claws of wings. Let drop the left, sticks fast the right, then this unhook, the other swings, leave, she regains her double plight. "Ah, look," cried Derwent, "ah, behold!" From the blue battlements of air, over saline vapours hovering there, a flag was flung out, curved in fold, fiery, rosy, violet, green, and, lovelier growing, brighter, fairer, transfigured all that evil scene, and Iris was the standard-bearer. None spake. As in a world made new, with upturned faces they review that oriflamme, the which no man would look for in such clime of ban. 'Twas northern, and its home-like look touched Nehemiah. He, late with book, gliding from Margoth's dubious sway, was standing by the ass apart, and when he caught that scarf of May, how many a year ran back his heart. Scythes hang in orchard, haycocks loom after eve showers, the mossed roofs gloom greenly beneath the homestead trees. He tingles with these memories. For vine over him suffusive stole an efflorescence, all the soul flowering in flush upon the brow, but 'twas ambiguously replaced in words addressed to Clarel now. Yonder the arch dips in the waste, thither, and win the pouch of gold. Derwent reproached him. Ah, withhold! See, even death's pool reflects the dyes. The rose upon the coffin lies. Brave words, said Margoth, plodding near. Brave words, but yonder vows forsworn, the covenant made on Noah's morn, was that well kept? Why, hardly here, where whelmed by fire and flood, they say, the townsfolk sank in after day, yon sign in heaven should reappear. They heard, but in such torpid gloom scarcely they recked, for now the bloom vanished from sight, and half the sea died down to glazed monotony. Craved solace here would Clarel prove, recalling Ruth, her glance of love. But nay, those eyes so frequent known to meet and mellow on his own, now, in his vision of them, swerved, while in perverse recurrence ran dreams of the bier Armenian. Against their sway his soul he nerved. Go, goblins, go, each funeral thought, bewitchment from this Dead Sea caught. Westward they move, and turn the shore southward, till, where wild rocks are set, dismounting, they would fain restore ease to the limb, but haunts them yet a dumb dejection lately met. End of section 73. Section 74 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of Petra. The city red in cloudland lies yonder, said Derwent, quick to inter the ill, or light regard transfer. But Petra must we leave unseen. Tell us, to Rolfe, there hast thou been. With dragons guarded round about, 'twas a new Jason found her out. Brookheart, you know, but tell, the flume or mountain corridor profound, whereby ye win the inner ground, Petraean, this from purple gloom of cliffs, whose tops the suns illume, where oleanders wave the flag, winds out upon the rosy stain, warm colour of the natural vein, of porch and pediment in crag. One starts, and Esau's waste are blent, Ionian form, Venetian tint. Statues salute ye from that fane, the warders of the Horite lane. They welcome, seem to point ye on, where sequels which transcend them dwell. But tarry, for just here is one happy suspension of the spell. But expectations raised? No more. 'Tis then when bluely blurred in shore, it looms through azure haze at sea. Then most 'tis Colchis charmeth ye. So ever, and withal, but come, imagine us now quite at home, taking the prospect from Mount Hor. Good, eastward turn thee, skipping o'er the intervening craggy blight. Mark'st thou the face of yon slabbed height, shouldered about by heights? What door is that, sculptured in elfin freak? The portal of the Prince o' the Air? Thence will the god emerge and speak? El Dier it is, and Petra's there, down in her cleft, mid such a scene of nature's terror, how serene that ordered form, nor less 'tis cut out of that terror, does a butt thereon, there's art. Dare say, no doubt, but, prithee, turn we now about, and closer get thereto in mind. That portal lures me. Nay, forbear, a bootless journey, we should wind along ravine by mountain stair, down which in season torrents sweep, up slant by sepulchres in steep, grotto and porch, and get so near Puck's platform and thereby El Dir. We'd knock, and echo, knock again, aye, knock forever, none requite. The live spring filters through cell, fane, and tomb. A dream the Edomite. And dreamers all who dream of him, though Sinbad's pleasant in the skim. Paestum and Petra, good to use for sedative when one would muse. But look, our emir, aye, Jalea, We guess why thou comest mutely here, and hintful stand'st before us so. Aye, aye, said Rolfe, stirrups, and go. But first the priest said, let me creep and rouse our poor friend slumbering low under yon rock. Queer place to sleep. Queer, muttered Rolfe as Derwent went. Queer is the furthest he will go in phrase of a disparagement. But ominous, with haggard rent, to me yon crag's browbeating brow looks horrible, and I say so. End of section 74. Section 75 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Inscription. While yet Rolfe's foot in stirrup stood, ere the light vault that wins the seat, Derwent was heard. What's this we meet? A cross? And, if one could but spell, Inscription Sinaiatic? Well, Mortmain is nigh, his crazy freak, whose else? A closer view I'll seek, I'll climb. In moving there aside, the rock's turned brow he had espied. In rear this rock hung o'er the waste, and Nehemiah in sleep embraced below. The forepart gloomed Lot's wave, so nigh the tide the base did lave. Above, the sea face smooth was worn through long attrition of that grit which on the waste of winds is born, and on the tablet high of it, traced in dull chalk, such as is found accessible in upper ground, big there between two scrawls, below and over, a cross, 3 stars in row, upright, 2 more for thwarting limb which drooped oblique. At Derwent's cry the rest drew near, and every eye marked the device, thy passion's whim. Wild Swede, mused Vine in silent heart, looks like the Southern Cross to me, said Clarel. So 'tis down in chart. And so, said Rolfe, 'tis set in sky, though error slight of place prevail in midmost star here chalked. At sea, bound for Peru, when south ye sail, starting that novel cluster strange, peers up from low, then as ye range capeward still further, brightly higher and higher the stranger doth aspire, till off the Horn, when at full height ye slack your gaze as chilly grows the night. But Derwent, see, the priest having gained convenient lodge the text below, they called, what's that in curve contained above the stars? Read, we would know. Runs thus, by one who wails the loss, this altar to the slanting cross. Ha! Under that, some crow's foot scrawl. Decipher quick, we're waiting all. Patience, for ere one try rehearse, 'twere well to make it out. 'Tis verse. Verse, say you? Read. 'Tis mystical. Emblazoned bleak in austral skies, a heaven remote, whose starry swarm, like science lights but cannot warm, translated cross hast thou withdrawn. Dim paling too at every dawn, with symbols vain once counted wise, and gods declined to heraldries? Estranged, can friend prove so? Aloft, aloof, a frigid sign. How far removed, thou tree divine, whose tender fruit did reach so low, love apples of new paradise. About the wide Australian sea, the planted nations yet to be, when, ages hence, they lift their eyes, tell, what shall they retain of thee? But class thee with Orion's sword? In constellations unadored, Christ and the giant equal prize? The atheist cycles, must they be? Fomenters as forefathers we? Mad, mad enough, the priest here cried, down slipping by the shelving brinks. But 'tis not Mortmain, and he sighed. Not Mortmain, Rolfe exclaimed, methinks, the priest, 'tis hardly in his vein. How? Fraught with feeling is the strain? His heart's not ballasted with stone, he's crank. Well, well, e'en let us own that Mortmain is the man. We've then a pledge here at a glance, our comrades met with no mischance. Soon he'll rejoin us. There, amen. but now to wake Nehemiah in den behind here, but kind Clarel goes. Strange how he naps nor trouble knows under the crag's impending block, nor fears its fall, nor recks of shock. Anon they mount, and much advance upon that chalked significance. The student harks, and weighs each word, intent, he being newly stirred. But tarries Margoth? Yes, behind he lingers. He placards his mind. Scaling the crag he rudely scores with the same chalk, how here abused, left by the other, after used. A sledge or hammer huge as Thor's, a legend lending, this to wit, I, Science, I whose gains thy loss, I slanted thee, thou slanting cross. But sun and rain and wind with grit driving, these haste to cancel it. End of section 75. Section 76 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Encampment. Southward they find a strip at need between the Mount and Marge, and make, in expectation of the Swede, encampment there, nor shun the lake. 'Twas afternoon. With Arab zest the Bethlehemites their spears present, whereon they lift and spread the tent, and care for all. As Rolfe from rest came out, toward early eventide, his comrades sat the shore beside, in shadow deep, which from the west the main Judean mountains flung. That ridge they faced, and anxious hung awaiting Mortmain, some having grown the more concerned, because from stone inscribed they had indulged a hope, but now in ill surmise they grope. Anew they question grave Jalea, but what knows he? Their hearts to cheer, trust, Derwent said, hope's silver bell, nor dream he'd do his life a wrong. No, never. Demons here which dwell, cried Rolfe, riff-raff of Satan's throng, may fetch him steel, rope, poison, well, he'd spurn them, hoot their scurvy hell. There's nobler, but what other knell of hap? He turned toward the sea, like leagues of ice which slumberous roll about the pivot of the pole, vitreous, glass it seemed to be. Beyond, removed in air sublime, as 'twere some more than human clime, in flanking towers of Etna hue, the Ammonitish mounts they view, enkindled by the sunset cast over Judah's ridgy headlands massed, which blacken baseward, ranging higher where vague glens pierced the steeps of fire. Imagination time repealed, restored there, and in fear revealed Lot and his daughters twain in flight, 3 shadows flung on reflex light of Sodom in her funeral pyre. Some fed upon the natural scene, deriving many a wandering hint, such as will oft times intervene when on the slab ye view the print of perished species. Judge Rolfe's start and quick revulsion when, apart, Derwent he saw at ease reclined, with page before him, page refined and appetizing, which through ope, new parks, fresh walks for Signor Hope to saunter in. And read you here? Scarce suits the ground with bookish cheer. Escaped from forms, enlarged at last, pupils we be of wave and waste. Not books, nay, nay. Book comment, though, smiled Derwent, were it ill to know. But how if nature vetoes all her commentators? Disenthrall thy heart, look round. Are not here met books, and that truth no type shall set? Then to himself in refluent flow, earnest again, well, let it go. Derwent quick glanced from face to face, lighting upon the student's hue of pale perplexity, with trace almost of twinge at Rolfe. Believe, though here I random page review, not books I let exclusive cleave and sway. Much too there is, I grant, which well might Solomon's wisdom daunt, much that we mark. Nevertheless, Were it a paradox to confess a book's a man? If this be so, books be but part of nature. Oh, 'tis studying nature, reading books, and 'tis through nature each heart looks up to a god, or whatsoe'er one images beyond our sphere. Moreover, Sodom's not the world, there's Naples. Why, yourself well know what breadths of beauty lie unfurled all round the bays where sailors go. So prithee, do not be severe, but let me read. Rolfe looked esteem. You suave St. Francis. Him, I mean, of solace, not that soul whose dream founded the barefoot order lean. Though wise as serpents, solace proves the throbbing sweet of social doves. I like you. Derwent laughed, then, from each St. Francis I am far, and grave he grew. It was a scene which Clarel in his memory scored. How reconcile Rolfe's wizard chord and forks of esoteric fire with commonplace of laxer mien? May truth be such a spendthrift lord? Then Derwent, he reviewed in heart his tone with Margoth, his attire of tolerance, the easy part he played. Could Derwent, having gained a certain slant in liberal thought, think there to bide, like one detained halfway adown the slippery glacier caught? Was honesty his, with lore and art, not to be fooled? But if in vain one tries to comprehend a man, how think to sound God's deeper heart? End of section 76. Section 77 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lots C. Roving along the winding verge, trying these problems as a lock, Clarel upon the further marge caught sight of Vine. Upon a rock low couchant there, and dumb as that, bent on the wave Vine moveless sat. The student after pause drew near. Then, as in presence which though mute did not repel, without salute he joined him. Unto these, by chance, in ruminating slow advance, came Rolfe, and lingered. At Vine's feet a branchless tree lay lodged ashore, one end immersed, of form complete, half fossilized. Could this have been, in ages back, a palm shaft green? Yes, long detained in depths which store a bitter virtue, there it lay, washed up to sight, free from decay, but dead. And now in slouched return from random prowlings, brief sojourn as chance might prompt, the Jew they espy, coasting inquisitive the shore, and frequent stooping. Ranging nigh, in hirsute hand a flint he bore, a flint or stone of smooth dull gloom. A jewel? Not asphaltum, no. Observe it, pray. Methinks in show 'tis like the flagging round that tomb ye celebrate. Rolfe, glancing, said, I err, or 'twas from Sidim's bed or quarry here these floor stones came. The stone of Moses called, they vouch. The Arabs knew it by that name. Moses? Who's Moses? Into pouch the lump he slipped, while wistful here Clarel in silence challenged Vine. But not responsive was Vine's cheer, discharged of every meaning sign. With motive Rolfe the talk renewed. Yes, here it was the city stood that sank in reprobation. See, the scene and record well agree. Tut tut, tut tut, of aqueous force, vent igneous, a shake or so. One here perceives the sign, of course. All's mere geology, you know. Nay, how should one know that? By sight, touch, taste, all senses in assent of common sense their parliament. Judge now, this lake with outlet none, and into which 5 streams discharge from south, which east and west is shown, walled in by Alps along the marge. North, in this lake, the water's end of Jordan. And here, or dilate, rather, and so evaporate from surface. But do you attend? Most teachably. Well now, assume this lake was formed, even as they tell, Then first when the 5 cities fell, where, I demand, ere yet that doom, where emptied Jordan? Who can say? Not I. No, none. A point I make. Coeval are the stream and lake. I say no more. As came that close, a hideous hee-haw horrible rose, rebounded in unearthly sort from shore to shore, as if retort from all the damned in Sodom's sea outbrayed at him. Just God, what's that? The ass, breathed Vine, with tropic eye, freakishly impish, nor less shy. Then, distant as before, he sat. Anew Rolfe turned toward Margoth then. May not these levels high and low have undergone derangement when these cities met their overthrow? Or say there was a lake at first, a supposition not reversed by writ, a lake enlarged through doom which overtook the cities. Come. The Jew, recovering from decline, arising from late asinine applause, replied hereto in way eliciting from Rolfe, Delay, what knowest thou, or what know I? Suspect you may ere yet you die, or afterward perchance may learn, that Moses' God is no mere Pam with painted clubs, but true I am. Hog Latin, was the quick return. Plague on that ass! For here again break in the pestilent refrain. Meanwhile, as if in a descent not bordering their element, Vine kept his place, aloof in air. They could but part and leave him there, the Hebrew railing as they went. Of all the dolorous, dull men, he's like a poor nun's pining hen, and me too. Should I let it pass? Ass? Did he say it was the ass? Hereat, timed like the clerk's amen, yet once more did the hee-haw free come in with new alacrity. Vine tarried, and with fitful hand took bits of dead drift from the sand and flung them to the wave, as one whose race of thought long since was run, for whom the spots enlarge that blot the golden sun. End of section 77. Section 78 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mortmain Reappears. While now at poise the wings of shade outstretched overhang each ridge and glade, Mortmain descends from Judah's height through Sallyport of minor glens. Against the background of black dens blacker the figure glooms enhanced. Relieved from anxious fears, the group in friendliness would have advanced to greet, but shrank or fell adroop. Like Hecla ice inveined with marl and frozen cinders showed his face, rigid and darkened. Shunning parle, he seated him aloof in place, hands clasped about the knees drawn up, as round the cask the binding hoop. Condensed in self, or like a seer, unconscious of each object near, while yet, informed, the nerve may reach, like wire under wave, to furthest beach, by what the brook Cherith had been, watching it shrivel from the scene, or voice Ariel had heard, that now he murmured the wild word. But, hectored by the impious years, what god invoke, for leave to unveil that gulf whither tend these modern fears, and deeps over which men crowd the sail? Up as possessed he rose anon, and crying to the beach went down, Repent! Repent in every land, or hell's hot kingdom is at hand. Yea, yea, in pause of the artillery's boom, while now the armed world holds its own, the comet peers, the star dips down, flicker the lamps in Syria's tomb, while the Antichrist and atheists set on Anarch the red coronet. Mad John, sighed Rolfe, dost there betray the dire vox clamans of our day? Why heed him? Derwent breathed. Alas, let him alone, and it will pass. What would he now? Before the bay low bowed he there, with hand addressed to Scoop. Unhappy, hadst thou best? Jalea it was, then calling low unto a Bethlehemite whose brow was wrinkled like the bat's shrunk hide. Your salt song, Belta, worn and chide. Would ye know what bitter drink they gave to Christ upon the tree? Sip the wave that laps the brink of Siddim, taste, and God keep ye. It drains the hills where Elam's hid, drains the rock-salt's ancient bed, hither unto basin fall the torrents from the steeps of Gaul. Here is Hades' watershed. Sinner, would ye that your soul bitter were and like the pool? Sip the Sodom waters dead, but never from thy heart shall haste the Mara, yea, the aftertaste. He closed. Arrested as he stooped, did Mortmain his pale hand recall? No. Undeterred the wave he scooped, and tried it, madly tried the gall. End of section 78. Section 79 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prelusive. In Piranesi's rarer prints, interiors measurelessly strange, where the distrustful thought may range, misgiving still, what mean the hints? Stairs upon stairs which dim ascend, in series from plunged Bastiles drear, pit under pit, long tier on tier of shadowed galleries which impend over cloisters, cloisters without end, the height, the depth, the far, the near, ring bolts to pillars in vaulted lanes, and dragging radamanthine chains. These less of wizard influence lend than some elusive chambers closed. Those wards of hush are not disposed in gibe of goblin fantasy, grimace, unclean diablerie. Thy wings, imagination, span ideal truth in fable's seat. The thing implied is one with man, his penetralia of retreat. The heart, with labyrinths replete, in freaks of intimation see Paul's mystery of iniquity, involved indeed a blur of dream, as, awed by scruple and restricted in first design, or interdicted by fate and warnings as might seem, the inventor miraged all the maze, obscured it with prudential haze, nor less, if subject unto question, the egg left, egg of the suggestion. Dwell on those etchings in the night, those touches bitten in the steel by aqua fortis, till ye feel the Pauline text in grey of light. Turn hither then, and read aright. For ye who green or grey retain childhood's illusion, or but feign, as bride and sweet let pass a bier, so pass the coming canto here. End of section 79. Section 80 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sodom. Full night. The moon has yet to rise. The air oppresses, and the skies reveal beyond the lake afar one solitary tawny star, complexioned so by vapors dim, whereof some hang above the brim and nearer waters of the lake, whose bubbling air beads mount and break as charged with breath of things alive. In talk about the cities 5 engulfed, on beach they linger late, and he, the quaffer of the brine, puckered with that heart-wizening wine of bitterness, among them sate upon a camel's skull, late dragged from forth the wave, the eye-pits slagged with crusted salt. What star is yon? And pointed to that single one befogged above the sea afar. It might be Mars, so red it shines, one answered. Duskily it pines in this strange mist. It is the star called Wormwood. Some hearts die in thrall of waters which yon star makes gall. And, lapsing, turned, and made review of what that wickedness might be which down on these ill precincts drew the flood, the fire, put forth new plea, which not with writ might disagree. Urged that those malefactors stood guilty of sins scarce scored as crimes in any statute known, or code, nor now, nor in the former times. Things hard to prove, decorums wile, malice discreet, judicious guile. Good done with ill intent, reversed. Best deeds designed to serve the worst, and hate which under life's fair hue prowls like the shark in sunned Pacific blue. He paused, and under stress did bow, lank hands enlocked across the brow. Nay, nay, thou see, 'twas not all carnal harlotry, but sins refined, crimes of the spirit, helped earn that doom ye here inherit, doom well imposed, though sharp and dread. In some god's reign, some god long fled, thou gaseous puff of mineral breath, mephitical, thou swooning flaw that fanst me from this pond of death. Wert thou that venomous small thing which tickled with the poison straw? Thou, stronger, but who yet couldst start, shrinking with sympathetic sting, while willing the uncompunctious dart? Ah, ghosts of Sodom, how ye thrill about me in this peccant air, conjuring yet to spare, but spare. Fie, fie, that didst in formal will plot piously the posthumous snare. And thou, the mudflow, evil mass of surest-footed sluggishness, swamping the nobler breed, art there? Moan, Beaker of kind heart, all's known to him. With thy connivers, moan. Sinners, expelled, transmuted souls, blown in these airs, or whirled in shoals of gurgles which your gasps send up. Or on this crater Marge and cup, slavered in slime, or puffed in stench, not ever on the tavern bench ye lolled. Few dicers here, few sots, few sluggards, and no idiots. 'Tis thou who servidst Mammon's hate of greed through forms which holy are, black slaver steering by a star. 'Tis thou, and all like thee in state, who knew the world yet varnished it, who traded on the coast of crime though landing not, who did outwit justice, his brother, and the time. These, chiefly these, to doom submit. But who the manifold may tell, and sins there be inscrutable, unutterable. Ending there, he shrank, and like an osprey grey appeared on the wave. His hollow stare marked then some smaller bubbles play in cluster silvery like spray. Be these the beads on the wives' wine, Tophana brew? O fair Medea, O soft man-eater, furry fine. O, be thou Jael, be thou Leah, unfathomably shallow, no, nearer the core than man can go or science get, nearer the slime of nature's rudiments and lime in chyle before the bone. Thee, in thee the filmy cell is spun, the mould thou art of what men be. Events are all in thee begun, by thee, through thee. Undo, prithee, undo, and still renew the fall forever. On his throne he lapsed, and muffled came the moan, how multitudinous in sound, from Sodom's wave. He glanced around. They all had left him, one by one. Was it because he opened through the inmost to the outward view? Or did but pain at frenzied thought prompt to avoid him? Since but naught in such case might remonstrance do. But none there ventured idle plea, weak sneer, or fraudful levity. Two spirits, hovering in remove, sad with inefficacious love, here sighed debate. Ah, Zoema, say, be it far from me to impute a sin, but may a sinless nature win these deeps he knows? Sin shuns that way. Sin acts the sin, but flees the thought that sweeps the abyss that sin has wrought. Innocent be the heart, and true, howe'er it feed on bitter bread, that, venturous through the evil led, moves as along the ocean's bed, amid the dragon's staring crew. End of section 80. Section 81 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of Traditions. Credit the Arab wizard lean, and still at favouring hour are seen, but not by Franks, Whom doubts debar? Through waves the city's overthrown, Seboium and Segor, Aldima, with two whereof the foul renown and syllables more widely reign. Astarte, worshipped on the plain, ere Terra's day, her vigil keeps, devoted where her temple sleeps, like moss within the agate's vein, a ruin in the lucid sea. The columns lie overlappingly, slant, as in order smooth they slid down the live slope. Her ray can bid their beauty thrill along the lane of tremulous silver. By the Marge, if yet the Arab credence gain, at slack wave, when midsummer's glow widens the shallows, statues show. He vouches, and will more enlarge on sculptured basins broad in span, with alum scurfed and alcatran. Nay, further, let who will believe, as monks aver, on Holy Eve, Easter or John's, along the strand shadows Corinthian wiles inweave, voluptuous palaces expand, from whose moonlighted colonnade beckons Armida, deadly maid. Traditions, and their fountains run beyond King Nine and Babylon. But disenchanters grave maintain that in the time ere Sodom's fall, 'twas shepherds here endured life's pain. Shepherds, and all was pastoral in Siddim. Abraham and Lot, blanketed Bedouins of the plain. Sodom and her 4 daughters small, for Sodom held maternal reign. Poor little hamlets, such as dot the mountainside and valley way of Syria as she shows today. The East, where constancies indwell, such hint may give, 'tis plausible. Hereof the group, from Mortmain's blight withdrawn, where sands the beach embade, and Nehemiah apart was laid, held curious discourse that night. They chatted, but 'twas underrun by heavier current, and anon, after the meek one had retired under the tent, the thought transpired, and Mortmain was the theme. If mad, 'tis indignation at the bad, said Rolfe. Most men somehow get used to seeing evil, though not all they see. 'Tis sympathetical, but never some are disabused of first impressions which appall. There, there, cried Derwent, let it fall. Assume that some are but so, they'll be transfigured. Let's suffice. Dismas he dwells in paradise. Who? Dismas, the good thief, you know. Aye, and the blessed one shared the cup with Judas, even let Judas sup with him, at the Last Supper too. But see, it was the busy Jew, with chemic lamp aflame, by tent trying some shrewd experiment with minerals secured that day, dead unctuous stones. Look how his ray, said Rolfe, too small for stars to heed, strange lights him, reason's sorcerer. Poor Simon Magus run to seed. And, yes, 'twas here, or else I err, the legends claim, that into sea the old magician flung his book, when life and lore he both forsook. The evil spell yet lurks, may be. But yon strange orb can be the moon? These vapors, and the waters swoon. Ere long the tent received them all. They slumber, wait the morning's call. End of section 81. Section 82 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sleepwalker. Now Nehemiah with wistful heart much heed had given to myths which bore upon that Pentateuchal shore. Him could the wilder legend thrill with credulous impulse, whose appeal oblique touched on his Christian vein. Wakeful he bode, with throbbing brain o'erwrought by travel, long he lay in febrile musings, life's decay, begetting soon an ecstasy, wherein he saw arcade and fane, and people moving in the deep. Strange hum he heard, and minstrel sweep. Then, by that sleight each dreamer knows, dream merged in dream. The city rose, shrouded, it went up from the wave. transfigured came down out of heaven, clad like a bride in splendor brave. There, through the streets, with purling sound, clear waters the clear agates lave, opal and pearl in pebbles strown. The palaces with palms were crowned, the water palaces each one, and from the fount of rivers shone soft rays as of Saint Martin's sun. Last, dearer than ere Jason found, a fleece, the fleece upon a throne. And a great voice he hears, which saith, Pain is no more is death. I wipe away all tears. Come, ye, enter, it is eternity. And happy souls, the saved and blessed, welcomed by angels and caressed, hand linked in hand like lovers sweet, festoons of tenderness complete, roamed up and on, by orchards fair to bright ascents and mellower air. Thence, highest, toward the throne were led, and kissed, amid the sobbings shed of faith fulfilled. In magic play, so to the meek one in the dream appeared the new Jerusalem, haven for which how many a day, in bed, afoot, or on the knee, he yearned. Would God I were in thee! The visions changed and counterchanged, blended and parted, distant ranged, and beckoned him away. In sleep he rose, and none did wist when vanished this somnambulist. End of section 82. Section 83 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Obsequies. The camel's skull upon the beach, no more the sluggish waters reach, no more the languid waters lave. Not now they wander in and out of those void chambers walled about. So dull the calm, so dead the wave. Above thick mist how pallid looms, while the slurred day doth wanly break Ammon's long ridge beyond the lake. Down to the shrouded margin comes lone vine, and starts, not at the skull, the camel's, for that bides the same as when overnight 'twas Mortmain's stool, but nigh it, how that object name? Slant on the shore ground curls of mist enfold it, as in amethyst subdued. Small flames in dead of night lick the dumb backlog ashy white. What is it? Paler than the pale pervading vapors, which so veil, that some peak-tops are islanded baseless above the dull, dull bed of waters, which not e'en transmit one ripple 'gainst the cheek of it. The start which the discoverer gave was physical, scarce shocked the soul, since many a prior reverie grave forearmed against alarm's control. To him, indeed, each lapse and end meet, in harmonious method blend. Lowly he murmured, Here is balm, repose is snowed upon repose, sleep upon sleep, it is the calm and incantation of the close. The others, summoned to the spot, were staggered. Nehemiah? No. The innocent and sinless? What? Pale lying like the Assyrian low? The Swede stood by, nor aftertaste extinct was of the liquid waste, nor influence of that wormwood star whereof he spake. All overcast, his genial spirits meeting jar, Derwent on no unfeeling plea held back. Mortmain relentless, see, to view death on the bed, at ease, a dream, and draped, to minister to inheriting kin, to comfort these in chamber comfortable. Here the elements all that unsay. The first man dies, thus Abel lay. The sad priest, rightly to be read, scarce hoping, pained, dispirited, was dumb. And Mortmain went aside, in thrill by only Vine espied. Alas, thought Vine, thou bitter Swede, into thine armor dost thou bleed? Intent but poised, the Druze looked on. The sheath, the sword? Ah, whither gone? Clarel, and bowed him there and kneeled. Whither art gone, thou friendliest mind, unfriended? What friend now shalt find? Robin or raven, hath God a bird to come and strew thee, lone interred, with leaves, when here left far behind? He's gone, the Jew. Czars, stars must go, or change. All's chemistry, aye so. Resurget, faintly Derwent there, in pace, vine, nor more would dare. Rolfe in his reaching heart did win prelude remote, yet gathering in, moist with sobs and balsam shed, warm tears, cold odors from the urn. They hearsed in heathen Rome their dead, all hopeless of the soul's return. Embracing them, in marble set, the mimic gates of Orcus met, the Pluto bolt, the fatal one, wreathed over by the hung festoon. How fare we now? But were it clear, in nature or in lore devout, that parted souls live on in cheer, gladness would be, shut pathos out. His poor thin life, the end, no more? The end here by the Dead Sea shore? He turned him, as awaiting nod or answer from the earth, air, or skies. But be it ether or the clod, the elements yield no replies. Cross-legged on a cindery height, Bellex, the fatalist, smoked on. Slow whiffs, and then, it needs be done. Come, beach the loins there, Bethlehemite. Inside a hollow free from stone, with camel ribs they scooped a trench, and Derwent, rallying from blench of Mortmain's brow, and nothing loath, tacit to vindicate the cloth, craved they would bring to him the book, now ownerless. The same he took, and thence had culled brief service meet, but closed, reminded of the psalm heard when the salt fog shrunk the palm. They wending toward these waters' seat, raised by the saint, as e'en it lent a voice to low presentiment. Not it better might one here repeat. Though through the valley of the shade I pass, no evil do I fear. His candle shineth on my head, lo, he is with me, even here. That o'er, they kneeled, with foreheads bare, bowed as he made the burial prayer. Even Margoth bent him, but 'twas so as some hard salt at sea will do, holding the narrow plank that bears the shotted hammock, while brief prayers are by the master read mid-war, relentless of wild elements, the sleet congealing on the spar. It was a sulking reverence. The body now the Arabs placed within the grave, and then with haste had covered, but for Rolfe's restraint, the book, the Bible of the saint. Would that the relics there he graced, yea, put it in the hand, since now the last long journey thou dost go, why part thee from thy friend and guide? And better guide who knoweth, bide. They closed, and came a rush, a roar, aloof, but growing more and more, nearer and nearer. They invoke the long Judaic range, the height of nearer mountains hid from sight by the blind mist, nor spark nor smoke of that plunged wake their eyes might see, but, hoarse in hubbub, horribly, with all its retinue around, flints, dust, and showers of splintered stone, an avalanche of rock down tore, in Somerset from each rebound. Thud upon thump, down, down, and landed. Lull. Then shore to shore rolled the deep echo, fold on fold, which so reverberated bold and bold far down the long El Gore. They turn, and, in that silence sealed, what works there from behind the veil? A counter-object is revealed, a thing of heaven, and yet how frail. Up in thin mist above the sea, humid is formed, and noiselessly, the fog-bow, segment of an oval, set in a colorless removal against a vertical shaft, or slight, slim pencil of an aqueous light. Suspended there, the segment hung like to the May wreath that is swung against the pole. It showed half spent, hovered and trembled, paled away, and went. End of Part 2. End of Section 83. Section 84 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3. Marsaba. In the mountain. What reveries be in yonder heaven, whither, if yet faith rule it so, the tried and ransomed natures flow? If there peace after strife be given, shall hearts remember yet and know? Thy vista, Lord, of havens dear, may that in such entrancement bind, that never starts a wandering tear for whale and willow left behind. Then wherefore, chaplet, quivering throw, a dusk e'en on the martyr's brow, your crown? Do seraphim shed balm at last on all of earnest mind, unworthy yearners, nor the palm awarded Saint Teresa, banned to Leopardi, Olbermann? Translated where the anthems sung beyond the thunder, in a strain whose harmony unwinds and solves each mystery that life involves. There shall the tree whereon he hung, the olive wood, leaf out again. Again leaf out, and endless rain, type of the peace that buds from sinless pain, exhalings, tending toward the skies by natural law. From heart they rise, of one thereby the moundless bed, where stones they roll to feet and head. Then mount, and fall behind the guard, and so away. But whitherward? 'Tis the high desert, sultry Alp, which suns decay, which lightnings scalp. For now, to round the waste enlarge, Christ's tomb rewin by Saba's Marge of grots and ossuary cells, and Bethlehem where remembrance dwells. From Sodom in her pit dismayed, westward they wheel, and there invade Judah's main ridge, which horrors deaden, where chaos holds the wilds in pawn, as here had happed an Armageddon, betwixt the good and ill a fray, but ending in a battle drawn, victory undetermined, nay, for how an indecisive day, when one side camps upon the ground contested, ere enlocked in bound, they enter where the ridge is riven. A look, one natural look, is given toward Margoth and his henchmen twain, dwindling to ants far off upon the plain. So fade men from each other. Jew, we do forgive thee now thy scoff, now that thou deemst recedest off forever. Fair hap to thee, Jew. Consolator whom thou disownest, attend thee in last hour lonest. Rolfe, gazing, could not all repress that utterance, and more or less, albeit they left it undeclared, the others in the feeling shared. They turn, and enter now the pass wherein, all unredeemed by weeds, trees, moss, the winding cornice leads for road along the calcined mass of aged mountain. Slow they urge sidelong their way betwixt the wall and flanked abyss. They hark the fall of stones hoof-loosened down the crags, the crumblings note they of the verge. In rear one strange steed timid lags. On foot an Arab goes before, and coaxes him to steepy shore of scooped-out gulfs. Would halt him there, back shrinks the foal with snort and glare. Then downward from the giddy brim they peep, but hardly may they tell if the black gulf affrighted him, or lingering scent he caught in air from relics in mid-lodgment placed. Now first perceived within the dell, 2 human skeletons enlaced in grapple as alive they fell, or so disposed in overthrow as to suggest encounter so. A ticklish rim, an imminent pass for quarrel, and blood feud, alas, the Arab keeps, and where or when, Cain meeting Abel, closes then. That desert's age the gorge may prove, piercing profound the mountains bare, yet hardly churned out in the groove by a perennial wear and tear of floods. Nay, dry it shows within, but twice a year the waters flow, nor then in tide, but dribbling thin, avers Marsaba's Abbot so. Nor less perchance before the day when Joshua met the tribes in fray. What wave here ran through leafy scene, like uplands in Vermont the green? What sylvan folk by mountain base, descrying showers about the crown of woods, foreknew the freshet's race, quick to descend in torrent down, and watched for it, and hailed in glee, then rode the comb of freshet wild, as peaked upon the roller free, with gulls for mates, the Maldives' merry child. Or, earlier yet, could be a day in time's first youth and pristine May, when here the hunter stood alone, moccasined Nimrod, belted Boone, and down the tube of fringed ravine Siddim descried, a lilied scene. But crime and earthquake, throes and war, and heaven remands the flower and star. Aside they turn, and leave that gorge, and slant upon the mountain long, and toward a ledge they toilsome urge, high over Siddim, and overhung by loftier crags. In spirals curled and pearly nothing's buoyant world, eddies of exhalation's light, as over lime kilns, swim in sight. The fog dispersed, those vapors show, diurnal from the waters won by the athirst demanding sun, recalling text of Scripture so. For on the morn which followed rain of fire, when Abraham looked again, and smoke went up from all the plain, their mount of vision, voiceless, bare, it is that ridge, the desert's own, which by its dead Medusa stare, petrific o'er the valley thrown, congeals Arabia into stone. With dull metallic glint, the sea slumbers beneath the silent lee of sulphurous hills. These stretch away toward wilds of Kadesh Barnea and Zin the waste. In pale regard intent the Swede turned thitherward. God came from Teman, in his hour the Holy One from Paran came. They knew him not. He hid his power within the forking of the flame, within the thunder and the roll. Imperious in its swift control, the lion's instantaneous lick not more effaces to the quick than his fierce indignation then. Look, for his wake is here. O men, since science can so much explode, evaporated is this God? Recall the red year 48, he storms in Paris, thence divides. The menace scarce outspeeds the fate. He's over the Rhine, he's at Berlin, at Munich, Dresden, fires Vienne. He's over the Alps, the whirlwind rides in Rome, London's alert, the Tsar, the portent and the fact of war, and terror that into hate subsides. There, through his instruments made known, including atheist and his tribes, behold the prophets marching one, he at whose coming Midian shook, the God, the striding God of Habakkuk. Distempered, nor might passion tire, nor pale reaction from it quell the craze of grief's intolerant fire, unwearied and unweariable. End of section 84. Section 85 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Carpenter. From vehemence too mad to stem, fain would they turn and solace them. Turn where they may, they find a dart. For while recumbent here they view, beneath them spread the seats malign, Nehemiah recurs, in last recline a hermit there, and some renew their wonderment at such a heart, single in life, in death, how far apart. That life they question, seek a clue. Those virtues which his meekness knew, marked these indeed but wreckful wane of strength, or the organic man? The hardy hemlock, if subdued, decays to violets in the wood, which put forth from the sodden stem. His virtues, might they breed like them? nor less that tale by Rolfe narrated, thrown out some theory to achieve, erewhile upon Mount Olivet, that sea-tale of the master fated, not wholly might it here receive an application such as met the case. It needed something more, or else to penetrate the core. But Clarel, made remindful so of bygone things which death can show enkindled meaning, here revealed that once Nehemiah his lips unsealed, how prompted he could not recall, in story which seemed rambling all, and yet in him not quite amiss. In pointed version it was this: a gentle wight of Jesu's trade, a carpenter, for years had made his living in a quiet dell, and toiled and ate and slept alone, esteemed a harmless, witless one. Had I a friend, thought he, 'twere well. A friend he made, and through device of jobbing for him without price. But on a day there came a word unblessed, a blow abhorred. Thereafter, in the mid of night, when from the rafter and the joist the insect ticked, and he, lone sprite, how wakeful lay, what word was voiced? Me love, fear only man. And he willed what seemed too strange to be. The hamlet marvelled, and the glade, interring him within his house, he there his monastery made, and grew familiar with the mouse. Down to the beggar who might sing, alms, silent alms, unseen he'd fling, and cakes to children. But no more abroad he went, till spent and grey, feet foremost he was borne away. And when upon a misty shore the watchful seaman marks a light, blurred by the fog, uncertain quite, and thereto instant turns the glass, and studies it, and thinks it o'er by compass, is't the Cape we pass? So Rolfe from Clarel's mention caught food for an eagerness of thought. It bears, such things may be, shut from the busy world's pell-mell and man's aggressive energy, in cloistral Palestine to dwell and pace the stone. And Mortmain heard, attesting, more his looks did tell than comment of a bitter word. Meantime the ass, high o'er the bed, late scooped by Sodom's borders there, and stupefied by brute despair, motionless hung the earthward head. End of section 85. Section 86 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of the many mansions. The Elysium of the Greek was given by haughty bards, a hero heaven. No victim looked for solace there. The marble gate disowned the plea, ye heavy laden, come to me. Nor Fortune's isles, nor Tempe's dale, nor Araby the blessed did bear a saving balm, might not avail to lull one pang, one lot repair. Dreams, narrow dreams, nor of a kind showing inventiveness of mind beyond our earth. But oh, 'twas rare, in world like this, the world we know, soul know, and reason from, to dare to pledge indemnifying good in worlds not known, boldly avow, against experience, the brood of Christian hopes. So Rolfe, and sat, clouded. But, changing, up he gat. Whence sprang the vision? They who freeze on earth here, under want or wrong, the Sermon on the Mount shall these find verified? Is love so strong? Or bounds are hers, that Python mars your gentler influence, ye stars? If so, how seem they given o'er to worse than Circe's fooling spell? Enslaved, degraded, tractable to each mean atheist's crafty power, so winning in enthusiast plea, here may the gospel but the more operate like a perfidy? So worldlings deem, the Swede in glow. Much so they deem, or, if not so, hereon they act. But what said he, the Jew whose feet and blisters know, to Christ as sore he trailed the tree toward Golgotha? Ha! 'Tis thou, the king, the god? Well then, be strong. No royal steed with galls is rung. that's for the hack. There he but hurled the scoff of nature and the world, those monstrous twins. It jarred the nerve of Derwent, but he masked the thrill. For vine he kindled, sitting still. Respected he the Swede's wild will, as did the Swede vine's ruled reserve. Mortmain went on. We've touched a theme from which the club and lyceum swerve, nor e'er von Goethe would esteem. And yet of such compulsive worth, it dragged a god here down to earth, as some account. And, truth to say, religion oft-times, one may deem, is man's appeal from fellow clay. Tibetan faith implies the extreme, that death emancipates the good, absorbs them into deity, dropping the wicked into bestialhood. With that for text to reverie due, in lifted waist, on ashy ground, like Job's pale group, without a sound they sat. But hark! What strains ensue, voiced from the crags above their view. End of section 86. Section 87 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cypriote. Noble gods at the board, where lord unto lord light pushes the care-killing wine. Urbane in their pleasure, superb in their leisure, lacks ease after labor divine. Golden ages eternal, autumnal, supernal, deep mellow their temper serene. They rose by their gate, shall it yield unto fate? They are gods, and their garlands keep green. Ever blandly adore them, but spare to implore them. They rest, they discharge them from time. Yet light believe, they would succor, reprieve, nay retrieve, might but revellers pause in the prime. Who sings, cried Rolfe, dare say no Quaker, fine song or funeral Siddim here. So, mindless of the undertaker, in cage above her mistress's bier the gold canary chirps. What cheer? Who comes? Aye, welcome as the drums of marching allies unto men beleaguered, comes, who hymning comes. What rescuer? What Delian? So Derwent, and with quick remove, scaling the rock which hemmed their cove, he thence descried where higher yet a traveller came, by cliffs beset, descending, and where terrors met. Nor Orpheus of heavenly seed adown-thrilled Hades gorges singing, about him personally flinging the bloom transmitted from the mead. In listening ghost such thoughts could breed as did the vocal stranger here in Mortmain, where relaxed he lay under that voice from other sphere and carol laughing at the clay. Nearer the minstrel drew. How fair and light he leaned with easeful air backward in saddle, so to frame a counterpoise as down he came. Against the dolorous mountainside, his Phrygian cap in scarlet pride burned like a cardinal flower in glen, and after him in trappings paced his escort armed, 3 goodly men. Observing now the other train, he halted. Young he was, and graced with fortunate aspect, such as draws hearts to goodwill by natural laws. No furtive scrutiny he made, but frankly flung salute, and said, Well met in desert, hear my song? Indeed we did, cried Derwent boon. And wondered where you got that tune, Rolfe added there, or brought along from Cyprus. I'm a Cypriote, you see. One catches many a note, wafted from only heaven knows where. And pray, how name you it? The air? Why, hymn of Aristippus. Ah, and whither wends your train? Not far. And sidelong in the saddle free, a thigh he lulled. 'Tis thus, you see, my dame beneath Our Lady's star vowed in her need to Saba's shrine 3 flagons good for holy wine. Vowed, and through me performed. Even now I come from Saba, having done her will, accomplishing the vow. But late I made a private one, meant to surprise her with a present she'll value more than juicy pheasant. Good mother mine, yes, here I go to Jordan, in desert there below, to dip this shroud for her. Shroud? Shroud? Cried Derwent, following the hand in startled wonderment unfeigned. which here a little tap bestowed in designation on a roll strapped to the pommel. Azrael's scroll! You do not mean you carry there, the same. 'Tis woven fair. My shroud is saintly linen, in lavender 'tis laid. I have chosen a bed by the marigold, and supplied me a silver spade. The priest gazed at the singer, then turned his perplexed entreating ken upon Jellia, but Rolfe explained. I chanced to know. Last year I gained the Jordan at the Easter tide, and saw the Greeks in numbers there, men, women, blithe on every side, dipping their winding sheets. With care they bleach and fold and put away, and take home to await the day. A custom of old precedent, and curious too in mode 'tis kept, showing how under Christian sway Greeks still retain their primal bent, nor let grave doctrine intercept that gay Hellene light-heartedness, which in the pagan years did twine the funeral urn with fair caress of vintage holiday divine. He turned him toward the Cypriote. Your courier, the forerunning note which ere we sighted you, we heard. You're bold to trill it so, my bird. And why? It is a fluent song. Though who they be I cannot say, I trust their lordships think no wrong. I do but trill it for the air, 'tis anything as down we fare. Enough, Rolfe let him have his way. Yes, there he let the matter stay. And so, with mutual goodwill shown, they parted. For l'envoy anon, they heard his lilting voice impel among the crags this versicle. With a rose in thy mouth through the world lightly veer, rose in the mouth makes a rose of the year. Then, after interval again, but fainter, further in the strain, with the prince of the south, o'er the Styx bravely steer, rose in the mouth and a wreath on the bier. Chord deeper now that touched within, listening they at each other look. Some charitable hope they brook, yes, vague belief they fondly win, that heaven would brim his happy years, nor time mature him into tears. And divine in heart of reverie saith, like any flute inspired with breath pervasive, and which duly renders unconscious in melodious play whate'er the light musician tenders, so warblest thou lay after lay, scarce self-derived, and, shroud before, down goest singing toward death's sea, where lies aloof our pilgrim whore, in pit thou'lt pass. Ha, young to be. End of section 87. Section 88 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The High Desert. Where silence and the legend dwell, a cleft in Horeb is, they tell, through which upon one happy day, the sun on his heraldic track, due sign having gained in zodiac, a sunbeam darts, which slants away through ancient carven oriel or window in the convent there, illuming so with annual flush the sombre vaulted chamber spare of Catherine's chapel of the bush, the burning bush. Brief visitant, it makes no lasting covenant, it brings but cannot leave the ray. To hearts which here the desert smote, so came, so went the Cypriote. Derwent deep felt it, and, as fain his prior spirits to regain, impatient too of scenes which led to converse such as late was bred, moved to go on, but some declined. So, for relief to heart which pined, Belex he sought, by him sat down in cordial ease upon a stone apart, and heard his stories free of Ibrahim's wild infantry. The rest abide. To these there comes, as down on Sidim's scene they peer, the contrast of their vernal homes, field orchard, and the harvest cheer. At variance in their reverie move the spleen of nature and her love, at variance yet entangled too, like wrestlers. Here in apt review they call to mind Abel and Cain, Ormuzd involved with Ahriman in deadly lock. Were those gods gone, or under other names lived on? The theme they started, 'Twas averred that, in old Gnostic pages blurred, Jehovah was construed to be author of evil, yea, its God, and Christ divine his contrary. A god was held against a god, but Christ revered alone. Herefrom, if inference availeth aught, for still the topic pressed they home, two infold testaments become transmitters of Chaldaic thought by implication. If no more those Gnostic heretics prevail, which shook the East from shore to shore, their strife forgotten now and pale, yet with sects that old revolt now reappears, if in assault less frank. None say Jehovah's evil, none gainsay that he bears the rod, scarce that, but there's dismission civil, and Jesus is the indulgent God. This change, this dusking change that slips, like the penumbra o'er the sun, over the faith transmitted down, foreshadows it complete eclipse? Science and faith, can these unite? Or is that priestly instinct right as regards conserving still the Church's reign, whose strenuous will made Galileo pale recite the penitential psalms in vest of sackcloth, which today would blight those potent solvents late expressed in laboratories of the West? But in her Protestant repose snores faith toward her mortal close? Nay, like a sachem petrified, encaved found in the mountain side, perfect in feature, true in limb, life's full similitude in him, yet all mere stone. Is faith dead now, a petrifaction? Grant it so, then what's in store? What shapeless birth? Reveal the doom reserved for earth? How far may seas retiring go? But, to redeem us, shall we say that faith undying does but range, casting the skin, the creed? In change dead always does some creed delay. Dead, not interred, though hard upon interment's brink, at Saint Denis, where slept the Capet's sire and son, 8 centuries of lineal clay, on steps that led down into vault, the prince inurned last made a halt. The coffin left they there, 'tis said, till the inheritor was dead. Then, not till then, 'twas laid away. But if no more the creeds be linked, if the long lines at last extinct, if time both creed and faith betray, vesture and vested, yet again what interregnum or what reign ensues? Or does a period come? The Sibyl's books lodged in the tomb? Shall endless time no more unfold of truth at core, some things discerned by the far Noahs of India old, earth's first spectators, the clear-eyed, unvitiated, unfalsified, seers at first hand? Shall these be learned, though late, even by the New World, say, which now contemns? But what shall stay the fever of advance? London immense still wax for eye? A check, but whence? How of the teeming prairie land? There shall the plenitude expand, unthinned, unawed? Or does it need only that men should breed and breed to enrich those forces into play which in past times could oversway pride at his proudest? Do they come, the locusts, only to the bloom? Prosperity sire them? Thus they swept, nor sequence held, consistent tone. Imagination wildering on through vacant halls which faith once kept with ushers good. Themselves thus lost, at settled hearts they wonder most. For those, they asked, who still adhere in homely habits' dull delay to dreams dreamed out or passed away, do these, our pagans, all appear much like each poor and busy one who when the Tartar took Pekin, if credence hearsay old may win, know not the fact, so vast the town, the multitude, the maze, the din? Still laggeth in deferred adieu the A.D. Anno Domini, overlapping into era new, even as the Roman A.U.C. yet ran for time, regardless all that Christ was born, and after fall of Rome itself? But now our age, so infidel in equipage, while carrying still the Christian name, for all its self-asserted claim, how fares it? Tell. Can the age stem its own conclusions? Is't a king awed by his conquests, which enring with menaces his diadem? Bright visions of the times to be, must these recoil, ere long be cowed before the march and league avowed of Mammon and democracy? In one result whereto we tend, shall science disappoint the hope, yea, to confound us in the end, new doors to superstition ope? As years and annals grow, and action and reaction vie, and never men attain, but know how waves on waves forever die, does all more enigmatic show? So they, and in the vain appeal persisted yet, as ever still blown back in sleet that blinds the eyes, not less the fervid geysers rise. Clarel meantime ungladdened bent, regardful, and the more intent for silence held. At whiles his eye lit on the Druze, reclined half prone, the long pipe resting on the stone, and wreaths of vapor floating by, the man and pipe in peace as one. How clear the profile, clear and true, and he so tawny, bust ye view, antique in alabaster brown, might show like that. There, all aside, how passionless he took for bride the calm, but not the dearth or waste, nor would he fall in waste of words, that waste of all. For vine, from that unchristened earth, bits he picked up of porous stone, and crushed in fist, or one by one, through the dull void of desert air, he tossed them into valley down, or pelted his own shadow there, nor sided he with anything. By fits, indeed, he wakeful looked, but, in the main, how ill he brooked that weary length of arguing, like tale interminable told in Hades by some gossip old to while the never-ending night. Apart he went, meantime, like kite on Sidon perched, which doth enfold, slowly exact, the noiseless wing, each wrinkled Arab Bethlehemite, or trooper of the Arab ring, with look of Endor's withered sprite, slant peered on them from lateral height, while unperturbed over deserts riven, stretched the clear vault of hollow heaven. End of section 88. Section 89 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Derwent. At night upon the darkling main, to ship return with muffled sound, the rowers without comment vain, the messmate overboard not found, so, baffled in deep quest but late, these on the mountain. But from chat, with Bellex in campaigning mood, Derwent drew nigh. The sight of him ruffled the Swede, evoked a whim which took these words, "Oh, well bestowed! Hither and help us, man of God, doctor of consolation, here! Be warned, though, truth won't docile be to codes of good society." Allowing for pain's bitter jeer, or hearing but in part, perchance, the comely cleric pilgrim came with what he might of suiting frame, and air approaching nonchalance, and, "How to serve you, friends?" he asked. "Ah, that," cried Rolfe, "for we, misled, we peer from brinks of all we know. Our eyes are blurred against the haze. Canst help us track in snow on snow the footprint of the Ancient of Days?" "Scarce without snowshoes," Derwent mild in gravity, "but come, we've wiled the time. Up then, and let us go." "Delay," said Mortmain, "stay, Rosace. What word is thine for sinking heart? What is thy want in such a case? Who sends for thee to act thy part, consoling, not in life's last hour, indeed, but when some deprivation sore unnerves, and every hope lies flat?" That troubled Derwent, for the tone brake into tremble unbeknown e'en to the speaker. Down he sat beside them. "Well, if such one, nay, but never yet such sent for me. I mean, none in that last degree. Assume it, though, to him I'd say, the less in hand, the more in store, dear friend. No formula I'd trace, but honest comfort face to face, and, yes, with tonic strong I'd brace, closing with cheerful Paul in lore of text, rejoice ye evermore. The Swede here of a sudden drooped. A hump dropped on him, one would say. He reached and some burnt gravel scooped, then stared down on the plain away. The priest in fidget moved to part. Abide, said Mortmain with a start. Abide, for more I yet would know. Is God an omnipresent God? Is he in Siddim yonder? No? If anywhere he's disavowed, how think to shun the final schism? Blind elements, flat atheism. Whereto the priest, far let it be that ground where Durham's prelate stood, who saw no proof that God was good, but only righteous. Woe is me! These controversies. Oft I've said that never, never would I be led into their maze of vanity. Behead me, rid me of pride's part, and let me live but by the heart. Hast thou proved thy heart? First prove it. Stay, the Bible, tell me, is it true, and thence derivest thy flattering view? But Derwent glanced aside as vexed, inly assured, nor less perplexed how to impart, and grieved too late at being drawn within the strait of vexed discussion, nor quite free from ill conjecture, that the Swede, though no dissembler, yet indeed part played on him. Why question me? Why pound the text? Ah, modern be, and share the truth's munificence. Look now, one reasons thus, immense is tropic India, hence she breeds Brahma tremendous, gods like seeds. The genial clime of Hellas gay begat Apollo. Take that way, nor query, Ramayana true? The Iliad? Mortmain nothing said, but lumped his limbs and sunk his head. Then Rolfe to Derwent, but the Jew? Since clime and country, as you own, so much effect, how with the Jew herein? There Derwent sat him down afresh, well pleased and leisurely, as one in favourite theory invoked, that bondman from his doom by Nile and subsequent distress, with punishment and wilderness, methinks he brought an added gloom to nature here. Here church and state he founded, would perpetuate exclusive and withdrawn. But no, advancing years prohibit rest, all turns or alters for the best. Time ran, and that expansive light of Greeks without the bordering sea, their happy genial spirits bright, wit, grace urbane, amenity contagious, and so hard to ban by bigot law or any plan. These influences stole their way, affecting here and there a Jew. Likewise the Magi tincture too derived from the captivity. Hence Hillel's fair reforming school, liberal gloss and leavening rule. How then could other issue be at last but ferment and a change? True, none recanted or dared range. To Moses' law they yet did cling, but some would fain have tempering in the bare place a bit of green. And lo, an advent, the Essene, gentle and holy, meek, retired, with virgin charity inspired, precursor, nay, a pledge, agree, of light to break from Galilee. And aye, he comes, the lilies blow, in hamlet, field, and on the road, to every man, in every mode, how did the crowning teacher show his broad and blessed comity. I do avow he still doth seem pontiff of optimists supreme. The Swede sat stone-like. Suddenly, leave thy carmine, from thorns the streak ruddies enough that tortured cheek. 'Twas Shaftesbury first assumed your tone, trying to cheerfulize Christ's moan. Nay now, pled Derwent, earnest here, and in his eyes the forming tear. But hear me, hear! No more of it! And rose. It was his passion fit. The other changed. His pleasant cheer, confronted by that aspect wild, dropped like the flower from Ceres' child in Enna, seeing the pale brow of Pluto dank from scud below. Though by Gethsemane, where first Derwent encountered Mortmain's mien, Christ's forbearance well he nursed, allowing for distempered spleen. Now all was altered, quite reversed. 'Twas now as at the burial scene by Siddim's Marge, and yet And yet was here a proof the priest had met his confutation? Hardly so, mused Clarel, but he longed to know how could it be that while the rest contented scarce the splenetic Swede, they hardly so provoked the man to biting outburst unrepressed as did the cleric's gentle fan. But had the student paid more heed to Derwent's look, he might have caught hints of reserves within the thought, nor failed the priest ere all too late his patience here to vindicate. End of section 89. Section 90 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bel and Cairn. Eloi lama sabachthani. And, swooning, strove no more. Nor gone, for every heart, whate'er they say, the eclipse that cry of cries brought down, and clamors through the darkness blown. More wide for some it spreads in sway, involves the lily of the Easter day. A chance word of the Swede in place, allusion to the anguished face, recalled to Clarel now the cry, the ghost's reproachful litany. Disturbed then, he apart would go, and passed among the crags, and there, like David and Adullam's lair, could it be vine, and quivering so? 'Twas vine. He wore that nameless look about the mouth, so hard to brook, in which the Cenci portrait shows, lost in each copy, oil or print, lost or else slurred, as 'twere a hint which if received few might sustain. A trembling over of small throes and weak swollen lips, which to restrain desire is none, nor any rain. Clarel recalled the garden's shade, and vine therein, with all that made the estrangement in Gethsemane. Reserves laid bare, and can it be? The dockyard forge's silent mound, played over by a small nimble flame, raked open, lo, the anchors found in Whiteheat's alb. With shrinking frame, grateful that he was unespied, Clarel quite noiseless slipped aside. Ill hour, thought he, an evil sign. No more need dream of winning vine, or coming at his mystery. O lives which languish in the shade, puzzle and tease us, or upbraid. What noteless confidant, may be, withholds the talisman, the key? Or if indeed it run not so, and he's above me where I cling, then how these higher natures know, except in shadow from the wing? Hark! As in benison to all, borne on waste air in wasteful clime, what swell on swell of mellowing chime, which every drooping pilgrim rallies, how much unlike that ominous call, pealed in the blast from Roncesvalles! Was more than silver in this shell by distance toned. What festival, what feast, of Adam's kind, or fay? Hark! No, not yet it dies away. Where the sexton of the vaulted seas buries the drowned in weedy grave, while tolls the buoy bell down the breeze, there, off the shoals of rainy wave, outside the channel which they crave, the sailors lost in shrouding mist, unto that muffled knelling list. The more because for fog to remove the floating belfry none may prove, so, yet with difference, do these attend. Chimes, chimes? But whence, thou breeze? Here Derwent. Convent none is near. Aye, said the Druze, but quicks the ear in deep hush of the desert wide. 'Tis Saba calling, yea, Rolfe cried. Saba, Mar Saba summons us. Oh, hither, pilgrims, turn to me. Escape the desert perilous, here's refuge, hither unto me. A lateral lodgment won, they wheeled, and toward the abandoned ledge they glanced. Near, in the high void waste advanced, they saw, in turn abrupt revealed, an object reared aloof by vine in whim of silence, when debate was held upon the cliff but late, and ended where all worlds decline, a heap of stones in arid state. The cairn, thought Clarel, meant he, yes, a monument to barrenness. End of section 90. Section 91 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tents of Kedar. They climb. In Indian file they gain a sheeted blank white lifted plain, a moor of chalk or slimy clay, with gluey track and streaky trail of some small slug or torpid snail. With hooded brows against the sun, man after man they labor on. Corrupt and mortally intense, what fumes ere long pollute the sense? But, hark the flap and lumbering rise of launching wing, see the gaunt size of the ground shadow thereby thrown. Behind a great and sheltering stone, a camel, worn out, down had laid, never to rise. 'Tis thence the kite ascends, sails off in tireward flight. As 'twere Apollyon, angel bad, they watch him as he speeds away. But vine, in mere caprice of clay, or else because a pride had birth, slighting high claims which vaunted be, and favouring things of low degree, from heaven he turned him down to earth, eagle to ass. She now, ahead, went riderless, with even tread and in official manner, sooth, for bell and cord she'd known in youth. Through mart and wild, bazaar and waste, preceding camels strung in train, full often had the dwarf thing paced, conductress of the caravan of creatures tall. What meant Vine's glance, ironic here, which impish ran in thievish way? O world's advance, we wise limp after. The cavalcade anon file by a pit-like glade, clean scooped of last lean dregs of soil, attesting in rude terraced stones the ancient husbandman's hard toil. All now a valley of dry bones, in shade a hopper. 'Twas a sight so marked with dead undelight, that Derwent, half unconscious here, stole a quick glance at Mortmain's face to note how it received the cheer. Whereat the moody man, with sting, returned the imprudent glance apace. Wayward retort, all withering, though wordless. Clarel, looking on, saw there repeated the wild tone of that discountenancing late in sequel to prolonged debate upon the mountain. And again puzzled and earnest, lest to know what rasped the Swede in such a man, then how indeed the priest could show such strange forbearance, ventured now to put a question to him fair. Oh, he answered, all his air recovered from the disarray. The shadow flung by Ebal's hill on Gerizim, it cannot stay, but passes, aye, and ever still. But don't you see that man is mad? His fits he has, sad, how sad! Besides, but let me tell you now, do you read Greek? Well, long ago, in stage when goslings try the wing, and peacock chicks would softly sing, and roosters small essay to crow, reading Theocritus divine, envious I grew of all that charm where sweet and simple so entwine. But I plucked up and won a balm, thought I'll beat him in this place, if, in my verses and what not, if I can't have this pagan grace, still, nor alone in page I blot, but all encounters that may be, I'll make it up with Christian charity. Another brink they win, and view, adown in faintly greenish hollow, an oval clamp of sable hue, pitched full across the track they follow. 12 tents of shaggy goat's wool done. Ah, tents of Kedar may these be, cried Derwent, named by Solomon in song, black but scarce comely, see. Whom have we here? The brood of Lot? The oval seems his burial plot, said Rolfe, and, for his brood, these men, they rove perchance from Moab's den or Ammon's. Bellex here seems well to know them, and no doubt will tell. The Spahi, not at all remiss in airing his Turk prejudice, exclaimed, Aye, sirs, and ill betide these Moabites and Ammonites ferrying Jordan either side. Robbers and starvelings, mangy wights. Sirs, I will vouch one thing they do. Each year they harry Jericho in harvest, yet thereby they gain but meagre, rusty spears of grain. What right have such black thieves to live? Much more to think here to receive our toll? Just Allah, say the word, and here he signified with sword. The rest, impatient of delay, while yet on height at brink they stay, so bidden by Jallia, who slow descends into the hopper low, riding. To parley with the knaves, cried Belek, spur them down, that saves all trouble, sirs. 'Twas Ibrahim's way. When in the Lebanon one day we came upon a— Pardon me, the priest, but look how leisurely he enters. Yes, and straight he goes to meet our friend with scowling brows, the warder in yon outlet, see, holding his desert spear transverse, bar-like, from sable hearse to hearse of toll-gate tents. Foreboding ill, the woman calls there to her brood. But what's to fear? Ah, with good will they bustle in the warlike mood. Save us from those long fish-pole lances! Look, menacingly one advances, but he, our Druze, he mindeth none, but paces. So, they soften down. 'Tis Czar, it is that dainty steed, high-bred, fine equine lady brave, of stock derived from long ago. 'Tis she they now admiring heed, picking her mincing way so grave, none jostling, grazing scarce a toe of all the press. The sulky clan, yes, make way for the mare, and man. There's homage. Aye, Belek said, they'd like to steal her and retire. Her beauty is their heart's desire. Base jackals with their jades. Well sped the Druze. The champion he nears, posted in outlet, keeping ward, who, altering at that aspect, peers, and him needs own for natural lord. Though claiming kinship of the land, he hesitates to make demand. Salute he yields. The Druze returns the salutation, nor he spurns to smoke with Ammon, but in way not derogating, brief delay. They part. The unmolested train are beckoned, and come down. Amain they camp and enter and pass through. No conflict here, no weak ado of words or blows. This policy, Jallia's, bred now a pleasing thought in Derwent. Wars might ended be, yes, Japhet, Shem, and Ham be brought to confluence of amity, where leaders but discreet and wise, like this our chief. The armed man's eyes turned toward him tolerantly there, as 'twere a prattling child. They fare further, and win a nook of stone, and there a fountain making moan. The shade invites, though not of trees. They tarry in this chapel of ease, then up and journey on and on, nor tent they see, not even a lonely one. End of section 91. Section 92 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of Monasteries. The lake ink-black mid slopes of snow, the dead house for the frozen, barred, and the stone hospice, chill they show, monastic in thy pass, Bernard. Apostle of the Alps storm-riven, how lone didst build so near the heaven? Anchored in seas of Nitria's sand, the desert convent of the Copt. No aerolite can more command the sense of dead detachment, dropped all solitary from the sky. The herdsmen of Olympus lie in summer when the eve is won, viewing white Spermos lower down, the mountain convent, and winds bear the chimes that bid the monks to prayer. Nor man of war hawk soul in sky, or lonely ship sends lonelier cry. The grand chartreuse with crystal peaks mid pines, the wintry paradise of soul which but a saviour seeks. The mountains round all slabbed with ice may well recall the founder true, Saint Bruno, who to heaven has gone, and proved his motto, that whereto each locked Carthusian yet adheres. Troubled I was, but spake I none, I kept in mind the eternal years. And Vallombrosa, shut in, and Montserrat, enisled aloft, with many more the verse might win, solitudes all, austere or soft. But Saba, of retreats where heart, longing for more than downy rest, fit place would find from world apart. Saba abides the loneliest, Saba, that with an eagle's theft seizeth and dwelleth in the cleft. Aloof the monks their eyrie keep, down from their hanging cells they peep, like samphire gatherers o'er the bay, faint hearing there the hammering deep of surf that smites the ledges grey. But up and down, from grot to shrine, along the gorge, hard by the brink, file the gowned monks in even line, and never shrink. With litany or dirge they wend, where nature as in travail dwells, and the worn grots and pensive dells in wail for wail responses send, echoes and plaintive syllables. With mystic silvery breed divine, Saint Basil's manner of our Lord, in lieu of crucifix adored by Greeks which images decline, stained with 5 small wounds and red, down through the darkling gulf is led, by night oft times, while tapers glow small in the depths, as stars may show reflected far in well profound. Full 1500 years have wound since Cenobite first harbored here. The bones of men, deemed martyrs crowned, to fossils turn in mountain near, nor less while now lone scribe may write, even now, in living dead of night, in Saba's lamps the flames aspire, the votaries tend the far transmitted fire. End of section 92. Section 93 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Before the gate. 'Tis Kedron, that profound ravine whence Saba soars, and all between Zion and Saba one may stray, sunk from the sun through Kedron's way. By road more menacingly dead than that which wins the convent's base, no ghost to Tartarus is led. Through scuttle small, that keepeth place in floor of cellars which impend, cellars or cloisters, men ascend by ladder which the monks let down and quick withdraw, and thence yet on, higher and higher, flight by flight, they mount from Erebus to light, and off look, world-wide, much in tone of Uriel, warder in the sun, who serious views this earthly scene, since Satan passed his guard and entered in. But not by Kedron those now come who ride from Sodom. No, they roam the roof of mountains, win the tall towers of Saba, and huge wall builded along the steep, and there a postern with a door, full spare yet strong, a clamped and bucklered mass, bolted, in waste whose king is fear, sole port of refuge, it is here. Strange, and it might repel, alas, fair havens won by such a pass. In London Tower the traitor's gate, through which the guilty waters flow, looks not more grim. Yet shalt thou know, if once thou enter, good estate. Beneath these walls what frays have been, what clash and outcry, sabres crossed, pilgrim and parasite between, and some have here given up the ghost, before the gate in last despair. Nor, for the most part, lacking fair sign manual from a mitred lord, admission shall that arch afford to any. Weary now the train at eve halt by the gate and knock. No answer. Bellex shouts amain. As well invoke the Pico rock. Bide, breathes the Druze, and, dropping rain, he points. A wallet's lowered down from under where a hood projects, high up the tower, a cowl of stone, wherefrom alert an eye inspects all applicants, and unbeknown. Jalea promptly from his vest a missive draws, which duly placed in budget rises from the ground and vanishes. So, without sound, monks fish up to their dungeon dark the voucher from their patriarch, even him who dwells in damask state on Zion throned. Not long they wait. The postern swings, dismounting nigh the horses through the needle's eye, that small and narrow gate they lead. But while low ducks each lofty steed, Behold how through the crucial pass slips unabased the humble ass. And so they all with clattering din the stony fortress courtyard win. There see them served and bidden rest, horse, ass too, treated as guest. Friars tend as grooms, yet others call and lead them to the frater hall, cliff-hung. By monks the board is spread. They break the monastery bread, moistening the same with Saba's wine, product of painful toil mid stones in terraces, whose Bacchic zones that desert gird. Olive and vine to flinty places well incline, once crushed the flint. Even so they fared, so well for them the brethren cared. Reflection done, for grateful bed cool mats of dye sedate were spread. The lamps were looked to, freshly trimmed, and last, at hint from mellow man, who seemed to know how all things ran, and who in place shall soon be hymned, a young monk-servant, slender-limbed, and of a comely countenance, set out one flask of stature tall, against men's needs medicinal. Travellers, subject to mischance, devout then, and with aspect bright, invoked Marsaba's blessing, bade good night. He goes, but now in change of tune, shall friar be followed by buffoon? Saba supply a pantaloon? Wise largesse of true license yield, howe'er the river, winding round, may win an unexpected bound, the aim and destiny, unsealed in the first fount, hold unrepealed. End of section 93. Section 94 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Beaker. Life is not by square and line, wisdom's stupid without folly. Sherbet today, tomorrow wine, feather and cap and the world is jolly. So he, the aforesaid mellow man, thrumming upon the table's span. Scarce audible except in air, mirth's modest overture seemed there. Nor less the pilgrims, folding wing, weary would now in slumber fall, sleep held for a superfluous thing by that free heart at home in hall. And who was he so jovial? Purveyor, he some needful stores supplied from Syrian towns and shores, and on his trips, dismissing care, his stores delivered all and told, would rest a while in Saba's fold. Not broken he with fast and prayer, the leg did well plump out the sock, nor young nor old, but did enlock in reconcilement a bright cheek and fleecy beard. That cheek, in show, arbutus flaked about with snow, running arbutus in spring's freak overtaken so. In Mytilene, Sappho and Phaon's Lesbos green his home was, his lax paradise, an island yet luxurious scene, fruitful in all that can entice. For chum he had a mountaineer, a giant man, beneath whose lee lightly he bloomed, like pinks that cheer the base of tower where cannon be. That mountaineer the battle tans, an Arnaut of no mean degree, a lion of war, and drew descent through dames heroic from the tent of Pyrrhus and those Epirot clans which routed Rome. And, furthermore, in after line enlinked he stood to Skanderberg's Albanian brood. And Arslan, famous heretofore, the horse-tail pennon dyed in gore. An Islamite he was by creed, in act what fortune's chances breed. Attest the medal, vouch the scar, had bled for sultan, won for czar. His psalter bugle was, and drum, any scorched rag his labarum. For time adherent of the Turk, in Saba's hold he sheathed his dirk, waiting arrival of a troop destined for some dragooning swoop on the wild tribes beyond the wave of Jordan. Unconstrained though grave, stalwart but agile, nobly tall, complexion a burnt red, and all his carriage charged with courage high and devil dare. A hawk's his eye, while, for the garb, snow-white kilt was background to his great sword hilt. The waistcoat blue, with plates and chains tarnished a bit with grapey stains. Oches and silver rose, stout greaves of leather, buskins thonged, light cloak of broidered stuffed Damascus weaves, and, scorched one side with powder smoke, a crimson fez, bald as a skull, save for long tassel prodigal. Last, add hereto a blood-red sash, with dagger and pistol's silvery charms, and there you have this Arnott rash, in zone of war, a trophy of arms. While yet the monk stood by serene, he, as to kill time, his moustache adjusted in his scimitar's sheen. But when they made their mild adieu, response he nodded, seemly too. And now, the last gowned friar gone, his heart of onslaught he toned down into a solemn sort of grace, each pilgrim looking full in face, as he should say, "Why now, let's be good comrades here tonight." Grave plea for brotherly love and jollity from such an arsenal of man, a little strange seemed and remote, to bring it nearer, spice, promote. Nor mindless if some aspects wan, Lesbos, with fair engaging tone, threw in some moral cinnamon. Sir Pilgrims, look, 'tis early yet, in evening arbor here forget the heat, the burden of the day. Life has its trials, sorrows, yes, I know, I feel, but blessedness makes up. Ye've grieved the tender clay, solace should now all that requite. 'Tis duty, sirs. And, by the way, not vainly Anselm bade good night, for see, and cheery on the board the flask he set. "I and the sword," the Arnott said, and in a tone of natural bass which startled one, profound as the profound trombone. "I and the sword stand by the red, but this will pass, this molten ore of yellow gold, is there no more?" "Trust wit for that," the other said. "Purveyor, shall he not purvey?" And slid a panel showing store of cups and bottles in array. Then arms at ease, and ho, the bench! It made the slender student blench to hark the jangling of the steel, vibration of the floor to feel, tremor through beams and bones which ran as that ripe masterpiece of man plumped solid down upon the deal. Derwent a little hung behind, censorious not, nor disinclined, but with self-querying countenance, as if one of the cloth, perchance, due bound should set, observe degree and liberal play of social glee. Through instinct of good fellow bright, his poise, as seemed, the lesbian wight divined, and justly deeming here the stage required a riper cheer than that before, solicitous, with bubbling cup in either hand, toward Derwent drew he, archly bland, then posed, and tunefully, e'en thus: "A shady rock, and trickling too, is good to meet in desert drear. Prithee now, the beading here, beads of Saba, saintly dew. Quaff it, sweetheart, I and you, quaff it, for thereby ye bless beadsmen here in wilderness. Spite of sorrow, maugre sin, bless their larder and laud their bin, nor deem that here they vainly pine who toil for heaven and till the vine." He sings, and in the act of singing, near and more near one cup he's bringing, till by his genial sleight of hand 'tis lodged in Derwent's, and retained. As lit by vintage sunset's hue, which mellow warms the grapes that bleed, in amber light the good man view, nor text of sanction lacked at need. At Cana who renewed the wine? Sourly did I this cup decline, which, lo, I quaff, and not for food. 'Twould by an implication rude asperse that festival benign. We're brethren, aye. The lamps disclose the Spahi, Arnott, and the priest, with Rolfe and the knot of Sharon rose, ranged at the board for family feast. "But where's Jalea?" the cleric cried. "'Tis royalty should here preside," and looked around him. Truth to own, the Druze, his office having done, and brought them into haven there, discharged himself of further care till the next start, the interim accounting rightfully his own, and may be, heedful not to dim the escutcheon of an emir's son by any needless letting down. The lesbian who had Derwent served officiated for them all, and, as from man to man he swerved, grotesque a bit of song let fall. The Mufti in Park Suburban lies under a stone, surmounted serene by a turban, magnific, a marble one. So, man by man, with twinkling air, and cup and text of stanza fair, a rabbi in Prague they muster, and mounted evermore, looking up at his monument's cluster, a cluster of grapes and Noah. When all were served with wine and rhyme, "Ho, comrade," cried armed Og sublime, "your singing makes the filling scant. The flask to me, let me decant." With that the host he played, brimmed up, and offhand pushed the frequent cup, flung out his thigh, and quaffed apace, barbaric in his hardy grace, the while his haughty port did say, "Who's here uncivilized, I pray? I know good customs, stint I ye?" Indeed, thought Rolfe, a man of mark, and makes a rare symposiarch. I like him, I'll e'en feel his grip. With that, in vinous fellowship frank he put out his hand. In mood of questionable brotherhood the slayer stared, anon construed the overture aright, and yet not unreservedly he met the palm. Came it in sort too close? Was it embraces were for foes? Rolfe, noting a fine colour stir, flushing each happy reveller, now leaned back with this ditty wee. The mountain ash and sumac fine, tipplers of summer, betray the wine in autumn leaf of vermil flame. Bramble and thorn cry, "Fie, for shame!" Mortmain aloof and single sat, in range with Rolfe, as viewed from mat where vine reposed, observing there that these in contour of the head and goodly profile made a pair, though one looked like a statue dead. "Methinks," mused Vine, "'tis Ahab's court, and yon the Tishbite. He'll consort not long, but Kedron seek." It proved even so, the desert heat removed. But he of Bins, whose wakeful eye on him had fixed, and followed sly until the shadow left the door, turned short, and tristful visage wore in quaint appeal, a shrug, and then, "Beseech ye now, ye friendly men, who's he? A cup, pray." "Oh, my faith! That funeral cap of his means death to all good fellowship and feast. Mad, say he's mad." Awhile the priest and Rolfe, reminded here in heart of more than well they might impart, uneasy sat. But this went by. Ill sort some truths with revelry. The giant plied the flask. For Vine relaxed he viewed nor spurned the wine, but humorously moralized on those 5 souls imparadised, for term how brief, well pleased to scan the Mytilene, the juicy man. Earth, of the earth, thought Vine, well, well, sows a fresh turf, but good the smell. Yes, deemed by some medicinal. Most too if damped with wine of Xeres, and snuffed at when the spirit wearies. I have it under strong advising, 'tis good at whiles this sensualizing. Why, would I could joy in it myself, but no. For Derwent, he, light elf, not vainly stifling recent fret, under the table his 2 knees pushed deeper, so as e'en to get closer in comradeship at ease. Arnott and Spahi, in respect of all adventures they had known, these chiefly did the priest affect. Adventures, such as duly shown printed in books, seem passing strange to clerks which read them by the fire, yet be the wonted commonplace of some who in the Orient range, freelances, spendthrifts of their hire, and who in end, when they retrace their lives, see little to admire or wonder at, so dull they be, like fish mid marvels of the sea, to everything that is not pent in self or thereto ministrant. End of section 94. Section 95 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Timoneer's Story. But ere those Simbads had begun their Orient Decameron, Rolfe rose, to view the further hall. Here showed, set up against the wall, heroic traditionary arms, protecting tutelary charms, like Godfrey's sword and Baldwin's spur in treasury of the sepulchre, wherewith they knighthood yet confer, the monks or their superior. Sanctified heirlooms of old time, with trophies of the Paynim clime, these last with tarnish on the gilt, the jewels vanished from the hilt. Upon one serpent-curving blade love motto beamed from Antar's rhyme in Arabic. A second said, a scimitar the Turk had made, and likely it had clove a skull, in name of God the Merciful. A third was given suspended place, and as in salutation waved, and in old Greek was finely graved with this, Hail Mary, full of grace. "'Tis a rare sheaf of arms be here," thought Rolfe. "Who's this?" and turned to peer at one who had but late come in, a stranger, and, avoiding din made by each distant reveller, anchored beside him. His sea gear announced a pilgrim Timoneer. The weird and weather-beaten face, bearded and pitted, and fine vexed with wrinkles of Kabbalah text, did yet reveal a twinge-like trace of some late trial undergone, nor less a beauty grave pertained to him, part such as is ordained to eld, for each age hath its own, and even scars may share the tone. Bald was his head as any bell, quite bald, except a silvery round of small curled bud-like locks which bound his temples as with asphodel. Such he, who in nigh nook disturbed upon his mat by late uncurbed light revel, came with air subdued, and by the clustered arms here stood, regarding them with dullish eye of some old reminiscence sad. On him Rolfe gazed. "And do ye sigh? Hardly they seem to cheer ye. Why?" He pursed the mouth and shook the head. "But speak!" "'Tis but an old bewailing." "No matter, tell." "'Twere unavailing." "Come now, since you entreat of me. 'Tis long ago, I'm aged, see. From Egypt sailing, hurrying too, for spite the sky there, always blue, and blue-daubed seas so bland, the pest was breaking out, the people quailing and houses hushed, from Egypt sailing, in ship, I say, which shunned the pest, cargo half stored, and, alack, one passenger of visage black, but whom a white robe did invest, and linen turban, like the rest. A Moor he was, but with a chest, a fugitive poor Wahhabi. So ran his story, who by me was smuggled aboard, and a crew that did their wrangles still renew, jabbing the poniard in the fray, and mutinous withal. I say, from Egypt bound for Venice sailing, on Friday, well might heart forebode. In this same craft from Cadiz hailing, christened by friar the Peace of God, she laden now with rusted cannon, which long beneath the crescent's pennon on beach had laid, condemned and dead, beneath a rampart, and from bed were shipped off to be sold and smelted, and into new artillery melted. I say that to the peace of God, your iron the salt seas corrode, I say there fell to her unblessed a hap more baleful than the pest. Yea, from the first I knew a fear, so strangely did the needle veer. A gale came up, with frequent din of cracking thunder out and in. Corposants on yard-arms did burn, red lightning forked upon the stern, the needle like an imp did spin. 3 gulls continual plied in wake, which wriggled like a wounded snake, for I, the wretched Timoneer, by fitful starts yet tried to steer 'neath shortened sail. The needle flew, the glass thick blurred with damp and dew, and flew the ship we knew not where. Meantime the mutinous bad crew got at the casks and drowned despair, carousing, fighting, what to do? To all the saints I put up prayer, seeing against the gloomy shades breakers in ghastly palisades. Nevertheless she took the rocks, and dinning through the grinds and shocks, attend to solving of the riddle. I heard the clattering of blades shaken within the Moor's strong box and cabin underneath the needle. How screamed those 3 birds round the mast, slant-going o'er! The keel was broken, and heaved aboard us for death token. To quit the wreck I was the last, yet I sole wight that 'scaped the sea. But he, the Moor? Oh, sorcery! For him no heaven is, no atoner. He proved an armorer, the Jonah, and dealt in blades that poisoned were, a black lieutenant of Lucifer. I heard in Algiers, as befell afterward his crimes of hell. I'm far from superstitious, see, but arms in sheaf, somehow they trouble me. Ha, trouble? What's that, pray? I've heard of it, bad thing, they say. Bug there, ladybug, plumped in your wine, only rose leaves flutter by mine. The gracioso man 'twas he, flagon in hand, held tiltingly. How peered at him that Timoneer, with what a changed, still, merman cheer. As much he could, but would not say. So murmuring not, he moved away. Old, the lesbian dropped, old, dry, remainder biscuit, and, alas, but recent 'scaped from luckless pass. Indeed? Relate. Oh, by and by. But Rolfe would have it then, and so the incident narrated was forthwith. Recast it thus may flow. The shipmen of the Cyclades, being Greeks, even of St. Saba's creed, are frequent pilgrims. From the seas Greek convents welcome them and feed. Agath, with hardy messmates 10, to Saba, and on foot had fared from Joppa. Duly in the glen his prayers he said, but rashly dared afar to range without the wall. Upon him fell a robber brood, some Ammonites. Choking his call, they beat and stripped him, drawing blood, and left him prone. His mates made search with friars, and ere night found him so, and bore him moaning back to porch of Saba's refuge. Cure proved slow. The end his messmates might not wait, therefore they left him unto love and charity, within that gate not lacking. Mended now in main, or convalescent, he would fain back up to Joppa make remove, with the first charitable train. His story told, the teller turned, and seemed like one who instant yearned to rid him of intrusive sigh. Yon happier pilgrim, by the by, I like him. His vocation, pray? Purveyor he, like me, purvey? Aye, for the conscience, he's our priest. Priest? He's a grape, judicious one, keeps on the right side of the sun, but here's a song I heard at feast. End of section 95. Section 96 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Song and Recitative. The chalice tall of beaten gold is hung with bells about. The flamen serves in temple old, and weirdly are the tinklings rolled when he pours libation out. O Cybele, dread Cybele, thy turrets nod, thy terrors be. But service done and vestment doffed, with cronies in a row, behind night's violet velvet soft, the chalice drained he rings aloft, to another tune, I trow. O Cybele, fine Cybele, jolly thy bins and belfries be. With action timing well the song, his flagon flourished up in air, the varlet of the isle so flung his madcap intimation, there comic on Rolfe, his eyes retaining, in mirth how full of roguish feigning. Ought I protest, thought Rolfe, the man nor malice has, nor faith, why ban this heart, though of religion scant, a true child of the lax Levant, that polyglot and loose-laced mother. In such variety he's lived, where creeds dovetail into each other. Such influences he's received, thrown among all, Medes, Elamites, Egyptians, Jews, and proselytes, strangers from Rome, and men of Crete, and parts of Libya round Cyrene, Arabians, and the throngs ye meet on Smyrna's quays, and all between Stamboul and Fez, thrown among these, a caterer to revelries. He's caught the tints of many a scene, and so became a harlequin, gay patchwork of all levities, holding to now, swearing by here, his course conducting by no keen observance of the stellar sphere. he coasteth under sail lateen. Then let him laugh, enjoy his dinner, he's an excusable poor sinner. 'Twas Rolfe, but Clarel, what thought he? For he too heard the lesbian's song, there by the casement where he hung. In heart of Saba's mystery, this mocker light, but now in waltz the pantaloon here Rolfe assaults. Then, keeping arm around his waist, sees Rolfe's reciprocally placed. 'Tis side by side entwined in ease of Chang and Ang, the Siamese, when leaning mutually embraced. And so these improvised twin brothers dance forward and salute the others, the lesbian flourishing for sign his wine cup, though it lacked the wine. They sit. With random scraps of song he whips the tandem hours along, or moments rather, in the end calling on Derwent to unbend in lyric. "I?" said Derwent. "I? Well, if you like, I'll even give a trifle in recitative, a something, nothing, anything, since little does it signify in festive free contributing. To Hafiz in grape arbor comes Didymus, with book he thumbs. My lord Hafiz, priest of bowers, flowers in such a world as ours? Who is the god of all these flowers? Signor Didymus, who knows? None the less I take repose, believe, and worship here with wine in vaulted chapel of the vine before the altar of the rose. Ah, who sits here, a sailor meek? It was that sea-apparelled Greek. Grey brother, here, partake our wine. He shook his head, yes, did decline. Or quaff or sing, cried Derwent then, for learn we be hilarious men. Pray now, you seamen know to sing. I'm old, he breathed, so's many a tree, yet green the leaves and dance in glee. The Arnott made the scabbard ring. Sing, man, and here's the chorus, sing. Sing, sing, the Isleman, bared the bell, sing, and the other songs excel. Aye, sing, cried Rolfe, here's now a sample, 'tis virtue teaches by example. Jars of honey, wineskin, dates, and macaroni, falling back upon the senses, oh, the wrong, need take up with recompenses. Song, a song! They sang about him till he said, Sing, sirs, I cannot. This I'll do, repeat a thing Methodius made, good chaplain of the apostles' crew. Priest in ship with saintly bow, warship named from Paul and Peter, grandly carved on castled prow, gliding by the grouped canaries under liquid light of Mary's mellow star of eventide, lulled by tinklings at the side. Aye, along the taffrail leaning, yielding to the ship's careening, shared that peace the upland owns, where the palm and pine, meeting on the frontier line, seal a truce between the zones. This be ever, mused I lowly, dear repose is this and holy. Like the gospel it is gracious and prevailing. There, audacious, boom! The signal gun it jarred me. Flash and boom together marred me, and I thought of horrid war. But never moved Grand Paul and Peter, never blenched Our Lady's star. End of section 96. Section 97 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Revel Closed. Bless that good chaplain, Derwent here. All doves and halcyons round the sphere defend him from war's rude alarms. Then, O sweet impudence of wine, then rising at approaching vine, in suppliant way, I crave an alms, since this grey guest, this serious one, our wrinkled old Euroclydon, since even he, with genial breath, his quota here contributeth, helping our gladness to prolong, thou too, nay, as everywhere water is found if one not spare to delve, tale, prithee now, or song. Vine's brow shot up with crimson light, as may the north on frosty nights, over Dilston Hall and his low state, the fair young earl whose bloody end those red rays do commemorate, and take his name. Now all did bend in chorus, crying, tale or song, investing him, was no escape beset by such a Bacchic throng. Ambushed in leaves we spy your grape, cried Derwent, black but juicy one. A song! No way for vine to shun. Well, if you'll let me here recline at ease the while, I'll hum a word which in his Florence loft I heard an artist trill one morning fine. What is beauty? 'Tis a dream dispensing still with gladness. The dolphin haunteth not the shoal, and deeps there be in sadness. The rose leaves, see, disbanded be, blowing about me blowing, but on the deathbed of the rose my amaranths are growing. His amaranths, a fond conceit, yes, last illusion of retreat. Short measure 'tis, and yet enough, said Derwent. 'Tis a hopeful song, or, if part sad, not less adorning. Like purple in a royal morning, we debtors be. Now come along to table, we'll take no rebuff. So Vine sat down among them then, adept, shy prying into men. Derwent here wheeled him, but for sake of conscience, noble Arnott, tell, when now I as from dream awake, it just dawns on me, how is this? Wine-bibbing? No, that kind of bliss your Koran bars, and Bellex, man, thou'st smoked before the sun low fell. And this month's what, your Ramadan? May true believers thus rebel? Good sooth, did neither know to tell, or care to know, what time did fall the Islam fast, yet took it so as Derwin roguish prompted, though it was no Ramadan at all. 'Twas far ahead, a movable fast of lunar month, which to forecast needs reckoning. Ponderous pause the Anak made. Mahon has laws, and Allah's great, of course, forfend. Ho, rouse a stave, and so an end. The Bey, the Emir, and Mameluke lords charged down on the field in a grove of swords. Hurrah, hurrah, and hurrah for the grove of swords in the wind of war. And the Bey and the Emir exclaimed, who knows? In the shade of the scimitars paradise shows. Hurrah, hurrah, and hurrah for the grove of swords in the wind of war. He sang, then settled down, a mate for Mars high pontiff, solemn sate, and on his long broad Basra blade deep ruminated. Less sedate, the Spahi now and escapade vented some Turkish guard-room joke, but scarce thereby the other woke to laughter, for he never laughed, into whatever mood he broke, nor verbal levity vouchsafed, so leonine the man. But here the Spahi, with another cheer, into a vein of mockery ran, toasting the feast of Ramadan, laughing thereat, removed from fear. It was a deep-mouthed mastiff burst, nor less, for all the jovial tone, the echo's startling import won. At least for Clarel, little versed in men, their levities and tides unequal, and of much besides. There by a lattice open swung, over the Kedron's gulf he hung, and poured and pondered. With what sweep doubt plunges, and from maw to maw, traditions none the nations keep. Old ties dissolve in one wide thaw. The Frank, the Turk, and e'en the Jew share it, perchance the Brahmin too. Returns each thing that may withdraw? The schools of bluefish years desert our sounds and shores, but they revert. The ship returns on her long tack. The bones of Theseus are brought back. A comet shall resume its path, though 3 millenniums go. But faith? Ah, Nehemiah, and Derwent, thou 'twas dust to dust. What is it now, and here? Is life indeed a dream? Are these the pilgrims late that heard the wheeling desert vultures scream above the man and book interred? Scream like the haglet and the gull off Chilo o'er the founded hull? But hark! While here light fell the clink, the 5 cups made touched brink to brink in fair bouquet of fellowship, and just as the gay lesbian's lip was parted, jetting came a wail in litany from Kedron's jail profound, and belly of the whale. Lord, have mercy. Christ, have mercy. Intercede for me. Angel of the agony, spare me, spare me. Merciful be. Lord, spare me. Spare and deliver me. Arrested, those fine revellers there, fixed in light postures of their glee, seemed problematic shapes ye see, in linked caprice of festal air, graved round the Greek sarcophagi. End of section 97. Section 98 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In Moonlight. The roller upon Borneo's strand halts not, but in recoiling throw drags back the shells involved with sand, shuffled and muffled in the flow and hollow of the wallowing undertow. In night Rolfe waked, and whelming felt that refluence of disquiet dealt in sequel to redundant joy. Around he gazed in vague annoy upon his mates. The lamplight dim obscurely showed them, strangely thrown in sleep, nor heeding eye of him, flung every way with random limb, like coursers when the battle's done and stars come up. No sound but slight, calm breathing, or low elfin shriek in dream, but Mortmain, coiled in plight, lay with one arm wedged under cheek, mumbling by starts the other hand, as the wolf-hound the bone. Rolfe rose and shook him, whereat from his throes he started, glaring, then lapsed down. Soft, soft and tender, feels so bland, grind it, 'tis hers, Brinvilliers's hand, my nurse, from which mad dream anon he seemed his frame to recommand, and yet would give an animal moan. God help thee, and may such ice make, except against some solid? Nay, but thou who makest, get thee away, nor in such coals of Tartarus rake. So Rolfe, and wide a casement through. Aroma, and is this Judea? Down the long gorge of Kedron blew a balm beyond the sweet Sabea, an air as from the Elysian grass, such freshening redolence divine as mariners upon the brine inhale, when barren beach they pass by night, a musk of wafted spoil from nature's scent bags in the soil. Not in her flowers, nor seems it known even on the shores wherefrom 'tis blown. Clarel, he likewise wakeful grew, and rose, joined Rolfe, and both repaired out to a railed-in ledge. In view across the gulf a fox was scared, even by their quiet coming so, and noiseless fled along a line of giddy cornice, till more slow he skulked out of the clear moonshine, for great part of that wall did show, to these beneath the shadowed height, with arras hung of fair moonlight, the limestone mountain cloven asunder, with scars of many a plunge and shock, tremendous of the rifted rock, so hushed now after all the thunder, begat a pain of troubled wonder. The student felt it, for redress he turned him, anywhere, to find some simple thing to ease his mind. Dejected in her littleness, Rolfe read him, and in quiet way would interpose, lead off, allay. Look, whispered he, yon object white, this side here, on the crag at brink, 'tis touched, just touched by paler light. Stood we in Finland, one might think an ermine there lay coiled, but no, a turban 'tis, Jalia's, aloof reclining as he used to do in Lebanon upon proud roof, his sire's. And see, long pipe in state, he inhales the friendly fume sedate. Yon turban with the snowy folds announces that my lord there holds the rank of Druze initiate, not versed in portion mere, but total, advanced in secrets sacerdotal. Though what these be, or high or low, who dreams, might Lady Esther learn? Who? Lady Esther, don't you know? Pitt's Sibyl niece, who made sojourn in Libanus and read the stars. Self-exiled lady, long ago she prophesied of wizard wars, and kept a saddled steed in stall, awaiting some Messiah's call, who came not. But yon Druse's veil of Sias may one lift, nor quail? We'll try. To courteous challenge sent, the Druze responded, not by word, indeed, but act. He came, content he leaned beside them in accord, resting the pipe bowl, his assent enjoining them, nay, all his air mute testimony seemed to bear that now night's siren element, stealing upon his inner frame, pliant had made it, and more tame. With welcome having greeted him, Rolfe led along by easy skim and won the topic. Tell us here, your Druze faith, are there not degrees, orders, a sense of mysteries therein? One would not pry and peer. Of course there's no disclosing these, but what's that working thought you win? The prelate princes of your kin, they, doubtless, they take their ease. No ripple stirred the emir's son. He whiffed the vapor, kept him stayed, then from the lip the amber won. No god there is but God, he said, and tapped the ashes from the bowl, and stood. 'Twas passive self-control of palace statue in sacked Rome, which bode till pushed off from the plinth. Then through the rocky labyrinth betook him where cool sleep might come, but not before farewell sedate. Allah preserve ye, Allah great. End of section 98. Section 99 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Easter Fire. There's politesse, we're left behind, and yet I like this prince of pith, too pithy almost. Where'll ye find noblemen to keep silence with, better than Lord Jallia? But you, it cannot be this interview has somehow... No, said Clarel, no, and sighed, then... How irreverent was Bellix in the wassail flow. His Ramadan he links with Lent. No marvel, what else to infer? Toll-taker at the sepulchre. To me he gave his history late, the which I sought. You've marked the state of warders shawled on old divan, sword, pipe, and coffee-cup at knee, cross-legged within that portal's span which wins the holy tomb? Ay me, with what abhorred dead apathy faith's eager pilgrims they let in. Guard of the urn has Bellix been? Said Clarel, starting. Why, then, yes. He checked himself. Nay, but confess, cried Rolfe, I know the reverie lurks. Frankly admit that for these Turks there's nothing that can so entice to disbelieve, nay, atheize. Nothing so baneful unto them as shrined El Quds, Jerusalem. For look now how it operates. To Christ the Turk as much as Frank concedes a supernatural rank. Our holy places too he mates, all but with Mecca's own. But then, if chance he mark the cross profaned by violence of Christian men so called, his faith then needs be strained. The more if he himself have done, enforced thereto by harsh command, irreverence unto Mary's son. How mean you? And the speaker scanned. Why, not alone has Bellix been an idling guard about the tomb. Nay, but he knows another scene in fray beneath the selfsame dome at festivals. What backs he's scored when on the day by Greeks adored, St. Basil's Easter, all the friars schismatic with the pilgrim tribes, Levantine, Russian, have their tides of uproar in among the shrines, waiting the burst of fraudful fires from vent there in the holy tomb which closeteth the mongers. Room, it jets. To quell the rush, the lines of soldiers sway. Crack falls the thong, and mid the press some there, though strong, are trampled, trodden, till they die. In transfer swift, igniting fly the magic flames, which, caught along by countless candles, multiply. Like seas phosphoric on calm nights, blue shows the fane in fog of lights. But here 'tis hurricane and high, zeal, furious zeal, and frenzying faith, and ecstasy of Atti's scathe, when up the Phrygian mount he rushed, bleeding, yet heeding not his shame, while round him frantic timbrels pushed in rites delirious to name. No, Dindymus nor Brahma's crew dream what these Christian fakirs do. Wrecked banners, crosses, ragged palms, red wounds through vestments white ye view, and priests who shout ferocious psalms and hoarse hosannas to their king, even Christ, and naught may work a lull, nor timely truce of reason bring, not cutting lash, nor smiting sword, nor yet, oh, more than wonderful, the tomb, the pleading tomb where lay our Lord. But who ordains the imposture? Speak. The vivid, ever-inventive Greek. The Greek? But that is hard to think. Seemly the port, gentle the cheer of friars which lodge upon this brink of Kedron, and do worship here with rites august, and keep the creed. Ah, rites august, this ancient sect, stately upholstered and bedecked, is but a catafalque, concede. Prolongs in sacerdotal way the lower empire's bastard sway. It does not grow, it does but bide, an orthodoxy petrified. Or, if it grow, it grows but with Russia, and thence derives its pith. The Tsar is its armored bishop. See, the Tsar's purse, so it comes to me, contributes to this convent's pride. But what's that twinkling through the gloom, far down? The lights in chantry? Yes. Whence came the flame that lit? Confess, e'en from Jerusalem, the tomb, last Easter. Horsemen from the porch, hither each Easter spurs with torch, to reignite the flames extinct upon Good Friday. Thus, you see, contagious is this cheatery. Nay, that's unhandsome. Guests we are, and hosts are sacred, house and all, and one may think, and scarcely mar the truth, that it may so befall that, as yon docile lamps receive the fraudful flame, yet honest burn, so no collusive guile may cleave unto these simple friars, who turn and take whate'er the forms dispense, nor question, wherefore, ask not, whence. Clarel, as if in search of aught to mitigate unwelcome thought, appealed to turret, crag, and star, but all was strange, withdrawn, and far. Yet need we grant, Rolfe here resumed, this trick its source had in a dream artless, which few will disesteem, that angels verily illumed those lamps at Easter long ago, though now indeed all come from prayer, as Greeks believe, at least avow, of bishops in the sepulchre. Be rumor just, which small birds sing, Greek churchmen would let drop this thing of fraud, e'en let it cease, but no, 'tis ancient, 'tis entangled so with vital things of needful sway, scarce dare they deviate that way. The Latin in this spurious rite joined with the Greek, but long ago, long years since, he abjured it quite. Still, few roams pilgrims here, and they less credulous than Greeks today. Now worldlings in their worldliness enjoin upon us, never retract. With ignorant folk, think you, no less of policy priestcraft may exact? But Luther's clergy, though their deeds take not imposture, yet 'tis seen that, in some matters more abstract, these, too, may be impeached herein, while, as each plain observer heeds, some doctrines fall away from creeds, and therewith hopes, which scarce again, in those same forms, shall solace men, perchance, suspended and inert, may hang with few to controvert, for ages. Does the Lutheran, to such disciples as may sit receptive of his sanctioned wit, in candor own the dubious weather, and lengthen out the cable's tether? You catch my drift? I do, but, nay, some ease the cable. Derwent, pray? Ah, he is a generous wight, and lets it slip, yes, run out quite. Whether now in his priestly state he seek indeed to meditate tween faith and science, which still slight each truce deceptive, or discreet would kindly cover faith's retreat. Alike he labors vainly. Nay, and since I think it, why not say, things all diverse he would unite, his idols and hermaphrodite. The student shrank. Again he knew return for Rolfe of quick distaste, but mastered it. For still the hue Rolfe kept of candour undefaced, quoting pure nature at his need, as 'twere the venerable Bede, an Adam in his natural ways, but scrupulous lest any phrase through inference might seem unjust unto the friend they have discussed. Rolfe supplements, Derwent but errs. No, buoyantly but overstates, in much his genial heart avers, I cannot dream he simulates. For pulpiteers which make their mart, who, in the truth not for a day, debarred from growth as from decay, truth won forever, scriptures say, do yet the fine progressive part so jauntily maintain, these find, for sciolists abound, a kind and favouring audience, but none exceed in flushed repute the one who bold can harmonize for all Moses and Comte, Renan and Paul. 'Tis the robustious circus man, with legs astride the dappled span, elate he drives white, black, before. The small apprentices adore. Astute ones be though, staid and grave, who in the wars of faith and science remind one of old tactics brave, imposing front of false defiance. The king a corpse in armour led, on a live horse. You turn your head, you hardly like that. Woe is me, what would you have? For one to hold that he must still trim down, and cold dissemble, this were coxcombry. Indulgence should with frankness mate, fraternal be, tolerate. The modulated voice here won ingress where scarce the plea alone had entrance gained, but to forget allusions which no welcome met in him who heard, Rolfe thus went on. Never I've seen it, but they claim that the Greeks' prelate's artifice comes as a tragic afterpiece to farce, or rather prank and game. Racers and tumblers round the tomb, sports such as might the mound confront, the funeral mound, by Hellespont, of slain Patroclus, linger still such games beneath some groves of bloom in the mid-Pacific, where life's thrill is primal, pagan. And fauns deck green theatres for that tattooed Greek, the Polynesian. Who will say these Syrians are more wise than they, or more humane? Not those, believe, who may the narrative receive of Ibrahim the Conqueror, born dead faint by soldiers red with gore, over slippery courses heaped forlorn, out from splashed Calvary through the door into heaven's light, urged to ordain that nevermore the frenzying ray should issue, that would but sustain the cry of persecution. Nay, let Allah, if he will, remand these sects to reason, let it stand. Cynical Moslem, but didst err, arch-captain of the sepulchre? He stayed, and Clarel knew decline of all his spirits, as may one who hears some story of his line which shows him half his house undone. Revulsion came. With lifted brows he gazed on Rolfe. Is this the man whom Jordan heard in part espouse the appeal of that Dominican and Rome? And here, all sects, behold, all creeds involving in one fold of doubt? Better a partisan. Earnest he seems, can union be twixt earnestness and levity? Or need at last in Rolfe confess thy hollow many-sidedness? But, timely, here diversion fell. Dawn broke, and from each cliff-hung cell 'twas hailed with hymns, confusion sweet as of some aviary's seat, commemorative matin din. 'Tis Sabba's festival they usher in. End of section 99. Section 100 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Chant. That day, though to the convent brood a holiday, was kept in mood of serious sort, yet took the tone and livery of the legend grown poetical, if grave. The fane was garnished, and it heard a strain reserved for festa, and befell that now and then at interval some, gathered on the cliffs around, would sing St. Cosmos' canticle. Some read aloud from book embrowned, while others listened. Some prefer a chant in scripture character, or monkish sort of melodram. Upon one group the pilgrims came, in gallery of slender space, locked in the echoing embrace of crags. A choir of seemly men reposed in cirque, nor wanting grace, whose tones went eddying down the glen. First voice. No more the princes flout the word, Jeremiah's in dungeon cast. The siege is up, the walls give way, this desolation is the last. The Chaldee army, pouring in, fiercer grown for disarray, hunts Zedekiah that fleeth out, Baal and Assyria win. Israel's last king is shamed in rout, taken and blinded, chains put on, and captive dragged to Babylon. Second voice. O daughter of Jerusalem, cast up the ashes on the brow, Nergal and Samgar, Sarshachim, break down thy towers, abase thee now. Third voice. O, now each lover leaveth. Fourth voice. None comfort me, she saith. First voice. Abroad the sword bereaveth. Second voice. At home there is as death. The four. Behold, behold, the days foretold begin, a sword without, the pestilence within. First and second voices. But thou that pull'st the city down, ah, vauntest thou thy glory so? Second and third voices. God is against thee, haughty one, his archers round about thee go. The four. Earth shall be moved, the nations groan at the jar of Bel and Babylon in din of overthrow. First voice. But Zion shall be built again. Third and fourth voices. Nor shepherd from the flock shall sever, for lo, his mercy doth remain, his tender mercy. Second voice. And forever. The four. Forever and forever. Choral. Forever and forever his mercy shall remain, and rivers flow forever, forever fall in rain. End of section 100. Section 101 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Minster. Huge be the buttresses in mass, to which shoulder up, like Titan men, against the precipices vast, the ancient minster of the glen. One holds the library 4 square, a study, but with students few, books, manuscripts, and cobwebs too. Within, the church were rich and rare, but for the time-stain which ye see, gilded with venerable gold, it shows in magnified degree, much like some tarnished casket old, which in the dusty place ye view, through window of the broker Jew. But Asiatic pomp adheres to ministry and ministers of Basil's church. That night 'twas seen in all that festival confers. Plate of Byzantium, stones and spars, Urim and Thummim, gold and green. Music like cymbals clashed in wars of great Semiramis the queen. And texts sonorous they intone from parchment, not plebeian print. From old and golden parchment brown they voiced the old Septuagint, and Gospels and Epistles, all in the same tongue employed by Paul. Flags, beatific flags they view, ascetics which the haircloth knew, and wooden pillow, here were seen pictured on satin soft, serene in fair translation, but advanced above the others and enhanced about the staff with ring and boss, they mark the standard of the cross. That emblem here in Eastern form, for Derwent seemed to have a charm. I like this Greek cross, it has grace, he whispered Rolfe. The Greeks eschew the long limb. Beauty must have place. Attic, I like it. And do you? Better I'd like it, were it true. What mean you there? I do but mean 'tis not the cross of Calvary's seen. The Latin cross, by that name known, holds the true semblance. That's the one was lifted up and knew the nail. 'Tis realistic, can avail. Breathed Derwent then, these arches quite set off and aggrandize the rite. A goodly fane. The incense, though, somehow it drugs, makes sleepy so. They purpose down there in ravine having an auto, act, or scene, or something. Come, pray, let us go. End of section 101. Section 102 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Masque. 'Tis night, with silence, save low moan of winds. By torches red in glen, a muffled man upon a stone sits desolate, sole denizen. Pilgrims and friars on ledge above repose. A figure in remove this prologue renders. He in view is that Cartaphilus, the Jew who wanders ever, in low state. Behold him in Jehoshaphat, the valley, underneath the hem and towers of grey Jerusalem. This must ye feign. With quick conceit, ingenious, attuned in heart, help out the actor in his part, and gracious be, and made retreat. Then slouching rose the muffled man, gazed toward the turrets, and began. O city yonder, exposed in penalty and wonder, again thou seest me. Hither I, still drawn am by the guilty tie between us. All the load I bear, only thou know'st, for thou dost share. As round my heart the phantoms throng, of tribe and era perished long, so thou art haunted, sister in wrong. While ghosts from mounds of recent date invest and knock at every gate, spectres of 30 sieges old your outer line of trenches hold. Egyptian, Mede, Greek, Arab, Turk, Roman, and Frank beleaguering lurk. Jerusalem. Not solely for that bond of doom between us do I frequent come hither, and make profound resort in Chavez Dale, in Joel's court, but hungering also for the day whose dawn these weary feet shall stay, when Michael's trump the call shall spread through all your warrens of the dead. Time, never may I know the calm, till then, my lull the world's alarm, but many mortal fears and feelings in me here stand reversed. The unappeased judicial pealings wrench me, not wither me, accursed. Just let him live, just let him rove, pronounced the voice estranged from love. Live, live and rove the sea and land. Long live, rove far, and understand, and sum all knowledge for his dower. For he forbid is, he is banned. His brain shall tingle, but his hand shall palsied be in power. Ruthless he meriteth no ruth. On him I imprecate the truth. He quailed, then, after little truce, moaned querulous, My fate! Cut off I am, made separate. For man's embrace I strive no more, for, would I be friendly with one, the mystery he guesses of that dreadful lore which eld accumulates in me, he fleeth me. My face begetteth superstition. In dungeons of Spain's Inquisition thrice languished I for sorcery. An Elimas, in Venice, long immured beneath the wave I lay, for a conspirator. Some wrong on me is heaped, go where I may, among mankind. Hence solitude elect I, in waste places brood, more lonely than an only God, for, human still, I yearn, yea, after a millennium, turn back to my wife and boy, yet ever I shun the dear abode, or sight thereof, of homely joy. I fold ye in the watch of night, Esther, then start. And hast thou been? And I for ages in this plight? Caitiff I am, but there's no sin conjecturable, possible. No crime they expiate in hell justly whereto such pangs belong. The wrongdoer he endureth wrong. Yea, now the Jew, inhuman erst, with penal sympathy is cursed, the burden shares of every crime, and throttled miseries undirged, unchronicled, and guilt submerged each moment in the flood of time. Go mad I cannot, I maintain the perilous outpost of the sane. Memory could I mitigate, or would the long years vary any? But no, 'tis fate repeating fate, banquet and war, bridal and hate, and tumults of the people many, and wind and dust soon laid again, vanity, vanity's endless reign. What's there? He paused, and all was hush, save a wild screech, and hurtling rush of wings, an owl, the hermit true of Grot the eremite once knew, up in the cleft, alarmed by ray of shifted flambeau, burst from cave on bushy wing, and brushed away down the long Kedron gorge and grave. It flees, but it will be at rest anon. But I, and hung oppressed, years, 60 years, seem much to men, 300, 500, 800 then, and add 1,000, these I know, that 8th dim cycle of my woe, the which, ahead, did so delay, to me now seems but yesterday. To Rome I wandered out of Spain, and saw thy crowning, Charlemagne, on Christmas Eve. Is all but dream, or is this Chave, and on high is that, even that, Jerusalem? How long, compute hereby. The years, the penal years to be, reckon by years, and years, whose calendar thou here mayst see on grave slabs which the blister sears. Of ancient Jews which sought this clime, inscriptions nigh extinct, or blent or interlinked with dotard scrawl of idiot time. Transported felon on the seas, pacing the deck while spray clouds freeze. Pacing and pacing, night and morn, until he staggers overworn. Through time, so I, Christ's convict grim, deathless and sleepless lurching fare, deathless and sleepless through remorse for him, deathless when sleepless were enough to bear. Rising, he slouched along the glen, halting at base of crag, detached, erect, as from the barrier snatched, and upright lodged below, and then, Absalom's pillar, see the shoal before it, pebble, flint, and stone, with malediction, jeer or groan cast through long ages. Ah, what soul that was but human, without sin, did hither the first just missile spin? Culprit am I, this hand flings none, rather through yon dark yawning gap, missed by the rabble in mishap of peltings vain, abject I'd go, and, contrite, coil down there within, lie still, and try to ease the throe. But nay, away! Not long the feet unblessed may stay. They come, the vengeful vixens strive, the harpies, lo, hag, gorgon, drive. They're caught along, as swept by sand, in fierce Sahara hurricaned. He fled, and vanished down the glen. The Spahi, who absorbed had been by the true acting, turned amain, and letting go the mental strain, vented a resonant Bismillah, strange answering which pealed from on high. Dies irae, dies illa. They looked, and through the lurid fume profuse of torches that but die, and ghastly there the cliffs illume, the skull-capped man they mark on high, fitful revealed, as when, through rift of clouds which died by sunset drift, the Matterhorn shows its cragged austerity. End of section 102. Section 103 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Afterward. Seedsmen of old Saturn's land, love and peace went hand in hand, and sowed the era golden. Golden time for man and mead, title none, nor title deed, nor any slave, nor soldan. Venus burned both large and bright, honeymoon from night to night, nor bride nor groom waxed olden. Big the tears, but ruddy ones, crushed from grapes in vats and tons of vineyards green and golden. Sweet to sour did never sue, none repented ardor true, those years did so embolden. Glum dawn grave airs slunk in den, frankly roved the gods with men in gracious talk and golden. Thrill it, symbols of my rhyme, power was love, and love in prime, nor revel to toil beholden. Back, come back, good age and reign, goodly age and long remain, Saturnian age, the golden. The masque are gone, by stairs that climb in seemly sort, the friars withdrew, and, waiting that, the aisleman threw his couplets of the Arcadian time, then tuning on the pilgrims. Who? The bird of paradise don't like owls, a handful of acorns after the cowls. But Clarel, bantered by the song, sad questioned, if in frames of thought and feeling there be right and wrong, whether the lesson Joel taught confute what from the marbles caught in sylvan scripture, bacchant, faun, or shapes more lax by Titian drawn. Such counter natures in mankind, mole, bird, not more unlike we find. Instincts adverse, nor less how true, each to itself. What clue, what clue? End of section 103. Section 104 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In confidence. Towers twain crown Saba's mountain height, and one, with larger outlook bold, monks frequent climb, or day or night, to peer for Arabs. In the breeze, so the ship's lifted topmen hold watch on the blue and silver seas, to guard against the slim melee, that perilous imp whose slender proa great hulls have rued, as in ill hour the whale and swordfish lank assay. Upon that pile, to catch the dawn, alert next day see Derwent stand with Clarel, all the mountain land disclosed through Kedron far withdrawn, cloven and shattered, hushed and banned, seemed poised as in a chaos true, or a throwlock of transitional earth when old forms are annulled, and new rebel, and pangs suspend the birth. That aspect influenced Clarel. Fair Derwent's regard played otherwhere, expectant. Twilight grey took on, suffusion faint of cherry tone. The student marked it, but the priest marked whence it came. Turn, turn, the east. Oh, look, how like an ember red the seed of fire, by early hand raked forth from out the ashy bed, shows yon tinged flake of dawn. See, fanned as 'twere by this spice air that blows, the live coal kindles, the fire grows. And mute he watched till all the east was flame. Ah, who would not here come, and from dull drowsiness released, behold morn's rosy martyrdom? It was an unaffected joy, and showed him free from all annoy within, such, say, as mutiny of non-content in random touch, that he perchance had overmuch favoured the first night's revelry. For Clarel, though at call indeed he might not else than turn and feed on florid dawn, not less, anon, than wonted light of day was won. Sober and common light, with that returned to him his unelate and unalleviated tone. And thoughts, strange thoughts, derived overnight, touching the Swede's dark undelight, recurred, with sequence how profuse, concerning all the company, the Arnott and the man of glee, the lesbian, and calm grave Druze, and Bellex, yes, and in degree even Rolfe, Vine too, less he who trim beside him stood eludes his doubt. Derwent himself, whose easy skim never had satisfied throughout. He now, if not deemed less devout, through wassail and late hint of him, was keenlier scanned, yet part might be effect of long society, which still detracts. But in review of one who could such doubt renew, Clarel inveighs, parhelion orb of faith autumnal, may the dew of earth's sad tears thy rays absorb. Truth bitter, Derwent bred distrust, heavier than came from Mortmain's thrust into the cloud, profounder far than Acor's glen with ominous scar. All aliens now being quite aloof, fain would he put that soul to proof, yet, fearful lest he might displease, his topics broached he by degrees. Needless, for Derwent never shrunk. Lad, lad, this diffidence forget. Believe, you talk here to no monk. Who's old Duns Scotus? We're well met. Glad that at last your mind you set in frank communion here with me. Better had this been earlier, though. There lacked not times of privacy, had such been sought. But yes, I know. You're young, you're off the poise, and so a link have felt with hearts the same, though more advanced. I scarce can blame. And yet perhaps one here might plead these rather stimulate than feed, nor less let each tongue say its say, therefrom we truth elicit. Nay, and with the worst, 'tis understood we broader clergy think it good no more to use censorious tone. License to all, we are alone. Speak out, that's right. The student first cited the din of clashed belief so loud in Palestine, and chief by Calvary, where are rehearsed within the sepulchres one fane all rituals which, ere Luther's reign, shared the ascent of Christendom. Besides, how was it even at home? Behind the mellow chancel's rail lurked strife intestine. What avail the parlor chapels liberal? The hearers their own minds elect, the very pews are each a sect. No one opinion's steadfast sway. A wide and elemental fray. As with ships moored in road unsafe, when gales augment and billows chafe, hull drives 'gainst hull, endangering all in crossing cables, while from thrall of anchor others, dragged amain, drift seaward. So the churches strain. Much so the fleet sectarian meet doubt's equinox. Yes, all was dim. He saw no one secure retreat. Of late so much had shaken him. Derwent in grave concern inclined. Part true, alas, nor less he claimed reserves of solace, and of kind beyond that in the desert named, when the debate was scarce with men who owned with him a common ground, true centre where they might convene. And yet this solace when unbound at best proved vague, so Clarel deemed. He thought, too, that the priest here seemed embarrassed on the sudden. Nay, he faltered. What could so betray? In single contact, heart to heart, with young, fresh, fervid earnestness, was he surprised into distress? An honest quandary, a smart more trying e'en than Mortmain's dart, grieving and gravelling, could deal? But Derwent rallied, and with zeal. Shall everything then plain be made? Not that there's any ambuscade, in youth's first heat to think to know, for time 'tis well to bear a cross, yet on some waters here below pilots there be, if one's at loss. The pupil colored, then restrained an apt retort too personal, content with this, pilots retained, but in debate which I recall, such proved but not, this side, that side, they crossing hail through fogs that dwell upon a limitless deep tide, while their own cutters toll the bell of groping. Derwent bit the lip, altered again, had fain let slip, throw all this burden upon him, but hesitated, changing trim. Considerate then he turned a look which seemed to weigh, as in a book, just how far youth might well be let into maturity's cabinet. He, as in trial, took this tone, not but there's here and there a heart which shares at whiles strange throbs alone, such at the freakish sting will start. No umpirage, they cry, we dote to dream heaven drops a casting vote, in these perplexities takes part. Clarel, uncertain, stood at gaze, but Derwent, riving that amaze, advanced impulsively. Your hand, no longer will I be restrained. Yours is a sect, but never mind. By function we are intertwined, our common function. Weigh it thus, clerics we are, clerics, my son. Nay, shrink not so incredulous. Paternally my sympathies run. Toward you I yearn. Well now, what joy, what saving calm, what but annoy in all this hunt without one clue? What lack ye, pray? What would ye do? Have faith, which even from the myth draws something to be useful with. In any form some truths will hold. Employ the present sanctioned mold. Nay, hear me out. Clean breast I make, quite unreserved, and for whose sake? Suppose an instituted creed, or truth or fable, should indeed to ashes fall. The spirit exhales, but re-infunds in active forms. Verse, popular verse, it charms or warms, bellies philosophy's flattened sails, tinctures the very book, perchance, which claims a rest of its advance. Why, the true import, deeper use, shows first when reason quite slips noose, and faith's long dead, attest that gold which Bacon counted down and told in one ripe tract, by time unshamed, wherein from riddle he reclaimed the myths of Greece, but go back, well, reach to the years of first decay or totter. Prithee, lad, but tell, how with the Flamins of that day, when brake the sun from morning's tents, and walked the hills, and gilded thence the fane in porch, the priest in view, bowed, hailed Apollo, as before, ere change set in, what else to do? Or whither turn, or what adore? What but to temporize for him, stranded upon an interim between the ebb and flood? He knew. You see? Transfer. Apply it, you. Ill know I what you there advise. Ah, heaven! And for a moment stood, then turned. A rite they solemnize, an awful rite, and yet how sweet to humble hearts which sorrows beat. Tell, is that mystic flesh and blood? I shrink to utter it. Of old, for medicine they mummy sold, conjurer's balsam. God, my God, sorely thou triest me, the clod. Upon the impassioned novice here, discreet the kind proficient throws the glance of one who still would peer where best to take the hedge or close. Ere long, you do the world some good? Well then, no good man will gainsay that good is good, done any way, in any name, by any brotherhood. How think you there? From Clarel naught. Derwent went on. For lamp you yearn, a lantern to benighted thought. Obtain it, whither will you turn? Still lost you'd be in banks of snow. My fellow creature, do you know that what most satisfies the head least solaces the heart? Less light than warmth needs earthly white. Christ built a hearth. The flame is dead, we'll say, extinct, but lingers yet, and lodged in stone the hoarded heat. Why not nurse that? Would rive the door and let the sleet in? But, once o'er, this tarrying glow never to man, methinks, shall come the like again. What if some camp on crags austere the Stoic held ere gospel cheer? There may the common herd abide, having dreamed of heaven? Nay, and can you? You shun that. What shall needier do? Think, think. The student, sorely tried, the appeal and implication felt, but comfort none. And Derwent dealt heaped measure still. All your ado in youth was mine. Your swarm I knew of buzzing doubts. But is it good such gnats to fight, or well to brood in selfish introverted search, leaving the poor world in the lurch? Not so did Christ, nor less he knew, and shared a troubled era too, and shared besides that problem grey, which is for ever and alway, his person our own shadow threw. Then heed him, heed his eldership. In all respects did Christ indeed credit the Jews' crab-apple creed whereto he yet conformed, or so but use it, graft it with his slip from paradise? No, 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 no! Spare fervid speech, but, for the rest, be not extreme. Midway is best. Herein 'tis never as by Nile, from waste to garden but a stile. Betwixt rejection and belief, shadings there are, degrees in brief. But when you, gentle friend, your way of giving to yourself the goad is obsolete, no more the mode? Our comrades, frankly let me say, that Rolfe, good fellow though he be, and Vine, methinks, would you but see, are much like prints from plates but old. Interpretations so unfold new finding, happy gloss or key, a decade's now a century. Byron's storm cloud away has rolled, joined Werther's, Shelley's drowned, and, why, perverse were now e'en Hamlet's sigh. Perverse? Indecorous indeed. E'en so? E'en sadly it is so, not sad, but veritable, no. But what, how's this? For here with speed of passion Clarel turned. Forbear! Ah, wherefore not at once name Job, in whom these Hamlets all conglobe? Own, own with me, and spare to feign. Doubt bleeds, nor faith is free from pain. Derwent averted here his face. With his own heart he seemed to strive, then said, Alas, too deep you dive. But hear me yet for little space. This shaft you sink shall strike no bloom. The surface, ah, heaven keeps that green, green, sunny, nature's active scene, for man appointed, man's true home. He ended. Saba's desert lay, glare rived by gloom. That comment's sway he felt. Our privacy is gone. Here trips young Anselm to espy Arab or pilgrim drawing nigh. Dost hear him? Come then, we'll go down. Precede. At every step and steep, while higher came the youthful monk, lower and lower in Clarel sunk the freighted heart. It touched this deep. Ah, Nehemiah, alone art true, secure in reason's wane or loss. Thy folly, that folly of the cross, contemned by reason, yet how dear to you. End of section 104. Section 105 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Medallion. In Saba, as by one consent, frequent the pilgrims single went. So, parting with his young compeer, and breaking fast without delay, for more restorative and cheer, good Derwent lightly strolled away within this monkish capital. Chapels and oratories all, and shrines in coves of gilded gloom, the kitchen too, and pantler's room. Naught came amiss. Anear the church he drew unto a kind of porch, such as next some old minsters be. an inner porch, named Galilee in parlance of the times gone by, a place for discipline and grief. And here his tarry had been brief, but for a shield of marble nigh, set in the living rock, a stone in low relief, where well was shown, before an altar under sky, a man in armor, visor down, enlocked complete in panoply, uplifting reverent a crown in invocation. This armed man in corslet showed the dented plate, and dread streaks down the thigh-piece ran. But the bright helm in violet seemed raised above the battle zone, cherubic with a rare device, perch for the bird of paradise. A victor seemed he, without pride of victory or joy in fame. 'Twas reverence, and naught beside, unless it might that shadow claim which comes of trial. Yes, the art so cunning was, that it in part, by fair expressiveness of grace, atoned even for the visored face. Long time becharmed here Derwent stood, charmed by the marble's quiet mood of beauty, more than by its tone of earnestness, though these were one in that good peace. Yes, long he fed, ere yet the eye was lower led to trace the inscription underrun. O fair and friendly manifested spirit, before thine altar dear, let me recount the marvel of the story, fulfilled in tribute here. In battle waged, where all was fraudful silence, foul battle against the odds, disarmed, I, fall'n and trampled, prayed, death, succor, come death, thy hand is God's. A pale hand noiseless from the turf responded, riving the turf and stone. It raised, rearmed me, sword and golden armor, and waved me warring on. O fairest, friendliest, and ever holy, O love, dissuading fate, to thee the rescuer, thee sainted, the crown I dedicate. To thee I dedicate the crown, a guerdon the winner may not wear. His wound reopens, and he goes to haven. Spirit, befriend him there. A hero, and shall he repine? 'Tis not Achilles, and straightway he felt the charm in sort decline, and, turning, saw a votary grey. Good brother, tell, make this thing clear, who set this up? 'Twas long ago, yes, long before I harbored here, long centuries, they say. Why, no, so bright it looks, 'tis recent, sure. Who set it up? A count turned monk. What count? His name he did abjure for Lazarus, and ever shrunk from aught of his life's history. Yon slab tells all or nothing, see. But this I've heard, that when the stone hither was brought from Cyprus fair, some happy sculptors flourished there when Venice ruled. He said to one, they've made the knight too rich appear, too rich in helm. He set it here in Saba as securest place, for a memorial of grace to outlast him, and many a year. End of section 105. Section 106 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Derwent with the Abbot. 'Tis travel teaches much that's strange, mused Derwent in his further range, then fell into uneasy frame. The visored man, relinquished name, and touch of unglad mystery. He rallied. I will go and see the archimandrate in his court, and thither straight he made resort, and met with much benignity. The abbot's days were near the span, a holy and right reverend man, by name Christodulus, which means servant of Christ. Behind the screens he kept, but issued the decree. Unseen he ruled, and sightlessly. Yes, blind he was, stone blind and old, but in his silken vestment rolled, at midday on his Persian rug, showed cozy as the puss Maltese demure, in rosy firelight snug, upon the velvet hem at ease of seated ladies' luxuries of robe. For all his days and nights, which eld finds wakeful, and the slights of churlish time, life still could please. And chief what made the charm to be, was his retention of that toy, dear to the old, authority. And blent herewith was soothing balm, senior complacency of calm, a settledness without alloy, in tried belief how orthodox and venerable, which the shocks of schism had stood, ere yet the state of Peter claimed earth's pastorate. So far back his Greek church did plant, Rome's pope he deemed but Protestant, a rationalist, a bigger pain, heretic worse than Arian. He lumped him with that compound mass of sectaries of the West, alas. Breathed Derwent, this is a lone life. Removed thou art from din and strife, but from all news as well. Even so, my son, but what's news here below? For hearts that do Christ's promise claim, no haps important since he came. Besides, in Saba here remain 10 years, then back the world regain. 5 minutes' talk with anyone would put thee even with him, son. Pretentious are events, but vain. But new books, authors of the time? Books have we ever new, sublime, the scriptures, drama, percept fine, verse and philosophy divine, all best. Believe again, O son, God's revelation, holy writ, quite supersedes and makes unfit all text save comment thereupon. The fathers have we, these discuss, sweet Chrysostom, Basilius, great Athenes, and, but all's known to you, no question. In the mien of Derwent, as this dropped in ear, a junior's deference was seen, nothing he controverted. Here he won the old man's heart, he knew, and readier brought to pass the thing that he designed, which was, to view the treasures of this hermit king. At hint urbane the abbot called an acolyth, a blue-robed boy. So used to service, he forestalled his lighter wishes, and took joy in serving. Keys were given. He took from out a coffer's deeper nook small shrines and reliquaries old, beryl and Indian seed pearls set in little folding doors of gold and ivory, of triptych form, which starred Byzantine pictures warm, and opening into cabinet where lay secured in precious zone the honeycombed gray-greenish bone of storied saint. But prized supreme were some he dwelt upon, detained, felt of them lovingly in hand, making of such a text or theme for grave particulars, far back tracing them in monastic dream, while fondling them, in way, alack, of Jews his coins, with just esteem for rich encasings. Here anew Derwent's attention was not slack, yet underneath a reverence due, slyly he kept his pleasant state, the dowager, her family plate. The abbot, with a blind man's way of meek divining, guessed the play of inkept comment. Son, said he, these dry bones cannot live. What then? In times ere Christianity by worldlings was professed, true men and brave, which sealed their faith in blood or flame, the Christian brotherhood revered, attended them in death, caught the last parting of the breath. Happy were they could they but own some true memento, put a bone purchased from executioner, or begged, hence relics. Trust me, son, 'twas love began, and pious care prolongs this homage. Derwent bowed, and, bland, have miracles been wrought from these? No, none by me avowed, from knowledge personal, but then such things may be, for they have been. Have been? 'Tis in the scripture taught that contact with Elisha's bones restored the dead to life. Most true, eyeing the bits of skeletons as in enlightened reverence new, forgetting that his host was blind, nor might the flattery receive. Erelong, observing the old man, waxed weary, and to doze began, strange settling sidelong, half reclined, his blessing craved he, and took leave. End of section 106. Section 107 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vault and Grotto. But Clarel, bides he still by tower? His was no sprightly frame, nor mate he sought, it was his inner hour. Yes, keeping to himself his state, nor thinking to break fast till late. He moved along the gulf's built flank, within the enclosure's rank o'er rank. Accost was none, for none he saw, until the Druze he chanced to meet, smoking, or did the emir draw the amber from the mouth, to greet, not caring so to break the spell of that Elysian interval, but lay, his pipe at lengthy lean, reclined along the crag serene, as under Spain's San Pedro dome the long sword Cid upon his tomb, and with an unobtrusive eye, yet apprehending, and mild mien, regarded him as he went by, tossed in his trouble. 'Twas a glance Clarel did many a time recall, though its unmeant significance, that was the last thing learned of all. But passing on by ways that wind, a place he gained secluded there in ledge, a cenobite inclined, busy at scuttle-hole and floor of rock, like smith who may repair a bolt of Mammon's vault. The door or stony slab lay pushed aside, deeming that here the monks might store, in times of menace which they bide, their altar plate. Clarel drew near, but faltered at the friar's sad tone ascetical. He looked like one whose life is but a patience mere, or worse, a fretting doubt of cheer beyond. He toiled as in employ imposed, a bondman far from joy. No answer made he to salute, yet deaf might be. And now, while mute the student lingered, lo, down slipped through cleft of crags, the sun did win aloft in Kedron's citadel, a fiery shaft into that crypt, like well-pole slant in farmhouse well, and lighted it, and he looked in. On stony benches, head by head, in court where no recorders be, preserved by nature's chemistry, sat the dim conclave of the dead, encircled where the shadow rules by sloping theatres of skulls. He rose, retreated by the line of cliff, but paused at tones which sent, so pale, the ends nor imminent, nor far, stand thou, the countersign. It came from over Kedron's rent. Thitherward then his glance he bent, and saw, by mouth of grot or mine, rustic with wicket's rude design, a sheeted apparition wait, like Lazarus at the charnel gate in Bethany. The countersign! Reply, say something, yea, say death, prompted the monk, erewhile so mute. Clarel obeyed, and, in a breath, advance, the shroud cried, turning foot, and so retired there into gloom within, and all again was dumb. And who that man, or ghost? He yearned unto the toiler, who returned, Cyril. 'Tis long since that he craved over against to dwell encaved. In youth he was a soldier. Go. But Clarel might not end it so. I pray thee, friend, what grief or zeal could so unhinge him, that reveal? Go, ask your world, and grim toiled on, fitting his clamp as if alone, dismissing him austerely thus. And Clarel, sooth, felt timorous, conscious of seeds within his frame, transmitted from the early gone. Scarce in his heart might he disclaim that challenge from the shrouded one. He walked in vision, saw in fright, where through the limitless of night the spirits innumerable lie, strewn like snared miners in vain flight from the dull black damp, die, to be, the not to be, to end. And yet time never, never suspend his going. This is cowardice, to brood on this. Ah, Ruth, thine eyes abash these base mortalities. But slid the change, anew it slid, as by the Dead Sea Marge forbid. The vision took another guise. From 'neath the closing, lingering lid, Ruth's glance of love is glazing met, reproaching him, "Dost tarry, tarry yet?" End of section 107. Section 108 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Derwent and the Lesbian. If where, in blocks unbeautified, but lath and plaster may divide the cot of dole from bed of bride, here, then, a page's slender shell is thick enough to set between the graver moral, lighter mien, the student and the cap and bell. 'Tis nature, past time to achieve, after he reverent did leave the dozer in the gallery, Derwent, good man of pleasantry, he sauntered by the stables old, and there the ass spied through a door, lodged in a darksome stall or hold, the head communing with the floor. Taking some barley, near at hand, he entered, but was brought to stand, hearing a voice, "Don't bother her. She cares not, she, for provender. Respect her nunnery, her cell. She's pondering, see, the ass's hell." He turned. It was the lesbian wag, who offered straight to be his guide, even anywhere, be it vault or crag. "Well, thanks, but first to feed your nun. She fasts overmuch. There, it is done. Come show me, do, that famous tide evoked up from the waste, they tell, the canonized Abbot's miracle, St. Saba's fount. Where foams it, pray?" "Near where the damned one's den." "What say?" "Down, plummets down, but come along, and leading, wild the way with song. Saintly lily, credit me, sweet is the thigh of the honey bee, ruddy ever and oleose, ho for the balm of the red, red rose." Stair after stair, and stair again, and ladder after ladder free, lower and steeper, till the strain of cold irked Derwent. Verily, e'en as but now you lightly said, 'tis to Avernus we are bending, and how much further this descending? At last they dropped down on the bed of Kedron, sought a cavern dead, and there the fount. "'Tis cool to sip," I'm told, "my cup here 'tis, will to dip," and proffered it. With me, alas, this natural dilution of water never did agree. Mine is a touchy constitution. 'Tis a respectable fluid, though. Ah, you don't care. Well, come out, do. The thing to mark here's not the well, but Saba in her crescent swell, terrace on terrace piled, and see, up there by yon small balcony, our famous palm stands sentinel. Are you a good believer? Why? Because that blessed tree, not I, but all our monks avouch it so, was set 1,000 years ago by Dibble in Saint Saba's hand. Indeed, heaven crowns him for it. Palm, thou benediction in the land, a new millennium mayst thou stand, so fair no fate would do thee harm. Much he admired the impressive view, then facing round and gazing up where soared the crags, yon grottos few which make the most ambitious group of all the Laura row on row, can one attain? Forward! And so up by a cloven rift they plied, saffron and black, branded beside, like to some felon's wall of cell smoked with his name. Up they impel, till Derwent, overwearied, cried, Dear Virgil mine, you are so strong, but I, thy Dante, am nigh dead. Who daunts ye, friend? Don't catch the thread. The ascending path was ever long. Ah, yes, well, cheer it with a song. My love, but she has little feet, and slippers of the rose, from under, oh, the lavender sweet, just peeping out, demurely neat, but she never knows. No, no, she never knows. A dimpled hand is hers, and e'en as dainty as her toes. In mine confiding it she'll lean, till heaven knows what my tinglings mean. But she never knows. Oh no, she never knows. No, never. Hist! Nay, revellers, stay. Lacrima Christi makes ye glad. Where joys he now shall next go mad? His snare the spider weaves in sun, but ye, your lease has yet to run. Go, go, from ye no countersign. Such incoherence! Where lurks he, the ghoul, the riddler? In what mine? It came from an impending crag, or cleft therein, or cavity. The man of bins a bit did drag, but quick to Derwent, never lag, a crazy friar, but prithee, haste. I know him, Cyril, there we've passed. Well, that is queer, the queerest thing, said Derwent, breathing nervously. He's ever ready with his sting, though dozing in his grotto dull. Demented, pity, let him be. Aye, if he like that kind of hull, let the poor wasp den in the skull. What's that? Hear Derwent, that shrill cry, and glanced aloft. For mercy, look! A great bird crossed high up in sky over the gulf, and, under him, its downward flight a black thing took, and, eddying by the path's sheer rim, still spun below. 'Tis Mortmain's cap, the skull-cap! Skull is't? Say ye skull, from heaven flung into Kedron's lap? The gods were ever bountiful. No, there, I see, small as a wren, that death's head of all mortal men. Look where he's perched on topmost crag, bare-headed brooding. Oh, the hag, that from the very brow could pluck the cap of a philosopher, so near the sky, then, with a mock, disdain and drop it. Queer, 'tis queer indeed. One did the same to me, yes, much the same, pecked at my hat, I mountain riding, dozingly, upon a dromedary deer. The devil's in these eagles' gear. She-ones are they, be sure of that be so saucy. Ahoy there, thou! Shooting the voice in sudden freak athwart the chasm, where wended slow the Timoneer, that pilgrim Greek, the greybeard in the mariner trim, the same that told the story o'er of crazy compass and the moor. But he, indeed, not hearing him, pursued his way. That salted one, that pickled old sea Solomon, tempests have deafened him, I think. He has a tale can make ye wink, and pat it comes in too. But dwell, here, sit we down here while I tell. End of section 108. Section 109 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vine and the Palm. Along those ledges, up and down, through terse sext nonce, in ritual flight to vespers and mild evening brown, on errand best to angels known, a shadow creepeth, brushed by light. Behold it stealing now over one reclined aloof upon a stone, high up. 'Tis Vine. And is it I, he muses, that leave the others, or do they leave me? One could sigh for Achmed with his 100 brothers. How share the gushing amity with all, divine philanthropy? For my part, I but love the past. The further back the better, yes. In the past is the true blessedness, the future's ever overcast, the present I plebeian. So, Marsaba, thou fine long ago lithographed here, thee do I love, and yet tomorrow I'll remove with right good will. A fickle lover is only constant as a rover. Here I lie, poor solitaire, but see the brave one over there, the palm. Come now, to pass the time, I'll try an invocation free. Invoke it in a style sublime, yet sad as sad sincerity. Witness to a watered land, voucher of a vernal year, St. Saba's palm, why there dost stand? Wouldst thou win the desert here to dreams of Eden? Thy device intimates a paradise. Nay, thy plume would give us proof that thou thyself art prince thereof, fair lord of that domain. But, lonely dwelling in thy reign, kinship claimest with the tree, worshipped on Delos in the sea. Apollo's palm? It ended, nor dear divinities befriended. Thou that pledgest heaven to me, stem of beauty, shaft of light, behold, thou hang'st suspended over Kedron and the night. Shall come the fall? Shall time disarm the grace, the glory of the palm? Tropic seraph, thou once gone, who then shall take thy office on, redeem the waste, and high appear, apostle of Thalassa's year, and climbs where rivers of waters run? But braid thy tresses, yet thou'rt fair, every age for itself must care. Braid thy green tresses, let the grim awaiter find thee never dim. Serenely still thy glance be sent, plumb down from horror's battlement. Though the deep fates be concerting a reversion, a subverting, still bear thee like the seraphim. He loitered, lounging on the stair. Howbeit, the sunlight still is fair. Next meetly here behooves narrate how fared they, seated left but late, viewless divine above their dell, viewless and quite inaudible, Derwent and his good gossip cozy, the man of Lesbos, light and rosy, his anecdote about to tell. End of section 109. Section 110 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Man and bird. Yes, Pat it comes in here for me, he says, that one fine day at sea. 'Twas when he younger was and spry, being at masthead all alone, while he his business there did ply, strapping a block where halyards run. He felt a fanning overhead, looked up, and so into the eye of a big bird, red-billed and black in plume. It startled him, he said. It seemed a thing demoniac. From poise it went to wheeling round him. Then, when in daze it well had bound him, it pounced upon him with a buffet. He, enraged, essayed to cuff it, but only had one hand, the other still holding on the spar. And so, while yet they shouted from below, and yet the wings did whir and smother, the bird tore at his old wool cap, and chanced upon the brain to tap. Up went both hands, he lost his stay, and down he fell, he and the bird, maintaining still the airy fray, and, souse, plumped into sea, and heard, while sinking there, the piercing gird of the grim fowl that bore away the prize at last. And did he drown? Why, there he goes, and pointed him where still the mariner wended on. 'Twas in smooth water, he could swim. They luffed and flung the rope, and fired the harpoon at the shark untired astern, and dragged him, not the shark, but man, they dragged him board the bark, and down he dropped there with a thump, being waterlogged with spongy lump of quilted patches on the shirt of wool and trousers. All inert he lay, he says, and true's the word, that bitterer than the brine he drank was that shrill gird the while he sank. A curious story. Who e'er heard of such a fray twixt man and bird? Bird? But he deemed it was the devil, and that he carried off his soul in the old cap, nor was made whole till some good vicar did unravel the snarled illusion in the skein, and he got back his soul again, but lost his cap. A curious story, a bit of nature's allegory, and, well, what now? You seem perplexed. And so I am. Your friend there, see, up on yon peak, he puzzles me. Wonder where I shall find him next. Last time 'twas where the corn cribs be. Bone cribs, I mean. In church, you know, the blessed martyrs' holy bones, hard by the porch as in you go. Sabaoth's bones, the 1,000 ones of slaughtered monks, so faith avers. Dumb, peering in there through the bars, he stood. Then, in the spider's room, I saw him there, yes, quite at home, in long-abandoned library old, conning a venerable tome, while dust of ages round him rolled. Nor heeded he the big fly's buzz, but mid heaped parchment leaves that mould, sat like the bankrupt man of Uz among the ashes, and read. Much learning, has it made him mad? Kedron well suits him, 'twould appear. Why don't he stay, yes, anchor here, turn anchorite? And do ye pun, and he such an austere one? Thought Derwent then. Well, run your rig. Hard to be comic and revere. And once 'twas tittered in mine ear, St. Paul himself was but a prig. Who's safe from the derision? Here aloud, why, yes, our friend is queer, and yet, as some esteem him, not without some wisdom to his lot. Wisdom? Our Cyril is deemed wise. In the East here, one who's lost his wits, for saint or sage they canonize. That's pretty good for perquisites. I'll tell you, Cyril, some do own, has gained such prescience as to man, though seldom seeing any one. To him's revealed the mortal span of any wight he peers upon. And that's his hobby, as we proved but late. Then not in vain we've roved, winning the oracle whose caprice avers we've yet to run our lease. Length to that lease, but let's return, give over climbing, and adjourn. Just as you will, but first to show a curious caverned place hard by. Another crazed monk, start not so, he's gone, clean vanished from the eye. Another crazed one, deemed inspired, long dwelt in it. He never tired. Ah, here it is, the vestibule. They reach an inner grotto cool, lighted by fissure up in dome. Fixed was each thing, each fixture stone. Stone bed, bench, cross, and altar, stone. How you like it, Habibi's home. You see these writings on the wall? His craze was this. He heard a call ever from heaven. O scribe, write, write. Write this, that right, to these indite, to them, for ever it was, right. Well, right he did, as here you see. What is it all? Dim, dim to me, said Derwent. Aye, obscurely traced, and much is rubbed off or defaced. But here now, this is pretty clear. I, self, am the enemy of all. From me deliver me, O Lord. Poor man! But here, dim here, there is a hell over which mere hell serves for a heaven. Oh, terrible! Profound pit that must be. What's here half faded? 6, the 100 summers run. Except it be in cicatrix, the aloe, flowers, none. Ah, Nostradamus, prophecy is so explicit, but this, see, much blurred again. Testimony, grown fat and gray, the lion down and full of honey. The bears shall rummage him in May. Yes, bears like honey. Yon gap there well lights the grotto, and this air is dry and sweet, nice citadel for study, or dessert room. So, hast seen enough? Then let us go. Right, indite! What peer you at? Emerging, Derwent, turning round, small text spied which the doorway crowned. "Ha, new to me, and what is that?" The Isleman asked. "Pray, read it o'er. Ye here who enter Habi's den, beware what hence ye take." Amen. Why didn't he say that before? But what's to take? All's fixture here. "Occult, occult," said Derwent. "Queer." Returning now, they made descent, the pilot trilling as they went. King Cole sang as he clinked the can, "Soul goes round, and the mill horse too, £1,000 for a fireproof man. The devil vows he's the sole true blue." And the pricklouse sings, "See the humbug of kings, 'tis I take their measure, 9th part of a man." Lightly he sheds it off, mused then the priest, a man for Daniel's den. In by-place now they join the twain, Bellex and Og in red fez bald, and Derwent, in his easy vein, ear gives to chat, with wine and gladness, pleased to elude the Siddim madness. And, yes, even that in grotto scrawled, nor grieving that each pilgrim friend for time now leave him to unbend. Yet, intervening even there, a touch he knew of gliding care. "We loiterers whom life can please," thought he, "could we but find our mates ever! But no, before the gates of joy lie some who carp and tease, collisions of men's destinies." But quick, to nullify that tone, he turned to mark the jovial one, telling the twain, the martial pair, of Cairo and his tarry there, and how, his humorous soul to please, he visited the dervishes, the dancing ones. "But what think ye? The Captain Dervish vowed to me that those same cheeses, whirl-round rings he made, were David's, yes, the king's who danced before the ark. But, look, this was the step King David took, and cut fantastic pigeon wings." End of section 110. Section 111 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mortmain and the Palm. "See him, how all your threaty braves, Saba, your ominous architraves impending, stir him not a jot. Scarce he would change with me in lot. Wiser am I? Curse on this store of knowledge, nay, 'twas cursed of yore. Knowledge is power, tell that to knaves, 'tis knavish knowledge. The true lore is impotent for earth, thyself thou canst not save. Come down from cross." They cast it in his teeth, trim Pelf stood by and jeered, "Is gold then dross? Cling to his tree, and there find hope. Me it but makes a misanthrope." Makes? Nay, but 'twould, did not the hate dissolve in pity of the fate. This legend, dream, and fact of life, the drooping hands, the dancing feet, which in the endless series meet, and rumors of no God so rife. The Swede, the brotherless, who else? 'Twas he upon the brink opposed, to whom the lesbian was disclosed in antic, hence those syllables. Ere long, at distance from that scene, a voice dropped on him from a screen above. "Ho, halt!" It chanced to be the challenged here no start incurred, forewarned of near vicinity of Cyril and his freak. He heard, looked up, and answered, "Well, the word." "Hope," in derision. "Stand, delay," that was password for yesterday. "Despair." "Advance." He, going, scanned the testimony of the hand gnawed in the dream. "Yea, but 'tis here. Despair? Nay, death. And what's death's cheer? Death means, the sea-beat gains the shore. He's home, his watch is called no more. So looks it. Not I tax thee, death, with that which might make strength a trembler, while yet for me it scans no breath, that, quiet under sleepiest mound, thou art a dangerous dissembler. that he whose evil is profound in multiform of life's disguises, whom none dare check and not chastises, and in his license thinks no bound, for him thou hoardest strange surprises. But what, the tree? O holy palm, if 'tis a world where hearts wax warm oftener through hate than love, and chief the bland thing be the adder's charm, and the true thing virtue's ancient grief, thee yet it nourishes, even thee. Envoy, whose looks the pang assuage, disclose thy heavenly embassage, that lily rod which Gabriel bore to Mary, kneeling her before, announcing a god, the mother she, that budded stalk from paradise, like that thou shin'st in thy device, and sway'st thou over here toward me. Toward me can such a symbol sway? In rounded turn of craggy way, across the interposed abyss, he had encountered it. Submiss, he dropped upon the understone, and soon in such a dream was thrown, he felt as floated up in cheer of saint borne heavenward from the bier. Indeed, each wakeful night and fast, that feeds and keeps what clay would clutch, with thrills which he did still outlast, his fibres made so fine in end, that though in trials fate can lend, firm to withstand, strong to contend, sensitive he to a spirit's touch. A wind awakened him, a breath. He lay like light upon the heath, alive though still, and all came back, the years outlived with all their black, while bright he saw the angel tree across the gulf alluring sway. Come over, be, forever be, as in the trance. Wilt no delay? Yet hear me in appeal to thee. When the last light shall fade from me, if, groping round, no hand I meet, thee I'll recall, invoke thee, palm. Comfort me then, thou paraclete. The lull late mine beneath thy lee, then renew and seal the calm. Upon the ledge of hanging stair, and under vine, invisible there, with eyes still feeding on the tree, relapsed he lingered, as in Lethe's snare. End of section 111. Section 112 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rolfe and the Palm. Pursued, the mounted robber flies, unawed through Kedron's plunged demesne. The clink and clinking echo dies, he vanishes, a long ravine, and stealthy there in little chinks betwixt or under slab rocks slinks the dwindled amber current lean. Far down see Rolfe there, hidden low by ledges slant, small does he show, if eagle's eye, small and far off as Mother Carey's bird in den of Cape Horn's hollowing billow trough. When from the rail where lashed they bide the sweep of over-curling tide, down, down, in bonds the seamen gaze upon that flutterer in glen of waters where it sheltered plays, while over it each briny height is torn with bubbling torrents white, in slant foam tumbling from the snow upon the crest, and far as eye can range through mist and scud which fly, peak behind peak the liquid summits grow. By chance Rolfe won the rocky stair at base, and queried if it were man's work or nature's, or the twain had wrought together in that lane of high ascent, so crooked with turns and flanked by coigns, that one discerns but links thereof in flights encaved, whate'er the point of view. Up slow he climbed for little space, then craved a respite, turned and sat, and, lo, the tree in salutation waved across the chasm. Remindings swell, sweet troubles of emotion mount, sylvan reveries, and they well from memory's Bandusa fount, yet scarce the memory alone, but that and question merged in one. Whom weave ye in, ye vines, ye palms? Whom now, Suli, lives yet your Indian Arcady? His sunburnt face what Saxon shows, his limbs all white as lilies be, where Eden, isled, empurpled glows in old Mendana's sea. Takes who the venture after me? Who now adown the mountain dell, till mine, by human foot untrod, nor easy like the steps to hell, in panic leaps the appalling crag, alighting on the cloistral sod where strange Hesperian orchards drag, walled round by cliff and cascatel, arcades of iris, and though lorn, a truant shipboy overworn is hailed for a descended god? Who sips the vernal cocoa's cream, the Nereids dimpling in the darkling stream, for whom the gambol of the tricksy dream, even Puck's substantiated scene, yea, much as man might hope, and more than heaven may mean? And whom do priest and people sue, in terms which pathos yet shall tone, when memory comes unto her own, to dwell with them and ever find them true? Abide, for peace is here. Behold, nor heat nor cold we fear, nor any dearth, one happy tide, a dance, a garland of the year. Abide. But whoso feels the stars annoy, upbraiding him, how far astray, that he abjures the simple joy, and hurries over the briny world away? Renouncer, is it Adam's flight without compulsion, or the sin? And shall the veil avenge the slight by haunting thee in hours thou yet shall win? He tarried, and each swaying fan sighed to his mood in threnodies of Pan. End of section 112. Section 113 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Celibate. All distant through that afternoon the student kept, nor might attune his heart to any steadfast thought but Ruth. Still Ruth, yet strange involved, with every mystery unresolved in time and fate. In cloud thus caught, her image labored like a star, fitful revealed in midnight heaven, when inland from the sea-coast far the storm-rack and dark scud are driven. Words scarce might tell his frame, in sooth. 'Twas Ruth, and oh, much more than Ruth. That flank of Kedron still he held, which is built up, and, passing on, while now sweet peal of chiming swelled from belfry old, withdrawn in zone, away through cloisters deep he won, and winding vaults that slope to height, and heard a voice, espied a light in twinkle through far passage dim, and aimed for it, a friendly gleam, and so came out upon the tree mid-poised, and ledge-built balcony enrailed, and one who, leaning o'er, beneath the palm, from shore to shore of Kedron's overwhelming walls, and up and down her gap and grave, a golden cry sent, such as calls to creatures which the summons know. And, launching from crag, tower, and cave, beatified in flight they go, Saint Saba's doves, in Saba bred. For wonted bounty they repair, these convent pensioners of air, fly to their friend, from hand outspread or fluttering at his feet are fed. Some, iridescent round his brow, wheel, and with nimbus him endow. Not fortune's darling here was seen, but heaven's elect, the robe of blue, so sorted with the doves in hue prevailing, and clear skies serene, without a cloud, so pure he showed, of stature tall, in aspect bright, he looked an almoner of God, dispenser of the bread of light. 'Twas not the intellectual air, not solely that, though that be fair, another order, and more rare, as high above the Plato mind as this above the Mammon kind. In beauty of his port unsealed, to Clarel part he stood revealed at first encounter, but the sweet small pecking bills and hopping feet had previous won, the most urbane in courtesy that could not feign, mute welcome yielding, and a seat. It charmed away half Clarel's care, and charmed the picture that he saw, to think how like that turtle pair which Mary, to fulfill the law, from Bethlehem to temple brought for offering. These Saba doves seemed natives, not of Venus' court, voluptuous with wanton wreath, but colonnades where Enoch roves, or walks with God, as Scripture saith. Nor myrtle here, but sole the palm, whose vernal fans take rich release from crowns of footstalks golden warm. O martyr's sceptre, type of peace, and trouble glorified to calm! What stillness in the almoner's face! Nor Fomalhaut more mild may reign, mellow above the purple mane of autumn hills. It was a grace beyond medallions ye recall. The student murmured, filial, Father, and tremulously gleamed, Here, sure, is peace. The Father beamed. The nature of the peace was such, it shunned to venture any touch of word. And yet, went Clarel on, but faltered there. The saint but glanced, Father, if good, 'tis unenhanced. No life domestic do ye own within these walls. Woman I miss. Like cranes, what years from time's abyss their flight have taken, one by one, since Saba founded this retreat. In cells here many a stifled moan of lonely generations gone, and more shall pine as more shall fleet. With dove on wrist, he, robed, stood hushed, mused on the bird, and softly brushed. Scarce reassured by air so mute, anxiously Clarel urged his suit. The celibate let go the dove. Cooing, it won the shoulder, lit even at his ear, as whispering it. But he one pace made in remove, and from a little alcove took a silver-clasped and vellum book, and turned a leaf, and gave that page for answer. Rhyme, old hermit rhyme, composed in Decius's cruel age, by Christian of Theban clime. 'Twas David's son, and he of Dan, with him misloved that fled the bride, and Job whose wife but mocked his ban, then rose, or in redemption ran, the rib restored to Adam's side, and man made whole as man began. And lustral hymns and prayers were here, renouncings, yearnings, charges dread against our human nature dear, worship and wail, which, if misled, not less might fervor high instill in hearts which, striving in their fear of clay to bridle, curb, or kill, in the pure desert of the will chastised, live the vowed life austere. The given page the student scanned, started, reviewed, nor might withstand. He turned, the celibate was gone. Over the gulf he hung alone. Alone, but for the comment caught or dreamed in face seen far below, upturned toward the palm in thought, or else on him, he scarce might know. Fixed seemed it in assent indeed, which indexed all. It was the Swede. Over the Swede, upon the stair, long Bethel stair of ledges brown, sloping as from the heaven let down, apart lay vine, lowermost there. Rolfe he discerned, nor less the three, while of each other unaware, in one consent of frame might be. How vaguely, while yet influenced so by late encounter, and his glance rested on vine, his reveries flow, recalling that repulsed advance he knew by Jordan in the wood, and the enigma unsubdued, possessing Ruth, nor less his heart, aye hungering still, in deeper part unsatisfied. Can be a bond, thought he, as David sings in strain that dirges beauteous Jonathan, passing the love of woman fond, and may experience but dull the longing for it. Can time teach? Shall all these billows win the lull and shallow on life's hardened beach? He lingered. The last dove had fled, and nothing breathed, waved, or fed. Along the uppermost sublime, blank ridge, he wandered as in sleep. A saffron sun's last rays were shed. More still, more solemn waxed the time, till apathy upon the steep sat one with silence and the dead. End of section 113. Section 114 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Recoil. But who was she, if Luke attest, whom generations hail for blessed, immaculate though human one? What diademed and starry nun, bearing in English old the name and hallowed style of Holy Dame? She, the Mater of the Rood. Sprang she from Ruth's young sisterhood? On cliff in moonlight roaming out, so Clarel, thrilled by deep descent, revulsion from injected doubt, and many a strange presentiment, but came ere long profound relapse. The rhyme recurred, made voids or gaps in dear relations, while anew, from chambers of his mind's review, emerged the saint, who with the palm shared heaven on earth in gracious calm, even as his robe partook the hue. And needs from that high mentor part? Is strength too strong to teach the weak? Though tame the life seem, turn the cheek, does the call elect the hero heart? The thunder smites our tropic bloom. If live the abodes unvexed and balmy, no equinox with annual doom. If Eden's wafted from the plume of shining Raphael, Michael palmy, if these in more than fable be, with natures variously divine, through all their ranks they are masculine, else how the power with purity? Or in yon worlds of light is known the clear intelligence alone? Expressed the founder's words declare, marrying none is in the heaven. Yet love in heaven itself to spare, love feminine. Can Eve be riven from sex, and disengaged retain its charm? Think this, then may ye feign the perfumed rose shall keep its bloom, cut off from sustenance of loam. But if Eve's charm be not supernal, enduring not divine transplanting, love kindled thence, is that eternal? Here's the hollow, here the haunting. Ah, love, ah, wherefore thus unsure? Linked art thou, locked, with self impure? Yearnings benign the angels know. Saint Francis and Saint John have felt goodwill, desires that overflow, and reaching far as life is dealt. That other love, O heavy load, is not then trustworthy, but God? On more hereof, derived in frame from the eremite's Theban flame, mused Clarel, taking self to task, nor might determined thought reclaim, but, the waste invoking, this did ask: Truth, truth cherubic, claim'st thou worth foreign to time and hearts which dwell helots of habit old as earth, suspended twixt the heaven and hell? But turn thee, rest the burden there, tomorrow new deserts must thou share. End of section 114. Section 115 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Empty stirrups. The grey of dawn. A tremor slight, the trouble of imperfect light anew begins, and floating cloud midway suspended down the gorge, A long mist trails white shreds of shroud, how languorous towards the Dead Sea's verge. Riders in seat halt by the gate. Why not set forth? For one they wait, whose stirrups empty be, the Swede. Still absent from the frater hall since afternoon and vesper call, he, they imagined, had but sought some cave in keeping with his thought, and reappear would with the light suddenly as the Gileadite in Obadiah's way. But no, he cometh not when they would go. Dismounting, they make search in vain, till Clarel, minding him again of something settled in his air, a quietude beyond mere calm, when seen from ledge beside the palm, reclined in nook of Bethel stair, thitherward led them in a thrill of nervous apprehension, till startled he stops, with eyes avert and indicating hand. 'Tis he, so undisturbed, supine, inert, the filmed orbs fixed upon the tree. Night's dews upon his eyelids be, to test if breath remain, none tries. On those thin lips a feather lies, an eagle's wafted from the skies. The vow, and had the genius heard, benignant, nor had made delay, but, more than taking him at word, quick wafted where the palm boughs sway in St. John's heaven. Some divined that long had he been undermined in frame, the brain a tocsin bell, overburdensome for citadel whose base was shattered. They refrain from aught but that dumb look that fell identifying, feeling pain that such a heart could beat, and will aspire, yearn, suffer, baffled still, and end. With monks which round them stood, concerned, not discomposed in mood, interment they provided for, heaved a last sigh, nor tarried more. Nay, one a little lingered there, 'twas Rolfe, and as the rising sun, though viewless yet from Bethel's stair, more lit the mountains, he was won to invocation, scarce to prayer. Holy morning, what blessed lore reservest thou, withheld from man, that evermore without surprise, but rather with a hurtless scorning in thy placid eyes, thou viewest all events alike? Oh, tell me, do thy bright beams strike the healing hills of Gilead now? And glance toward the pale one near, in shadow of the crag's dark brow. Did charity follow that poor bier? It did, but bigotry did steer. Friars buried him without the walls, nor in a consecrated bed, where vulture unto vulture calls, and only ill things find a friend. There let the beak and claw contend, there the hyena's cub be fed. Heaven that disclaims, and him beweeps in annual showers, and the tried spirit sleeps. End of Part 3. End of Section 115. Section 116 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 4. Bethlehem. In saddle. Of old, if legend truth aver, with hearts that did in aim concur, 3 mitred kings, Amarian, Apelius, and Damazon, by miracle in Cassac met, an Indian city, bards infer. Thence, prompted by the vision yet to find the newborn Lord, nor err, westward their pious feet they set, with gold and frankincense and myrrh. Nor failed they, though by deserts vast, and voids and menaces they passed. They failed not, for a light was given, the light and pilotage of heaven, a light, a lead, no longer won by any now who seekers are. Or fable is it, but if none, let man lament the foundered star. And Kedron's pilgrims, in review the wilds received those guests anew. Yet ere, the manger now to win, their desert march they re-begin, belated leaving Saba's tower. Reverted glance they grateful throw, nor slight the abbot's parting dower, whose benedictions with them go. Nor did the sinner of the isle from friendly cheer refrain, though lax. Our Lady of the Vines beguile your travel and bedew your tracks. Blithe wishes which slim mirth bestow, for, with chill at heart they mind two now for ever left behind. But as men drop, replacements rule. Though fleeting be each part assigned, the eternal ranks of life keep full. So here, if but in small degree, recruits for fallen ones atone, the Arnaut and pilgrim from the sea, the muster joining, also one in military undress done, a stranger quite. The Arnaut rode for escort mere, his martial stud a brother seemed, as strong as he, as brave in trappings, and with blood as proud and equal gravity, reserving latent metal, good to mark the rider in his seat, tall, shapely, powerful, and complete. Elian, too, in an easy way, like Pisa's tower confirmed in place, nor lacking in subordinate grace of lighter beauty. Truth to say, this horseman seemed to waive command, abeyance of the bridle hand. But winning space more wide and clear, he showed in ostentation here how but a pulse conveyed through rein could thrill and fire, or prompt detain. On dappled steed, in kilt snow-white, with burnished arms refracting light, he orbits round the plodding train. Jellia in quiet seat observes, 'tis little from his poise he swerves. Sedate he nods, as he should say, rough road may tame this holiday of thine, but pleasant to look on. Come, that's polite, for on the wing or in suspense of curveting, Cairn salutes the emir's son. Meantime, remiss, with dangling sword, upon a cloistral beast but sad, a Saba friar's befitting pad, his own steed, having sprained a cord, left now behind in convent ward. The plain-clad soldier, heeding none, though marked himself, in neutral tone maintained his place. His shoulders lithe were long-sloped and yet ample, too, in keeping with each limb and thew, waist flexible as a willow withe, withal a slouched reserve of strength, as in the pard's luxurious length, the cheek high-boned, of copperish show, enhanced by sun on land and seas, long hair, much like a Cherokee's, curving behind the ear in flow, and veiling part a sabre scar, slant on the neck, a livid bar. Nor might the felt hat hide from view one temple pitted with strange blue of powder burn. Of him you'd say, a veteran, no more, but nay, brown eyes, what reveries they keep. Sad woods they be, where wild things sleep. Hereby, and by yet other sign, to Rolfe and Clarel part, and Vine, the stranger stood revealed, confessed a native of the fair southwest, their countryman, though of a zone varied in nature from their own, a countryman, but how estranged, nor any word as yet exchanged with them. But yester evening's hour, then first he came to Saba's tower, and saw the Epirot aside in conference, and word supplied touching detention of the troop destined to join him for the swoop over Jordan. But the pilgrims few knew not hereof, nor yet they knew, but deemed him one who took his way eccentric in an armed survey of Judah. On the pearl-grey ass, from Siddim riderless, alas, rode now the Timoneer sedate, jogging beneath the Druz's lee, as well he might, instructed late what perils in lack of convoy be. A frater feeling of the sea influenced Rolfe, and made him take solace with him of salt romance, albeit Agath scarce did wake to full requital, chill, perchance, derived from years or diffidence. Howe'er, in friendly way Rolfe plied one-sided chat. As on they ride, and o'er the ridge begin to go, a parting glance they turn, and lo! The convent's twin towers disappear, engulfed like a brig's masts below submerging waters. Thence they steer upward anew, in lane of steeps, ravine hewn out as 'twere by sledges, enwalled from ledges unto ledges, and stepwise still each rider creeps, until at top their eyes behold Judea in highlands far unrolled. A horseman so, in easier play, wheeling aloft, so travellers say, up the moor's tower, may outlook gain from saddle over Seville's plain. But here, 'twixt tent-lapped hills, they see, northward, a land immovably haggard and haggish, speckled grey-green, pale tint of those frilled lichens lean, which on a prostrate pine ye view, when fallen from the banks of grace down to the sand-pit's sterile place, blisters supplant the beads of dew. Canker and palmer worm both must famished have left those fields of rust. The rain is powder, land of dust. There few do tarry, none may live, save mad, possessed, or fugitive. Exalted in a cursed estate, like Naaman in his leprous plight, haughty before Elisha's gate, show the blanched hills. All now alight upon the Promethean ledge. The Druze stands by the imminent edge, peering, and rein in hand. With head over her master's shoulder laid, the mare, too, gazed, nor feared a check, though leaning half her lovesome neck, yet lightly, as a swan might do. An arm Jellia enfolding stretched, while sighs the sensitive creature fetched, as e'en that waist to sorrow moved, instinctive. So, to take the view, see man and mare, lover and loved. Slant palm to brow against the haze, meantime the salt one sent his gaze, as from the masthead o'er the pale expanse. But what may eyes avail? Land lone as seas without a sail. Wreck, ho, the wreck! Not unamazed they hear his sudden outcry. Crazed? Or subject yet by starts dismayed to flight he turns, for friars said much wandered he in mind when low. But never Agath heeded them. Forth did his levelled finger go, and, fixing, pointed. See ye, see, way over where the grey hills be, yonder, no, there, that upland dim. Wreck, ho, the wreck, Jerusalem! Keen-sighted art thou, said Jellia, confirming him. Aye, it is there. Then Agath, that excitement gone, relapsed into his quiet tone. End of section 116. Section 117 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The ensign needs well to know the distant sight, like Agath, who late on the way from Joppa here had made delay, ere, if unprompted, thou aright mayst single Zion's mountain out from kindred summits round about. Abandoned quarry mid the hills remote, as well one's dream fulfills of what Jerusalem should be, as that vague heap whose neutral tones blend in with nature's, helplessly, stony metropolis of stones. But much as distant shows the town, erst glorious under Solomon, appears now, in these latter days, to languid eyes, through dwelling haze, the city St. John saw so bright with sardonyx and ruby? Gleam no more, like Monte Rosa's height, thy towers, O new Jerusalem? To Patmos now may visions steal? Lone crag where lone the ospreys wheel. Such thought, or something near akin, touched Clarel, and perchance might win, to judge them by their absent air, others at hand. But none of these the Illyrian bold. Impatient stare he random flung, Then, like a breeze which fitful rushes through the glen over clansmen low, Prince Charlie's men shot down the ledges, while the clang of sabre 'gainst the stirrup rang, and clinked the steel shoe on the stone. His freak of gallantry in cheer of barbarous escort ending here, back for the stronghold dashed he lone. When died the din, it left them more becalmed upon that hollow shore. Not slack was ocean's wrinkled sun in study of the mountain town, much like himself, indeed, so grey, left in life's waste to slow decay. For index now as he stretched forth his loose-sleeved arm in sailor way, pointing the bearings south and north, Derwent, arrested, cried, "Dost bleed?" touching the naked skin. "Look here, a living fresco!" And indeed, upon the forearm did appear a thing of art, vermil and blue, a crucifixion in tattoo, with trickling blood drops strange to see. Above that emblem of the loss, twin curving palm boughs draping met in manner of a canopy over an equilimbed small cross, and 3 tri-spiked and sister crowns, and under these a star was set, and all was tanned and toned in browns. In chapel erst which knew the mass, a mullioned window's umber glass, dyed with some saintly legend old, obscured by cobwebs, this might hold some likeness to the picture rare, on arm here webbed with straggling hair. "Leave out the crucifixion's hint," said Rolfe, "the rest will show in tint the ensign, palms, cross, diadems, and star, the sign, Jerusalem's, coeval with King Baldwin's sway. Skilled monk in sooth ye need have sought in Saba." Quoth the sea-sage, "Nay, sketched out it was one Christmas day off Java Head. Little I thought, a heedless lad, scarce through youth's straits, how hopeful on the wreckful way. What meant this thing which here ye see, the bleeding man upon the tree? Since then I've felt it, and the fates." "Ah, yes," sighed Derwent, "yes indeed, but 'tis the ensign now we heed." The stranger here his dusk eye ran in reading sort from man to man, cleric to sailor, back again. "But, shipmate," Derwent cried, "tell me, how came you by this blazonry? We seamen, when there's naught to do in calms, the straw for hats we plait, or one another we tattoo with marks we copy from a mate, which he has from his elders ta'en, and those from prior ones again. And few, if any, think or reck, but so with pains their skin to deck. This crucifixion, though, by some a charm is held 'gainst watery doom." "Comrades," said Rolfe, "'tis here we note, down-handed in a way blindfold, a pious use of times remote. Ah, but it dim grows, and more dim, the gold of legend, that fine gold, washed in with wine of Bethlehem. This ensign in the ages old was stamped on every pilgrim's arm by grave practitioners elect, whose calling lacked not for respect in Zion. Like the sprig of palm, token it was at home that he which bore had kneeled at Calvary. Nay, those monk soldiers helmet crowned, whose effigies in armed sleep lie, stone, in the stony temple round in London, and, to verify them more, with carved greaves crossed, for sign of duty done in Palestine. Exceeds it, pray, conjecture fair, these may have borne this blazon rare, and not alone on standard fine, but pricked on chest or sinewy arm, pledged to defend against alarm his tomb for whom they ward? But see, from these mailed Templars now the sign, losing the import and true key, descends to bosuns of the brine." Clarel, reposing there aside, by secret thought preoccupied, now, as he inward chafe would shun, a feigned quick interest put on. "The import of these marks? Tell me." "Come, come," cried Derwent, "dull ye bide. By palm leaves here are signified Judea, as on the Roman gem. The cross scarce needs a word, agree. The crowns are for the Magi three, this star, the star of Bethlehem. One might have known, and fell anew in void relapse. Why so blue? Derwent again, and rallying ran. While now for Bethlehem we aim, our stellar friend the post should claim of guide. We'll put him in the van, follow the star on the tattooed man, we wise men hear. What's that? A gun, at distance fired, startles the group. Around they gaze, and down and up, but in the wilds they seem alone. Long time the echo sent its din, hurled round about and out and in, a football tossed from crag to crag, then died away in ether thin, died, as they deemed, yet did but lag, for all abrupt one far rebound gave pause. That o'er, the hush was crowned. We loiter, Derwent said, in tone uneasy. Come, shall we go on? Wherefore? The Saturnine demands. Toward him they look, for his eclipse there gave way for the first, and stands the adage old, that one's own lips proclaim the character, a gun's man's voice, sincerest one. Blench we to have assurance here? Here in the waste, that kind is near? Eyes settle on his scars in view, both warp and burn, the which evince experience of the thing he hints. Nay, hark, and all turn round anew. Remoter shot came duller there, the Arnott, and but fires in air, Jellia averred, his last adieu. By chance directed here in thought, Clarel upon that warrior hot low mused. The rowel of thy spur the robe rips of philosopher. Not reckest thou of wisest book, the creeds thou starest down with a look, and how the worse for such wild sense, and where is wisdom's recompense? And as for heaven, oh, heavens enlarge beyond each designated Marge. Valhalla's hall would hardly bar welcome to one whose end need be in grace and grief of harnessed war, to sink mid swords and minstrelsy. So wilful, but 'tis loss and smart, Clarel, in thy dissolving heart wilt form anew? Vine's watchful eye, while none perceived where bent his view, had fed on Agath sitting by. He seemed to like him, one whose print the impress bore of nature's mint, authentic, man of nature true, if simple, naught that slid between him and the elemental scene, unless it were that thing indeed uplooming from his ancient creed, yet that but deepen might the sense of awe, and serve dumb reverence and resignation. Anywhere, asked Vine, here now to converse led, in those far regions, strange or rare, where thou hast been, may aught compare with Judah here? Sooth, sir, he said, some chance comparison I've made in mind between this stricken land and one far isle forever banned I camped on in life's early days. I view it now, but through a haze. Our boats I view, reversed, turned down for shelter by the midnight sea. The very slag comes back to me. I raked for shells, but found not one. That harpy sea-hawk, him I view, which, pouncing, from the red coral drew our hissing meat. We lounging nigh, an instant's dash, and with it flew to his sea-rock detached, his cry thence sent to mock the marl we threw. I hear, I see, return those days again, but 'tis through deepening haze. How like a flash that life is gone, so brief the youth by sailors known. But tell us, tell, now others cried, and grouped them by a hearthstone wide. The Timoneer, at hazard thrown, with men of order not his own, evinced abashment, yes, proved shy. They urged, and he could but comply. But, more of clearness to confer, less dimly to express the thing rude outlined by this mariner, license is claimed in rendering, and tones he felt but scarce might give, the verse essays to interweave. End of section 117. Section 118 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Island. In waters where no charts avail, where only fin and spout ye see, the lonely spout of hermit whale, God set that isle which haunteth me. There clouds hang low, but yield no rain, for ever hang, since wind is none, or light, nor ship-boy's eye may gain the smoke-wrapped peak, the inland one, volcanic, this, within its shroud, streaked black and red, burns unrevealed. It burns by night. By day the cloud shows leaden all, and dull and sealed. The beach is cinders. With the tide salt creek and ashy inlet bring more loneliness from the outer ring of ocean. Pause he made, and sighed. But take the way across the marl, a broken field of tumbled slabs like ice cakes frozen in a snarl after the break-up in a sound. So win the thicket's upper ground, where silence like a poniard stabs, since there the low throb of the sea not heard is, and the sea-fowl flee far off the shore, all the long day hunting the flying fish their prey. Haply in bush ye find a path, of man or beast it scarce may be, and yet a wasted look it hath, as it were travelled ceaselessly, century after century. The rock in places much worn down, like to some old kneeling stone before a shrine, but not to see, at least not there was seen by me, of any moving, creeping one. No berry do those thickets bear, nor many leaves, yet even there some sailor from the steerage den put sick ashore, alas, by men who weary of him thus abjure. The way may follow, in pursuit of apples red, the homestead fruit he dreams of in his calenture. He drops, lost soul, but we go on, advance, until in end be won the terraced orchard's mysteries, which well do that imp isle beseem, paved with jet blocks those terraces, the surface rubbed to unctuous gleam by something which has life, you feel. And yet the shades but death reveal, for under cobwebbed cactus trees, white by their trunks, what hulks be these, which, like old skulls of Anax, are set round as in a Golgotha? But list, a sound, dull, dull it booms, dull as the jar in vaulted tombs when urns are shifted. With amaze into the dim retreats ye gaze. Lo, 'tis the monstrous tortoise drear. Of huge humped arch the ancient shell is trenched with seams where lichens dwell, or some adhesive growth and sear. A lumpish languor marks the pace, a hideous, harmless look, with trace of hopelessness. The eyes are dull, as in the bog the dead black pool, penal his aspect. All is dragged, as he for more than years had lagged, a convict doomed to bide the place, a soul transformed, for earned disgrace degraded, and from higher race. Ye watch him so woebegone, searching he creeps with labouring neck, each crevice tries, and long may seek. Water he craves, where rain is none, water within the parching zone, where only dews of midnight fall and dribbling lodge in chinks of stone. For meat the bitter tree is all, the cactus, whose nipped fruit is shed on those bleached skull-like hulks below, which, when by life inhabited, crept hither in last journey slow after 100 years of pain and pilgrimage here to and fro. For other 100 years to reign in hollow of white armor so, then perish piecemeal, you advance. Instant, more rapid than a glance, long neck and forelegs are drawn in, letting the shell down with report upon the stone. So falls in court the clattering buckler with a din. There leave him, since for hours he'll keep that feint of death, but for the isle, much seems it like this barren steep, as here few there would think to smile. So, paraphrased in lines sincere, which still similitude would win, the sketch ran of that Timoneer. He ended, and how passive sate, nature's own look, which might recall dumb patience of mere animal, which better may abide life's fate than comprehend. What may man know? Here pondered Clarel, let him rule, pull down, build up, creed, system, school, and reason's endless battle wage, make and remake his verbiage, but solve the world, scarce that he'll do. Too wild it is, too wonderful. Since this world, then, can baffle so our natural harbor, it were strange if that alleged, which is afar, should not confound us when we range in reverie where its problems are. Such thoughts, and can they e'en be mine in fount? Did Derwent true divine upon the tower of Saba? Yes, hinting I too much felt the stress of Rolfe. Or whom? Green and unsure, and in attendance on a mind poised at self-centre and mature, do I but lackey it behind? Yea, here in frame of thought and word, but wear the cast clothes of my lord. End of section 118. Section 119 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An intruder. Quiet Agath, with a start, just then shrieked out, abhorrent or in fright, disturbed in its pernicious den amid dry flints and shards of blight. A crabbed scorpion, dingy brown, with nervous tail slant upward thrown, like to a snake's wroth neck and head, dilating when the coil's unmade, before the poor affrighted clown whose foot offends it unbeknown, writhing, faint crackling, like wire spring, with anguish of the poisonous bile inflaming the slim duct, the while in act of shooting toward the sting. This, the unblessed, small, evil thing. 'Tis this they mark, wriggling in range, fearless, and with ill menace, strange in such a minim. Derwent rose, and Clarel, Vine and Rolfe remained at gaze, the soldier too, and Drews. Cried Rolfe, while thus they stood enchained, O small epitome of devil! Wert thou an ox, couldst thou thus sway? No, disproportionate is evil in influence. Evil, do I say? But speak not evil of the evil. Evil and good they braided play into one cord. While they delay, the object vanished. Turning head toward the salt one, Derwent said, The thing's not sweet, but why start so? My good man, you that frequent know the wonders of the deep. He flushed, and in embarrassment kept dumb, but Rolfe here to the rescue pushed. Men not deemed craven will succumb to such an apparition. Why, soldiers that into battle marching, elastic pace with instep arching, sailors, and he's a sailor nigh, who out upon the jib-boom high, at world's end, in the midnight gale, and wrestle with the thrashing sail, the while the speared spar like a javelin flies, slant up from thundering seas to skies electric. These, I've known one starts, seeing a spider run athwart. In commonplace here lightly blew across them through the desert air a whiff from pipe that Belloc smoked. The Druze his sleek mare smooth bestroked, then gave a sign, one parting view at Zion blurred, and on they fare. End of section 119. Section 120 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of the Stranger. While Agath was his story telling, Ere yet the ill thing worked surprise, the officer with forest eyes still kept them dwelling, sombre dwelling, on that mild merman grey. His mien, in part, was that of one who tries something outside his own routine of memories, all too profuse, in personal pain monotonous. And yet derived he little here, as seemed, to soothe his mind, austere with deep impressions uneffaced. At chance allusion, at the hint that the dragged tortoise bore the print of something mystic and debased, how glowed the comment in his eyes, no cynic fire sarcastic, nay, but deeper in the startled sway of illustrations to surmise. Ever on him they turned the look, while yet the hearing not forsook the salt seer while narration ran. The desert march resumed, in thought they dwell, till Rolfe the Druze besought if he before had met this man, so distant though a countryman by birth. Why, yes, had met him, see, drilling some tawny infantry in shadow of a Memphian wall, white-robed young conscripts up the Nile, and, afterward, on Jaffa beach, with Turkish captains holding speech over some cannon in a pile late landed, with the conic ball. No more? No more the Druze let fall, if more he knew, thought Rolfe. Ah me, poor freedom, can it be a countryman's a refugee? What maketh him abroad to roam, sharing with infidels a home? Is it the immense charred solitudes, once farms, and chimney stacks that rain war burnt upon the houseless plain of hearthstones without neighborhoods? Is it the wilds whose memories own more spectres than the woods bestrown with Verus legions mossy grown? Is't misrule after strife, and dust from victor heels? Is it disgust for times when honour's out of date, and serveth but to alienate? The usurping altar doth he scout, the Parsi of a son gone out? And this, may all this mar his state? His very virtues, in the blench and violence of fortune's wrench, alas, serve but to vitiate? Strong natures have a strong recoil, whose shock may wreck them or despoil. Oh, but it yields a thought that smarts, to note this man. Our new world bold had fain improved upon the old, but the hemispheres are counterparts. So inly Rolfe, and did incline in briefer question there divine, who could but answer him with eyes opulent in withheld replies. And here, without a thought to chide, feeling the tremor of the ground, reluctant touching on the wound unhealed yet in our mother's side, behoveth it to hint in brief the rankling thing in Ungar's grief, for bravest grieve, that evil day, black in the New World's calendar, the dolorous winter ere the war, true bridge of sighs, so yet 'twill be esteemed in riper history. Sad arch between contrasted eras, the span of fate, that evil day when the cadets from rival zones, tradition's generous adherers, their country's pick and flower of sons, abrupt were called upon to act, for life or death, nor brook delay. Touching construction of a pact, a paper pact, with points abstruse as theologic ones, profuse in matter for an honest doubt, and which, in end, a stubborn knot some cut but with the sword. That day with its decision yet could sway Ungar, and plunging thoughts excite. Reading and reverie imped his pain, confirmed, and made it take a flight beyond experience and the reign of self, till, in a sort, the man grew much like that Pamphylian, who, dying, as the fable goes, in walks of Hades met with those which, though he was a sage of worth, did such new pregnancies implant, Hadean lore, he did recant all science he had brought from earth. Herewith in Ungar, though, ensued a bias, a bitterness, a strain much like an Indian's hopeless feud under the whites' aggressive reign. Indian's the word, nor it impeach for over-pointedness of speech. No, let the story rearward run, and its propriety be shown. Up Chesapeake in days of old, by winding banks whose curves unfold cape after cape in bright remove, steered the ship Ark with her attendant dove. From the nonconformists' zeal or bile which urged, inflamed the civil check upon the dreaded popish guile, the New World's fairer flowers and dews welcomed the English Catholic. Like sheltering arms the shores expand to embrace and take to heart the crews. Careworn, sea-worn, and tempest-tanned, devout they hail the harbor green, and, mindful of heaven's gracious queen and Britain's princess, name it Maryland. It was from one of Calvert's friends the exile of the verse descends, and gifts, brave gifts, and martial fame won under Tilly's great command, that sire of after-sires might claim. But heedless, in the Indian glade he wedded with a wigwam maid, transmitting through his line, far down, along with touch in lineaments, a latent nature, which events developed in this distant sun, and overrode the genial part, an Anglo brain, but Indian heart. And yet not so but Ungar knew, in freak, his forest name alone retained he now, that instinct true which tempered him in years bygone, when, spite the prejudice of kin and custom, he with friends could be outspoken in his heart's belief that holding slaves was aye a grief, the system an iniquity in those who plant it and begin, while for inheritors, alas, who knows, and let the problem pass. But now all that was over, gone. Now was he the self-exiled one, too steadfast, wherefore should be lent the profitless high sentiment, renounce conviction in defeat, pass over, share the spoiler's seat, and thrive. Behooves thee else turn cheek to fate with wisdom of the meek. Wilt not? Unblessed then with the store of heaven, and spurning worldly lore astute, eat thou thy cake of pride, and henceforth live on unallied. His passion, that, mused, never said, and his own pride did him upbraid. The habit of his mind, and tone tenacious touching issues gone, expression found, nor all amiss, in thing he'd murmur. It was this: Who abideth by the dead, which ye hung before your Lord? Steadfast who, when all have fled, tree and corse abhorred? Who drives off the wolf, the kite, bird by day and beast by night, and keeps the hill through all? It is Rizpah, true is one unto death, nor then will shun the seven throttled and undone, to glut the foes of Saul. That for the past, and for the surge reactionary which years urge, elating and elate, do they mount them in their pride? Let them wait a little, wait, for the brimming of the flood brings the turning of the tide. His lyric. Yet in heart of hearts, perchance its vanity he knew, at least suspected. What to do? Time cares not to avenge your smarts, but presses on, impatient of review. End of section 120. Section 121 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bethlehem. Over uplands now toward eve they pass, by higher uplands tinged with grass. Lower it crept as they went on, grew in advance, and rugged the ground. Yea, seemed before these pilgrims thrown to carpet them to royal bound. Each rider here in saddle seat lounges relaxed, and glads his sight, Solomon whinnies, those small feet of Czar tread lightly and more light. Even Agath's ass the awakened head turns for a nibble. So they sped, till now Jalea turns short aside, ascends, and by a happy brink makes halt, and beckons them to ride, and there with him at pleasure drink a prospect good. Below, serene in olive yards and vineyards fair, they view a theatre pale green of terraces, which stair by stair rise toward most venerable walls of summits twin, and one squared heap of buttressed masonry based deep adown the crag on lasting pedestals. Though on that mount but towers convene, and hamlet none nor cot they see, they cannot choose but know the scene. And Derwent's eyes show humidly, what other hill? We view it here, blessed in story, and heart cheer. Hail to thee, Bethlehem of Judea! Oh, look, as if with conscious sense, here nature shows meet reverence. See, at the sacred mountain's feet, how kneels she with her fragrance sweet, and swathes them with her grasses fair. So Mary with the spikenard shed a lowly love, and bowed her head, and made a napkin of her trailing hair. He turned, but met no answering eyes. The animation of surprise had vanished. Strange, but they were dumb. What wayward afterthought had come? Those dim recurrings in the mind, sad visitations ill-defined, which led the trio erst that met upon the crown of Olivet, Nehemiah's proffer to decline when he invited them away to Bethany. Might such things sway, even these by Bethlehem? The sign Derwent respected, and he said no more. And so, with spirits shrunk, over the placid hills they tread, and win the stronghold of the monk. End of section 121. Section 122 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At table. As shipwrecked men adrift, whose boat in wartime on the houseless seas draws nigh to some embattled hull with pinnacles and traceries, grim abbey on the wave afloat, and mark her bulwarks sorrowful with briny stains, and answering mien and cenobite dumb discipline, and homely uniform of crew peering from ports where cannon lean, or pacing in deep galleries far, black cloisters of the god of war, and hear a language which is new or foreign. So now with this band, who, after desert rovings, win the fort monastic, close at hand, survey it, meditate it, see, through vaultings, the girt Capuchin, or list his speech of Italy. Up to the arch the grey-beard train of Bethlehemites attend, salute, and in expectancy remain at stand. Their escort ending here, they wait the recompense and fruit. 'Tis given, and with friendly cheer, parting, they bear a meed beyond the dry price set down in the bond. The bonus Derwent did suggest, saying, they're old, of all sweet food not they take in so cheers their blood as ruddy coin, it pads the vest. Bellex abides, true as his steel to noble pilgrims which such largesse deal. While these now at refection sit, Rolfe speaks, provided for so well, much at our ease methinks we dwell. Our merits guerdon? Far from it. Unworthy, here we welcome win where Mary found no room at inn. True, true, the priest sighed, staying there, the cup of Bethlehem wine in hand, then sipped, yet by sad absent air the flavour seeming to forswear, nor less the juice did glad the gland. The abstemious Ungar noted all, grave silence keeping. Rolfe let fall, strange, of the sacred places here, and all through Palestine indeed, not one we Protestants hold dear enough to tend and care for. Pray, the priest, and why now should that breed astonishment? But say your say. Why, Shakespeare's house in Stratford town ye keep with loving tendance true. Set it apart in reverence due, a shrine to which the pilgrims won across an ocean's stormy tide. What zeal, what faith is there implied! Pure worship localized in grace, tradition's sole providing base. Your drift I catch, and yet I think that they who most and deepest drink at Shakespeare's fountain scarce incline to idolize the local shrine. What's in mere place that can be stead? Nay, 'tis the heart here, not the head. You note some pilgrims hither bring the rich or humble offering. If that's irrational, what then? In kindred way your Lutheran will rival it, yes. In sad hour the Lutheran widow lays her flower before the pictures of the dead. Vital affections do not draw precepts from reason's arid law. Ah, clever! But we won't contend. As for these places, my dear friend, thus stands the matter, as you know. Ere Luther yet made his demur, these legend precincts high and low in custody already were of Greek and Latin, who retain. So, even did we wish to be shrine keepers here and share the fee, no sites for Protestants remain. The Compline service they attend, then bedward, travel-worn, they wend, and, like a bland breeze out of heaven, the gracious boon of sleep is given. But Ungar, islanded in thought, which not from place a prompting caught, alone, upon the terrace stair, lingered, in adoration there of eastern skies. Now night enthrones Arcturus and his shining sons, and lo, Job's chambers of the south, how might his hand not go to mouth and kiss adoring ye, bright zones? Look up, the age forget, there's something to look up to yet. End of section 122. Section 123 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Pillow. When rule and era passed away with old Sylvanus, stories say, the oracles adrift were hurled, an ocean moaned about the world, and wandering voices without name at sea to sailors did proclaim, Pan, Pan is dead. Such fables old, from man's deep nature they are rolled, pained and perplexed, awed, overawed by sense of change, but never word aerial by mortal heard, rumors that vast eclipse, if slow, whose passage yet we undergo, emerging on an age untried. If not all oracles be dead, the upstart ones the old deride. Parrots replace the sibyls fled, by rote repeat and lilting pride, lodged in power, enlarged in all, man achieves his last exemption, hopes no heaven, but fears no fall, king in time, nor needs redemption. They hymn. But those who cloistral dwell in Bethlehem here, and share faith's spell, meekly, and keep her tenor mild, what know they of a world beguiled? Or, knowing, they but know too well. Buzzed thoughts, to Rolfe they came in doze, his brains like ocean's murmuring shell, between the dream and slumber's light repose. End of section 122. Section 124 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Shepherd's Dale. Up, up, around morn's standard rally. She makes a sortie, join the sally. Up, slug-a-beds, up, up. That call, ere matins did each pilgrim hear in cell, and knew the blithe voice clear. Beshrew thee, thou'rt poetical, Rolfe murmured from his place withdrawn. Ay, brother, but 'tis not surprising. Apollo's the god of early rising. Up, up, the negro groom of night leads forth the horses of the dawn. Up, up, so Derwent, jocund sprite, although but 2 days now were past since he had viewed a sunrise last, persuaded them to join him there and unto Convent Roof repair. Thought one, he's of no nature surly, so cheerful in the morning early. Sun worship over, they came down, and Derwent lured them forth and on. Behind the convent lies a dale, the valley of the shepherds named, and never may the title fail, by old tradition fondly claimed to be in truth the very ground about whose hollow, on the mound of hills, reclined in dozing way that simple group ere break of day, which, startled by their flock's dismay, all bleating up to them in panic and sparkling in scintillant ray, beheld a splendor diaphanic, effulgence never dawn hath shot, nor flying meteors of the night, and trembling rose, shading the sight, but heard the angel breathe, "Fear not." So might one reverently dare terrene with heavenly to compare. So, oft in mid-watch on that sea where the ridged Andes of Peru are far seen by the coasting crew, waves, sails, and sailors in accord illumed are in a mystery, wonder and glory of the Lord, though manifest in aspect minor, phosphoric ocean in Shekinah. And down now in that dale they go, meeting a little St. John boy in sackcloth shirt and belt of tow, leading his sheep. Ever behind he kept one hand stained with a shrub, the which a ewe licked, never coy, and all the rest with docile mind followed, and fleece with fleece did rub. Beyond, hard by twin planted tents, paced as in friendly conference 2 shepherds on the pastoral hill. Brown patriarchs in shaggy cloak, peaceful they went, as in a yoke the oxen unto pasture oak, to lie in shade when noon is still, nibbling the herb, or far or near, advanced their flocks, and yet would veer, for width of range makes wayward will. Ungar beheld, what treat they of, halving the land? This might reclaim old years of Lot and Abraham, just ere they parted in remove, a peaceful parting. Let there be no strife, I pray thee, between me and thee, my herdman and thine own. For we be brethren. See, the land is all before thee, fenced by none. Then separate thyself from me, I pray thee. If now the left hand thou, Lot, wilt take, then I will go unto the right. If thou depart unto the right, then I will go unto the left. They parted so, and not unwisely, both were wise. 'Twas east and west, but north and south. Rolfe marked the nip of quivering mouth, passion repressed within the eyes, but ignorance feigned. This calm, he said, how fitly hereabout is shed. The sight of Eden's placed not far, in bond 'tween man and animal, survives yet under Asia's star, a link with years before the fall. Indeed, cried Derwent, pleased thereat, blessed is here the creature's state. Those pigeons now in Saba's hold, their wings how winsome would they fold, alighting at one's feet so soft. Doves, too, in Masque, I've marked aloft, at hour of prayer through window come, from trees adjacent, and a thrill perch, coo, and nestle in the dome, or fly with green sprig in the bill. How by the marble fount in court, where for ablution Turks resort, ere going in to hear the word, these small apostles they regard, which of sweet innocence report. None stoned the dog, caressed the steed, only poor Dobbin, Jew indeed, of brutes, seems slighted in the east. Ungar, who chafed in heart of him at Rolfe's avoidance of his theme, although he felt he scarce could blame, here turned his vexed mood on the priest. As cruel as a Turk, whence came that proverb old as the Crusades? From Anglo-Saxons. What are they? Let the horse answer, and blockades of medicine in civil fray. The Anglo-Saxons, lacking grace to win the love of any race, hated by myriads dispossessed of rights, the Indians east and west, these pirates of the sphere, grave looters, grave, canting, Mammonite freebooters, who in the name of Christ and trade, O bucklered forehead of the brass, deflower the world's last sylvan glade. Alas, alas, 10 times alas, poor Anglo-Saxons, Derwent sighed. Nay, but if there I lurched too wide, respond to this. Old ballads sing, fair Christian children crucified by impious Jews. You've heard the thing. Yes, fable, but there's truth hard by. How many hues of Lincoln say, does Mammon in his mills today crook, if he do not crucify? Ah, come, said Derwent, come now, come. Think you that we who build the home for foundlings and yield sums immense to hospitals for indigents, your almsbox smaller than your till, and poorhouse won't absolve your mill. But what ye are, a straw may tell. Your dearth of phrases affable, Italian, French, more tongues than these, addresses have of courtesies and kindliness of man toward man, by prince used and by artisan, and not pervertible in sense of scorn or slight. Ye have the sir, that soul, employed in snub or slur, never in pure benevolence, and at its best a formal term of cold regard. Ah, why so warm in mere philology, dear sir? Pled Derwent. There, don't that confer sweet amity? I used the word. But Ungar heeded not, scarce heard, and, earnest as the earnest tomb, with added feeling, sting, and gloom, his strange impeachment urged. Reply came none, they let it go, for why argue with a man of bitter blood? But Rolfe he could but grieve within for countrymen in such a mood, knowing the cause, the origin. End of section 124. Section 125 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A monument. Wise Derwent, that discourse to end, pointed athwart the dale divine. What's yonder object? Fountain? Shrine? Companions, let us thither go and make inspection. In consent, silent they follow him in calm. It proved an ancient monument, rude stone, but tablets lent a charm, 3 tablets on 3 sides. In one, the tender shepherd mild looked down upon the rescued weanling lost, snugged now in arms. In emblem crossed by pastoral crook, Christ's monogram, wrought with a medieval grace, showed on the square opposed in face. But chiefly did they feel the claim of the main tablet. There a lamb on passive haunches upright sate, in patience which reproached not fate, the 2 fine furry forelegs drooping like tassels, while the shearer, stooping, embraced it with one arm, and all the fleece rolled off in seamless shawl, flecked here and there with hinted blood. It did not shrink, no cry did come, in still life of that stone subdued, shearer and shorn alike were dumb. As with a 74, when lull lapses upon the storm, the hull writes for the instant, while a moan of wind succeeds the howl, so here, in poise of heart and altered tone with Ungar. Respite brief though dear it proved, for he, this type's assigned to one who, sharing not man's mind, partook man's frame, whose mystic birth wrecked him upon this reef of earth, inclement and inhuman. Yet, through all the trials that beset, he leaned on an upholding arm, foreknowing, too, reserves of balm. For how of them whose souls may claim some link with Christ beyond the name, which share the fate, but never share aid or assurance, and nowhere look for requital? Such there be. In by-lanes o'er the world ye see the Calvary faces, all averse turned Derwent, murmuring, Forbear, such breakers do the heaven asperse. But timely he alert espied, upon the mountain humbly kneeling, those shepherds twain, while morning tide rolled o'er the hills with golden healing. It was a rock they kneeled upon, convenient for the rite avowed. Kneeled? and their turbaned foreheads bowed over till they kissed the stone. Each shaggy surcoat heedful spread for rug, such as in Masque is laid. About the ledge's favoured hem mild fed their sheep, in ringing them, while, facing as by second sight, toward Mecca they direct the right. Look, and their backs on Bethlehem turned, cried Rolfe. The priest then, who discerned the drift, replied, Yes, for they pray to Allah. Well, and what of that? Christ listens, standing in heaven's gate, benignant listens, nor doth stay upon a syllable in creed, vowels and consonants indeed. And Rolfe, but here were Margoth now, seeing yon shepherds praying so, his jibe would run from man to man. Which is the humble publican, or do they but prostrate them there to flout you Franks with Islam's prayer? Doubtless some shallow thing he'd say, poor fellow, Derwent then, but nay, earnest they are, nor yet they'd part, if pealed the hour, in street or mart, from like observance. If 'tis so, the refugee, let all avow as openly faith's loyal heart. By Christians too was God confessed, how frankly, in those days that come no more to misnamed Christendom. Religion then was the good guest, first served and last, in every gate. What mottos upon wall and plate! She every human venture shared. The ship in manifest declared that not disclaiming heaven she'd thrust her bowsprit into fog and storm. Some current silver bore the palm of Christ, token of saint or bust. In line devout the pikemen kneeled, to battle by the right were sealed. Men were not lettered, but had sense beyond the mean intelligence that knows to read, and but to read, not think. 'Twas harder to mislead the people then, whose smattering now does but the more their ignorance show. Nay, them to peril more expose, is as the ring in the bull's nose, whereby a pert boy turns and winds this monster of a million minds. Men owned true masters, kings owned God, their master. Louis plied the rod upon himself, in high estate, not puffed up like a democrat in office. How with Charlemagne? Look up he did, look up in reign. Humbly look up, who might look down. His meekest thing was still his crown. How meek on him, since graven there, among the Apostles 12, behold, stern scriptural precepts were enrolled, high admonitions, meet for kings. The coronation was a prayer, which yet in ceremonial clings. The church was like a bonfire warm, all ranks were gathered round the charm. Derwent, who vainly had essayed to impede the speaker or blockade, snatched at the bridle here. Oh, wait, a word, impetuous laureate! This bric-a-brackish style, outgrown almost, where first it gave the tone of lauding the quaint ages old. But nay, that's satire, I withhold. Grant your side of the shield part true. What then? Why, turn the other. View the buckler in reverse. Don't sages denominate those times dark ages? Dark Middle Ages, times midnight. If night, it was no starless one. Art still admires what then was done. A strength they showed which is of light. Not more the Phidian marbles prove the graces of the Grecian prime, and indicate what men they were, than the grand ministers in remove do intimate, if not declare, a magnanimity which our time would envy, were it great enough to comprehend. Your counterbuff, however, holds. Yes, frankly, yes. Another side there is, admit, nor less the very worst of it reveals not such a shamelessness of evil-doer and hypocrite, and sordid mercenary sin as these days vaunt and revel in. No use, the priest aside. Patience, it is the maddest tide, and seated him. And Ungar then, what's overtaken ye pale men? Shrewd are ye, the main chance ye heed. Has God quite lost his throne indeed, that lukewarm now ye grow? Wilt own, counsel ye take with fossil stone? Your sects do nowadays create churches as worldly as the state, and for your more established forms, once in York I viewed through storms the minister's majesty of mien, towers, peaks, and pinnacles sublime. Faith's iceberg, stranded on a scene how alien, and in alien time. But now he checked himself, and stood. Whence this strange bias of his mood, thought they, leaning to things corroded, by many deemed for aye exploded, but truly, knowing not the man, at fault they in conjecture ran. But Ungar, as in fitter place set down, being sprung from Romish race, albeit himself had spared to feed on any one elected creed or rite, though much he might recall in annals bearing upon all, and, in this land named of behest, a wandering Ishmael from the west, inherited the Latin mind, which late, blown by the adverse wind of harder fortunes that molest, kindled from ember into coal. The priest, as one who keeps him whole, anew turns toward the kneeling twain. Your errors slight, or, if a stain, 'twill fade. Our Lord enjoins good deeds, nor catechizeth in the creeds. A something in the voice or man, or in assumption of the turn which prior theme did so adjourn, pricked Ungar, and a look he ran toward Derwent, an electric light chastising in its fierce revolt, then settled into that still night of cloud which has discharged the bolt. End of section 125. Section 126 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Disquiet. At breakfast in refectory there, the priest, if Clarel not mistook, the good priest wore the troubled air of honest heart striving to brook injury, which from words abstained, and hence not readily arraigned, which to requite in its own sort is not allowed in heaven's high court, or self-respects. Such would forget, but for the teasing doubt or fret, less unto worldly witness mere the injury none the less appear to challenge notice at the least. Ungar withdrew, leaving the priest less ill at ease, who now a thought threw out, as 'twere in sad concern for one whose nature, sour or stern, still dealt in all unhandsome flings at happy times and happy things. The bramble saith it is not, poor man, but that, and quite forbore to vent his grievance. Nor less sore he felt it, Clarel so inferred, recalling here too Mortmain's word of cutting censorship. How then? While most who met him frank averred that Derwent ranked with best of men, the Swede and refugee unite in one repugnance, yea, and slight. Now construe their ill content, a thing of vein and temperament. Rolfe liked him, and if Vine said not, yet even Vine seemed not uncheered by fair address. Then stole the thought of how the priest had late appeared in that one confidential hour, ambiguous on Saba's tower. There he dismissed it, let it fall. To prove over much seems finical, nor less, for still the point did tease, nor would away and leave at ease, nor less, I wonder, if ere long he'll turn this off, not worth a song, as lightly as of late he turned poor Mortmain's Sally when he burned. End of section 126. Section 127 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of Pope and Turk. Marking the priest not all sedate, Rolfe, that a friend might fret discard, turned his attention to debate between two strangers at the board. In furtherance of his point or plea, one said, "Late it was told to me, and by the man himself concerned, a merchant Frank on Syria's coast, that in a fire which travelled post, his books and records being burned, his Christian debtors held their peace, the Islam ones disclaimed release, and came with purses and accounts, and duly rendered their amounts. 'Twas very kind, but oh, the greed, rapacity, and crime at need in satraps which oppress the throng. True, but with these 'tis, after all, wrongdoing purely personal, not legislated, not a wrong law-sanctioned. No, the Turk admit, in scheme of state, the scheme of it, upon the civil arm confirms a sway above the scimitars. The civil power itself subjects unto that Koran which respects nor place nor person. Nay, adjourn the jeer, for now aside we'll turn. Dismembered Poland and her throe in '95, all unredressed. Did France, did England then protest? England? I'm sure I do not know. Come, I distrust your shifting so. Pray, to what end now is this pressed? Why, here armed Christendom looking on, in protest the Sultan stood alone. Indeed, but all this seems to me savours of Urquhart's vanity. The commentator on the East, the same, that very inexact, eccentric ideologist, now obsolete. And that's your view? He stands for God. I stand by fact. Well then, another fact or two. When Poland's place in 31 was blotted out, the Turk again protested, with one other man, the Pope. These, and but these alone, and in the protest both avowed 'twas made for justice's sake and God. You smile. Oh no, but very clear the protest prompted was by fear in Turk and Pope, that time might come when spoliation should drive home upon themselves. Besides, you know the Polish Church was Catholic, the Tsar would wrest it to the Greek. 'Twas that touched Rome. But let it go. In pith, what is it you would show? Are Turks our betters? Very strange, heaven's favour does not choicely range upon these Islam people good. Bedrid they are, behindhand all, while Europe flowers in plenitude of wealth and commerce. I recall nothing in testament which saith that worldliness shall not succeed in that wherein it laboureth. Howbeit, the Sultan's coming on. Fine lesson from ye has he won, of late. Apt pupil he indeed. Ormus, that riches did confer, Ormus is made a borrower. Selim, who grandly turbaned sat, verges on bankruptcy, and hat. But this don't touch the rank and file, at least not as yet. But preach and work, you'll civilize the barbarous Turk. Nay, all the East may reconcile. That done, let Mammon take the wings of even, and mount and civilize the saints in heaven. I laugh, I like a brave caprice. And, sir, but here did Rolfe release his ear, and Derwent too. A stir in court was heard of man and steed, neighings and mountings, din indeed, and Rolfe, come, come, our traveller. End of section 127. Section 128 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Church of the Star. They rise, and for a little space in farewell Agath they detain, transferred here to a timelier train than theirs. A workday, passive face he turns to Derwent's, luck to thee. No slight he means, 'tis far from that, but, schooled by the inhuman sea, he feels 'tis vain to wave the hat in Godspeed on this mortal strand, recalling all the sailing crews destined to sleep in ocean sand, cheered from the wharf with blithe adieus. Nor less the heart's farewell they say, and bless the old man on his way. Led by a slender monk and young, with curls that ringed the shaven crown, courts now and shrines they trace, that thong ascetic which can life chastise down to her bleak necessities, they mark in coarse serge of his gown, and girdling rope, with cross of wood for tag at end, and hut-like hood superfluous now behind him thrown, and sandals which expose the skin transparent, and the blue vein thin meandering there, the feet, the face, alike in lucid marble grace. His simple manners self-possessed both saint and noble-born suggest, yet under quietude they mark the slumbering of a vivid spark, excitable if brought to test. A Tuscan, he exchanged the charm Valdorno yields for this dull calm of desert. Was his youth self-given in frank oblation unto heaven? Or what inducement might disarm this Isaac when too young to know? Hereon they, pacing, muse, till, lo, the temple opens in dusk glades of long-drawn double colonnades, monoliths 28. Rolfe looked about him, pleased in state. But this is goodly. Here we rove as down the deep Dodona grove. Years, years and years these boles have stood. Late by the spring in idle mood my will I made, if ye recall, providing for the inn of trees. But to set out trunks like these, in harbour open unto all, for generations! So in vain Rolfe free descanted as through fane they passed, but noting now the guide in acquiescence by their side, he checked himself. Why prate I here? This brother, I usurp his sphere. They came unto a silver star, in pavement set which none do mar by treading. Here at pause remained the monk, till, seeing Rolfe refrained, and all, from words he said, the place, signori, where that shining grace which led the Magi stood, below, the manger is. They comment none, not voicing everything they know. In cirque about that silver star they quietly gaze thereupon. But, turning now, one glanced afar along the columned aisles, and thought of Baldwin whom the mailed knights brought, while Godfrey's requiem did ring, hither to Bethlehem, and crowned his temple's helmet worn, with a round of gold and velvet, crowned him king, king of Jerusalem, on floor of this same nave august, above the manger in its low remove, where lay, 1,000 years before, the child of awful worshipping, destined to prove all slights and scorns, and a god's coronation, thorns. Not Derwent's was that reverie. Another thing his heart possessed, the clashing of the east and west, odd sense of incongruity. He felt a secret impulse move to start a humorous comment slant upon the monk, and sly reprove. But no, I'll curb the Protestant and modern in me, at least here for time I'll curb it. Perish truth, if it but act the boor, in sooth, requiting courtesy with jeer. For courteous is our guide, with grace of a pure heart. Some little trace, maybe, of Derwent's passing thought the Tuscan from his aspect caught, and turned him. Pardon, but the crypt, this way, signori, follow me. Down by a rock-hewn stair they slipped, turning by steps which winding be, winning a sparry chamber brave, unsearched by that prose critic keen, the daylight. Archimago's cave was here, or that more sorcerous scene the Persian Sibyl kept within for turbaned musings? Bowing o'er, crossing himself, and on the knee, straight did the guide that grot adore, then rising, and as one set free, the place of the nativity. Dim pendant lamps, in cluster small, were Pleiads of the mystic hall, fair lamps of silver, lamps of gold, rich gifts devout of monarchs old, kings Catholic. Rare objects beamed all round, recalling things but dreamed. Solomon's talismans garnered up, his sword, his signet ring and cup. In further caverns, part revealed, What silent shapes like statues kneeled, what brown monks moved by twinkling shrines like Aztecs down in silver mines. This the stable mean and poor? Noting their looks, toward surprise, the Italian, "'Tis encrusted o'er with marbles, so that now one's eyes meet not the natural wall. This floor, but how? Within a cave we stand. Yes, caves of old to use were put for cattle, and with gates were shut. One meets them still, with arms at hand, the keepers nigh. Sure it need be that if in Gihon ye have been, or hereabouts, yourselves have seen the grots in question." They agree, and silent in their hearts confess the strangeness, but the truth no less. Anew the guide, "Ere now we get further herein, indulge me yet," but paused a while. "Though o'er this cave were Christ, and crossed himself, had birth, Constantine's mother reared the nave, whose Greek mosaics fade in bloom, no older church in Christendom, and generations, with the girth of domes and walls, have still enlarged and built about. Yet convents, shrines, cloisters, and towers take not for signs. Entreat ye, of meek faith submerged under proud masses, be it urged, as all began from these small bounds. So, by all avenues and gates, all here returns, here too redounds. In this one cave all terminates. In honor of the manger soul, saints, kings, knights, prelates reared the whole." He warmed. Ah, fervor bought too dear, the fingers clutching rope and cross. Life too intense, the cheek austere, deepening in hollow, waste and loss. They marked him, and at heart some new inklings they loved not to pursue. But Rolfe recalled in fleeting gleam the first Franciscan, richly born, the youthful one who, night and morn, in Umbria ranged the hills in dream, and first devised the girdling cord in type that rebel senses so should led be, led like beast abroad by halter. Tuscan, in the glow and white light of thy faith's illumings, in vigils, fervent prayers and trances, agonies and self-consumings, renewest thou the young St. Francis? So inly Rolfe, when, in low tone, considerate Derwent whispered near, "'Tis doubtless the poor boy's first year in Bethlehem. Time will abate this novice ardor. Yes, sedate he'll grow, adapt him to the sphere." Close to the sanctum now they drew, a semicircular recess, and there in marble floor they view a silver sun which, friars profess, is set in plummet line exact, beneath the star in pavement tract above, and raying from this sun shoot jasper spikes, which so point out argent inscription round about in Latin text, which thus may run: "The Virgin here brought forth the Son." The Tuscan bowed him, then with air friendly he turned, but something there in Derwent's look, no matter what, an open levity 'twas not, disturbed him, and in accents clear, as challenged in his faith sincere, "I trust tradition. Here he lay who shed on Mary's breast the ray, Salvator Mundi." Turning now, he noted and bade them to see, where, with a timid piety, a band of rustics bent them low in worship mute. Shepherds these are, and come from pastoral hills not far, whereon they keep the night watch wild. These, like their sires, adore the child, and in same spot, but, mixed with these, mark ye yon poor swart images in other garb? But late they fled from over Jordan hither, yes, escaping so the heinousness of one with price upon his head. But look, and yet seem not to peer, lest pain ye give. An eye, an ear, a hand, is mutilate or gone. The mangler marked them for his own, but Christ redeems them. Derwent here his eyes withdrew, but Ungar not, while visibly the red blood shot into his thin-skinned scar, and sent, as seemed, a pulse of argument, confirming so some angry sense of evil and malevolence in man toward man. Now, lower down the cave, the manger they descry, with marble lined, and o'er it thrown a lustrous saint-cloth meets the eye, and suits of saint-cloths here they have, wherewith to deck the manger brave. Gifts of the Latin princes, these, fair Christmas gifts, these draperies. A damask one of gold and white, rich flowered with pinks embroidered bright, was for the present week in turn the adornment of the sacred urn. Impressive was it here to note those herdsmen in the shaggy coat. Impressive, yet partook of dream. It touched the pilgrims, as might seem, which pleased the monk, but in disguise modest he dropped his damsel eyes. Thought Derwent then, demure in sooth, 'tis like a maid in lily of youth, who grieves not in her core of glee, by spells of grave virginity, to cozen men to foolish looks, while she, who reads such hearts' hid nooks? What now? Signore, here, believe, where night and day, while ages run, faith in these lamps burns on and on. 'Tis good to spend one Christmas Eve, yea, better rather than in land which may your holly tree command, and greens profuse which ye inweave. End of section 128. Section 129 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Soldier and Monk. Fervid he spake, and Ungar there appeared, if looks allow surmise, in latent way to sympathize, yet wonder at the votary's air. And frequent too he turned his face to note the grotto, and compare these haunted precincts with their guide, as so to realize the place, or fact from fable to divide. At times his changeful aspect wore touch of the look the simple shepherds bore. The Tuscan marked, he pierced him through, yet gently, gifted with the clue, ascetic insight, and he caught the lapse within the soldier's thought, the favorable frame, nor missed, appealing to it, to enlist or influence, or drop a seed which might some latter harvest breed. Gently approaching him, he said, "True sign you bear, your sword's across." Ungar but started, as at loss to take the meaning, and yet led to marvel how that mannered word did somehow slip into accord with visitings that scarce might cleave, shadows, but shadows fugitive. He lifted up the steel, the blade was straight, the hilt a bar. "'Tis true, a cross, it is a cross," he said, and touched seemed, though 'twas hardly new. Then glowed the other, and again, Ignatius was a soldier too, and Martin, 'tis the pure disdain of life, or, holding life the real, still subject to a brave ideal. 'Tis this that makes the tent a porch, whereby the warrior wins the church. The habit of renouncing, yes, 'tis good, a good preparedness. Our founder, here he raised his eyes as unto all the sanctities. Footing it near Rieti town, met a young knight on horseback, one named Angelo Tancredi. "Lo," he said, "thy belt thou'lt change for cord, thy spurs for mire, good Angelo, and be a true knight of the Lord." And he, the cavalier, aside a brother of the cowl here drew this ardent proselytizing guide, detaining him in interview about some matter. Ungar stood, lost in his thoughts. In neighborhood Derwent by Rolfe here chanced to bide, and said, "It just occurs to me, as interesting in its way, that these Franciscans steadily have been custodians of the tomb and manger ever since the day of rescue under Godfrey's plume long centuries ago." Rolfe said, "Aye, and appropriate seems it too for the Franciscan retinue to keep these places, since their head, St. Francis, spite his scouted hood, may claim more of similitude to Christ than any man we know, through clouds of myth investing him, obscuring yet attesting him. He burns with the seraphic glow and perfume of a holy flower, sweetness, simplicity with power. By love's true miracle of charm, he instituted a reform, not insurrection, which restored for time the spirit of his Lord on earth. If sad perversion came unto his order, what of that? All Christianity shares the same. Pure things men need adulterate, and so adapt them to the kind. Oh, but I have grown resigned to these vagaries, and for him, Assisi's saint, a good young man, no doubt, and beautiful to limb, yes, something soft, Elysian, nay, rather, the transparent hue unearthly of a maiden tranced in sleep somnambulic, no true color of health, beauty enhanced to enervation, in a word, for all his charity divine, love, self-devotion, ardor fine, unmanly seems he. Of our Lord the same was said by Machiavel, or hinted rather. Prithee tell, what is it to be manly? Why, to be manlike, and here the chest bold out he threw, man at his best. But even at best, one might reply, man is that thing of sad renown which moved a deity to come down and save him. Lay not too much stress upon the carnal manliness. The Christliness is better, higher, and Francis owned it, the first friar. Too orthodox is that? See, said Derwent, with kind air of one who would a brother's weak spot shun. Mark this most delicate drapery, if woven by some royal dame. God bless her and her tambour frame. End of section 129. Section 130 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Symphonies. Meanwhile with Vine there, Clarel stood aside in friendly neighborhood, and felt a flattering pleasure stir at words, nor in equivocal tone, freakish, or leaving to infer, such as before time he had known, breathed now by that exceptional one in unconstraint. 'Tis very much the cold fastidious heart to touch this way, nor is it mere address that so could move one's silver cord. How he transfigured Ungar's sword! Delusive is this earnestness which holds him in its passion pale, tenant of melancholy's dale of mirage. To interpret him, perhaps it needs a swallow skim over distant time. Migrate with me across the years, across the sea. How like a poor Clare in her cheer, grave sister of his order sad, showed nature to that cordelier who, roving in the Mexic glade, saw a bud of happy dower whose stalk entwined the tropic tree, emblems of Christ's last agony, in anthers, style, and fibers torn, the 5 wounds, nails, and crown of thorn, and named it so the passion flower. What beauty in that sad conceit, such charm, the title still we meet. Our guide, methinks, where'er he turns, for him this passion flower burns, and all the world is elegy. A green knoll is to you and me but pastoral, and little more. To him 'tis even Calvary, where feeds the Lamb, this passion flower, but list! Hid organ pipes unclose a timid rill of slender sound, which gains in volume, grows, and flows gladsome in amplitude of bound. Low murmurs creep, from either side tenor and treble interpose, and talk across the expanding tide. Debate, which in confusion merges, din and clamor, discord's height, countering surges, paeans, dirges, mocks and laughter light, but rolled in long groundswell persistent, a tone, an undertone assails, and overpowers all near and distant. Earnest and sternest it prevails. Then terror, horror, wind and rain, accents of undetermined fear, and voices as in shipwreck drear, a sea of spirits in pain. The suppliant cries decrease, the voices in their ferment cease, one wave rolls over all and whelms to peace. But hark, oh hark! Whence this stir, this whir of wings? Numbers numberless convening, harps and childlike carolings, and happy holiday of meaning. To God be glory in the height, for tidings glad we bring. Goodwill to men and peace on earth, we children cherubs sing. To God be glory in the depth, as in the height be praise. He who shall break the gates of death, a babe in manger raise. Ye people all in every land, embrace, embrace, be kin. Emmanuel's born in Bethlehem, and gracious years begin. It dies, and, half around the heavenly sphere, like silvery lances lightly touched aloft, like northern lights appealing to the ear, an elfin melody chimes low and soft. That also dies, that last strange fairy thrill. Slowly it dies away, and all is sweetly still. End of section 130. Section 131 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Convent Roof. To branching grottos next they fare, old caves of penitence and prayer, where Paula kneeled. Her urn is there, Paula the widow, Scipio's heir, but Christ's adopted. Well her tomb adjoins her friends, renowned Jerome. Never the attending Druze resigned his temperate poise, his moderate mind, while Bellex, in punctilious guard, relinquished not the martial ward. If by his tomb hot strife may be, trust ye his cradle shall be free? He'd one experienced, sirs. His sword, held cavalier by jingling chain, dropping at whiles, would clank amain upon the pave. I pray ye now, to him said Rolfe in accents low, have care, for see ye not ye jar these devotees? They turn, they cease, hearing your clanging scimitar, their suppliants to the Prince of Peace. Like miners from the shaft, or tars from forth the hold, up from those spars and grottos, by the stony stair they climb, emerge, and seek the air in open space. Save me, what now? Cried Derwent, foremost of the group. The holy water. Hanging low outside was fixed a scalloped stoop, or marble shell, to hold the wave of Jordan, for true ones to lave the finger, and so make the sign, the cross's sign, ere in they slip and bend the knee. In this divine recess, deliberately a lip was lapping slow, with long-drawn pains, the liquid globules, last remains of the full stone. Astray, alas, athirst and lazed, it was, the ass. The friars, withdrawn for time, having left that court untended and bereft. Was ever Saracen so bold? Well, things have come to pretty pass, the mysteries slobbered by an ass. Mere nature do we here behold? So they, but he, the earnest guide, turning the truant there aside, said, in unaffected tone, What should it know, this foolish one? It is an infidel we see. Ah, the poor brute's stupidity. I hardly think so, Derwent said, for, look, it hangs the conscious head. The friar no relish had for wit, no sense, perhaps, too rapt for it, preoccupied. So, having seen the ass led back, he bade adieu. But first, and with the kindliest mien, Signori, would ye have fair view of Bethlehem of Judea, pray, ascend to roof, ye take yon stair. And now, heaven have ye in its care, me save from sin, and from all error. Farewell. But Derwent, yet delay, fain would we cherish when away. Thy name then? Brother Salvaterra. 'Tis a fair name, and, brother, we are not insensible, conceive, to thy most Christian courtesy. He goes. Sweet echo does he leave in Salva Terra. May it dwell, silver in every syllable. And import too, said Rolfe. They fare and win the designated stair, and climb, and, as they climb, in bell of Derwent's repetition fell, Me save from sin and from all error, so praise good brother Salvaterra. In paved flat roof, how ample there, they tread a goodly St. Mark's Square aloft. An elder brother lorn they meet, with shrunken cheek, and worn like to a slab whereon may weep the unceasing water drops. And deep within his hollow gown sleeves old, his viewless hands he did enfold. He never spake, but moved away with shuffling pace of dragged infirm delay. Seaward he gazed, said Rolfe, toward home, an empty longing. Cruel Rome, sighed Derwent, see though, good to greet the vale of Eclogue, Boaz's seat. Trips Ruth there, yonder? Thitherward, down pointing where the vineyards meet. At that dear name in Bethlehem heard, how Clarel starts, not Agar's child, Naomi's. Then, unreconciled, and in reaction falling low, he saw the files Armenian go, the tapers round the Virgin's bier, and heard the boy's light strophe free, overborne by the men's antistrophe. Illusion. Yet he knew a fear. Fixed that this second night we bide in Bethlehem? He asked aside. Yes, so 'twas planned. For a moment there he thought to leave them, and repair alone forthwith to Salem. Nay, doubt had unhinged so, that her sway, in minor things even, could retard the will and purpose, and, beyond, prevailed the tacit pilgrim bond, of no slight force in his regard. Besides, a diffidence was sown. None knew his heart, nor might he own. And, last, feared he to prove the fear? With outward things he sought to clear his mind, and turned to list the tone of Derwent, who to Rolfe, here now one stands emancipated. How? The air, the liberal air, those witcheries of the cave ill fair, reviewed aloft. Ah, Salvaterra, so winning in thy dulcet error, how fervid thou, nor less thy tone, so heartfelt in sincere effusion, is hardly that more chastened one we Protestants feel. But the illusion, those grottos, yes, void now they seem, as phantoms which accost in dream, accost and fade. Hold you with me? Yes, partly. I in part agree. In Kedron, too, thou mayst recall the monkish night of festival, and Masque enacted, how it shrank when, afterward, in nature frank, upon the terrace thrown at ease, like magi of the old Chaldea, viewing Rigel and Betelgeuse, we breathed the balm wind from Sabea. All shows and forms in Kedron had, nor hymn nor banner made them glad to me. And yet, why, who may know? These things come down from long ago, while so much else partakes decay, while states, tongues, manners pass away. How wonderful the Latin rite, surviving still like oak austere over crops rotated year by year, or Caesar's tower in London's sight. But, tell me, stands it true in fact that robe and ritual, every kind by Rome employed in ways exact, however strange to modern mind, or even absurd, like cards Chinese in ceremonial usages, not less of faith or need were born, survive untampered with, unshorn, date far back to a primal day, obscure and hard to trace indeed, the springing of the planted seed in the Church's first organic sway? Still for a type or use, each decoration so profuse, budding and flowering, tell me here, if but one could, to be sincere, Rome's wide Campania of old lore ecclesiastic, that waste shore I've shunned, an instinct makes one fear malarial places. But I'll tell that at the Mass this very morn I marked the broidered maniple which by the ministrant was worn. How like a napkin does it show, thought I, a napkin on the arm of servitor, and hence we know its origin. In the first days, and who denies their simple charm, when the churches were like household ways, some served the flock in humble state, at Eucharist, past cup or plate. The thing of simple use, you see, tricked out, embellished, has become theatric and a form. There's Rome. Yet what of this, since happily each superflux men now disown? Perchance 'tis an ambiguous time, and periods unforecast come on. Recurs to me a Persian rhyme. In Para late an Asian man, with stately cap of astrakhan, I knew in arbored coffee-house, on bluff above the Bosphorus. Strange lore was his, and Sa'di's wit. Over pipe and mocha long we'd sit, discussing themes which thrive in shade. In pause of talk a way he had of humming a low air of his. I asked him once, "What trills your bird?" And he recited it in word, to pleasure me, and this it is. Flamen, flamen, put away, robe and mitre glorious, doubt undeifies the day. Look, in vapors odorous, as the Spice King's funeral pyre dies the Zoroastrian fire, on your altars in decay, the Magian rule is run, and Mithra abdicates the sun. End of section 131. Section 132 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A transition. Fine, very fine, said Derwent light, but look, yon rustics there in sight, crossing the slope, and are they not those Arabs that we saw in grot? Why, who they be their garb bespeaks. Yes, 'tis those Arab Catholics. Catholic Arabs? Say not that. Some words don't chime together, see. Oh, never mind the euphony. We saw them worship, and but late. Our Bethlehemites, the guard, they too are Catholics. I talked with one, and much from his discourse I drew, which the conventicles would shun. These be the children of the sun. They like not prosing, turn the lip from Luther's jug, prefer to sip from that tall chalice brimmed with wine which Rome hath graved, and made to shine for haughty West and barbarous East, to win all people to her feast. So, but, glamoured in that school of taking shows and charmful rites, what ween they of Christ's genuine rule, these credulous poor neophytes? Alas for such disciples, no, at Mass before the altar own, the celebrant in mystic gown to them is but a Prospero, a prince of magic. I deplore that zeal in such conversions seeks less Christians than good Catholics, and here one might append much more, but drop. Yon vineyards they are fair, for hillside scenery, for curve of beauty in a meek reserve. 'Tis Bethlehem the bell may bear. Longer he gazed, then turned aside. Clarel was left with Rolfe. In view leaned Ungar, watching there the guide below, who passed on errand new. Your judgment of him let me crave, him there, here lowly Rolfe. I would I were his mate, in earnest mood, Clarel rejoined. Such faith to have, I'd take the rest, even crib and cave. Ah, you mistake me, him I mean, our comrade, Ungar. He? At loss I am, at loss, for he's most strange. Wild, too, adventurous in range, and suffers, so that one might glean an added import from the word the Tuscan spake. You bear a cross, referring to the straight-hilt sword. I know, and when the Arnaut ran, but yesterday, with arms how bright, like wheeling Phoebus flashing light, superb about this sombrous man, a soldier too with vouching tinge, methought, O war, thy bullion fringe never shall gladsome make thy pall. Ungar is Mars in funeral of reminiscence, not in pledge and glory of brave equipage and manifesto, but some keen side talk I had with him yestreen. Brave soldier and stout thinker both, in this regard and in degree, an Ethan Allen, by my troth, or Herbert, Lord of Cherbury, dusked over, 'tis an iron glove, an armed man in the Druid grove. End of section 132. Section 133 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hillside. Pertaining unto nations three, or rather, each unto its clan, Greek, Latin, and Armenian, about the fane 3 convents be, confederate on the mountain fair, blunt buttressed huge with masonry, they mass an Aaron Brightstein there. In these, and in the Empress' fane, enough they gather to detain or occupy till afternoon, when some of them the ridge went down to view that legendary grot, whose milky chalkiness of vest derived is, so the hinds allot, from droppings of Madonna's breast, a fairy tale, yet, grant it, due to that creative love alone wherefrom the fawn and cherub grew, with Genie good and Oberon. Returning, part way up the height, Ungar they met, and vine in sight. Here all reposed them. Look away, cried Derwent, westward pointing. See, how glorified yon vapours be. It is the dying of the day, a hopeful deathbed. Yes, need own, there is a morrow for the sun. So, mild they sat in pleased delay. Vine turned, what seemed a random word shyly let fall, and they were stirred thereby to broach anew the theme. How wrought the sights of Bethlehem on western natures! Here some speech was had, and then, for me, Rolfe said, from Bethlehem here my musings reach, yes, frankly, to Tahiti's beach. Tahiti, Derwent, you have sped, aye, truant humour. But to me that vine-wreathed urn of Ver, in sea of halcyons, where no tides do flow or ebb, but waves bide peacefully at brim, by beach where palm trees grow that sheltered Omai's olive race, Tahiti should have been the place for Christ in Advent. Deem ye so? Or on the topic's budding bough but lights your fancy's robin? Nay, said Ungar, ere one, if he say the god's design was, part to broach rebuke of man's factitious life. So, for his first point of approach, came thereunto where that was rife, the land of Pharisees and scorn, Judea, with customs hard as horn. This, chief, to Rolfe and Derwent twain, but Derwent, if no grudge he knew, still felt some twinges of the pain, vibrations of the residue, that morning in the dale incurred, wherefore at present he abstained. When Ungar spake, from any word receptive, Rolfe reply maintained, and much here followed, though of kind scarce welcome to the priest. Resigned he heard, till at hint the cave he named. If on the first review its shrines seemed each a gilded grave, yet, reconsidered, they renew the spell of the transmitted story, the grace, the innocence, the glory, shepherd, the manger, and the child. What wonder that it has beguiled so many generations? Ah, though much we knew in desert late, beneath no kind auspicious star, of lifted minds in poised debate, 'twas of the brain. Consult the heart. Spouse to the brain, can coax or thwart, does she renounce the trust divine? Hide it she may, but scarce resign, like to a casket buried deep, which, in a fine and fibrous throng, the rootlets of the forest keep. 'Tis tangled in her meshes strong. Yes, yes, cried Rolfe, that tone delights, but oh, these legends, relics, sites! Of yore, you know, Greeks showed the place where Argo landed, and the stone that served to anchor Argo. Yes, and Agamemnon's scepter, throne, Mars's spear, and so on. More to please, where the goddess suckled Hercules, priests showed that spot, a sacred one. Well then, Madonna's but a dream, the manger and the crib, so deem, so be it, but undo it. Nay, little avails what sages say. Tell Romeo that Juliet's eyes are chemical. E'en analyze the iris, show 'tis albumen, gluten, fish jelly mere. What then? To Romeo it is still love's sky. He loves enough. Though faith no doubt seem insubstantial as a sigh, never ween that 'tis a water-spout dissolving, dropping into dew at pistol-shot. Besides, review that comprehensive Christian scheme. It catches man at each extreme, simple, august, strange as a dream, yet practical as plodding life, not use and sentiment at strife. They hearken, none aver dissent, nor one confirms him, while his look unwitting an expression took, scarce insincere, yet so it lent provocative to Ungar's heart, who, bridling the embittered part, thus spake, "This yieldeth no content, your implication lacketh stay, there is a callousness in clay. Christ's pastoral parables divine, breathing the sweet breath of sweet kine, as wholesome too. How many feel, rather put it, comprehend, not unto all does nature lend the gift. At height such love's appeal is hard to know, as in her deep is hate. A prior love must steep the spirit, head nor heart have Marge commensurate in man at large. Indulge me, Derwent, grant it so as you present it. 'Tis most strange how Christ could work his powerful change. The world turned Christian long ago. The world but joined the creed divine with prosperous days and Constantine. The world turned Christian, need confess, but the world remained the world no less. The world turned Christian, where's the odds? Hearts change not in the change of gods. Despite professions, outward shows, so far as working practice goes, more minds with shrewd Voltaire have part than now own Jesus in the heart. Not rashly judge, said Derwent grave, prudence will here decision waive. No, shift the test. How Buddha pined, pierced with the sense of all we bear, not only ills by fate assigned, but misrule of our selfish mind. Fain would the tender sage repair. Well, Asia owns him, but the lives, Buddha but in a name survives. A name, a right, Confucius too. Does China take his honest hue? Some forms they keep, some forms of his, but well we know them, the Chinese. Ah, Moses, thy deterring dart, ethereal visitants of earth, foiled benefactors, proves your worth but sundry texts, disowned in mart, light scratched, not graved on man's hard heart. 'Tis penalty makes sinners start. End of section 133. Section 134 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A newcomer. Good echoes, echo it. Ho, chant, 'tis penalty we sinners want. By all means, penalty. What man thus struck in here so consonant? They turn them, and a stranger scan, as through the rigging of some port, where cheek by jowl the ships resort, the sea-beat hulls of briny oak. Peereth the Mayday's jocund sun, so through his inlaced wrinkles broke a nature bright, a beaming one. Hidalgos, pardon. Strolling here, these fine old villa sights to see, I caught that good word penalty, and could not otherwise than cheer. Pray now, here be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 legs. I'll add one more, by leave, and eke an arm. In hobbling state he came among them, with one sleeve loose flying, and one wooden limb, a leg. All eyes the cripple skim. Each rises, and his seat would give, but Derwent in advance. Why, Don, my good Don Hannibal, I mean. Señor Don Hannibal Rojon, del Aquaviva. A good e'en. Ha! Thou, is't thou? The other cried, and peered and stared not unamazed. then flung his one arm round him wide, then at arm's length, St. James be praised, with all the other calendar. But tell, what wind wafts here, Don Hannibal? When last I left thee at the Cock, in Fleet Street, thou wert like a rock for England, bent on anchoring there. Oh, too much agitation, yes, too proletarian it proved. I've stumped about since, no redress. Norway's too cold, Egypt's all glare, and everywhere that I removed, this cursed progress still would greet. Ah, where, thought I, in old world view, some blessed asylum from the new? At last I steamed for Joppa's seat, resolved on Asia for retreat. Asia for me, Asia will do. But just where to pitch tent, invest, ah, that's the point. I'm still in quest, Don Derwent. Look, the sun falls low, but lower the funds in Mexico, whereto he's sinking. Gentlemen, said Derwent, turning on them then, I introduce and do commend to ye Don Hannibal Rojon. He is my estimable friend, and well beloved. Great fame he's won in war. Those limbs, St. James defend! Here cried Don Hannibal, Stop, stop! Pulled down this Montezuma's hall. Hidalgos, I am, as you see, just a poor cripple. That is all. A cripple, yet contrived to hop far off from Mexic liberty, thank God. I lost these limbs for that, and would that they were mine again, and all were back to former state, I, Mexico, and poor old Spain. And for Don Derwent here, my friend, you know his way. And so I end, poor penitent American. Oh, 'tis the sorriest thing, in me, a reformado reformed, ye see. Ungar, a very Indian here, too serious far to take a jest, or rather, who no sense possessed of humour, he, for I austere, took much in earnest, and a light of attestation over bright shot from his eyes, though part suppressed. But penalties, these penalties, here cried the crippled one again. Proceed, Hidalgo, name you these some capital good penalties. They're needed. Hold, let me explain, cried Derwent. We, as meek as worms, oh, far from taking any pique, as if the kind but formed a clique, have late been hearing in round terms the sore disparagement of man, Don Hannibal. You think I'll ban? Disparage him with all my heart. What villain takes the rascal's part? Advance the argument. But stay, 'tis too much odds now, it won't do, such reinforcement come. Nay, nay, I of the old world, all alone, maintaining hope and ground for cheer 'gainst ye, the offspring of the new? Ah, what reverses time can own. So Derwent light. But earnest here, Ungar, old world? If age's test be this, advanced experience, then, in truer moral sense, ours is the old world. You, at best, in dreams of your advanced reform, adopt the cast skin of our worm. Hey, hey, exclaimed Don Hannibal, not cast yet quite, the snake is sick, would wriggle out. 'Tis pitiful, but brave times for the empiric. You spake now of reform. For me, among reformers in true way, there's one, the imp of Semele, aye, and brave Raleigh too, we'll say. Wine and the weed, blessed innovations, how welcome to the weary nations. But what's in this democracy? Eternal hacking. Woe is me, she lopped these limbs, democracy. Ah, now, Don Hannibal Rojon del Aquaviva, Derwent cried. I knew it, two upon a side. But Ungar, earnest in his plea, intent nor caring to have done, and turning where suggestion led at tangent, Aye, democracy lops, but where's her planted bed? The future, what is that to her who vaunts she's no inheritor? 'Tis in her mouth, not in her heart. The past she spurns, though 'tis the past from which she gets her saving part, that good which lets her evil last. Behold her whom the panders crown, harlot on horseback, riding down the very Ephesians who acclaim this great Diana of ill fame. Arch strumpet of an impious age, upstart from ranker villainage, 'Tis well she must restriction taste, nor lay the world's broad manner waste. Asia shall stop her at the least, that old inertness of the East. She's limited, lacking the free and genial catholicity which in Christ's pristine scheme unfurled grace to the city and the world. By Cotopaxi, a brave vent! And here he took a pinch of snuff, flapping the spill off with loose cuff. Good, Ehelenza, excellent! But pardon me, in altered tone, I'm sorry, but I must away. And, setting crutch, he footing one. We're just arrived in cloister there, our little party, and they stay my coming for the convent fair. Adieu, we'll meet anon, we'll meet, Don Derwent. Nay, now, never stir, nor would I such a group unseat, but happy the good rein and spur that brought thee where once more we greet. Good e'en, Don Derwent, not goodbye, and, cavaliers, the evil eye keep far from ye. He limped away, rolling a wild ranchero lay. House your cattle and stall your steed, stand by for the great stampede. End of section 134. Section 135 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Derwent and Ungar. Not thou comest in the still small voice, said Derwent, thou queer Mexican, and followed him with eyes. This man, and turned here. He likes not grave talk, the settled undiluted tone. It does his humorous nature balk. 'Twas ever too his sly rebuff, while yet obstreperous in praise. Taking that dusty pinch of snuff, an oddity, he has his ways. Yet trust not, friends, the half he says. Not he would do a weasel harm, a secret agent of reform. At least, that is my theory. The quicksilver is quick to skim, Ungar remarked, with eye on him. Yes, nature has her levity, dropped Derwent. Nothing might disarm the other. Your word reform, what meanings to that word assigned? From Luther's great initial down, through all the series following on, the impetus augments, the blind precipitation blind. Foretell, whitherward does the surge impel? The end, the aim? 'Tis mystery. Oh, no, through all methinks I see the object clear, belief revised, men liberated, equalized in happiness. No mystery, just none at all, plain sailing. Well, assume this, is it feasible? Your methods, these are of the world. Now the world cannot save the world, and Christ renounces it. His faith, breaking with every mundane path, aims straight at heaven. To founded thrones, he says, trust not to earthly stanchions, and unto poor and houseless ones, my Father's house has many mansions. Warning and solace be but this, no thought to mend a world amiss. Ah, now, pled Derwent, nay, test further, take another way. Ask Aurelius Antonine, a Caesar wise, grave, just, benign, lord of the world, why, in the calm which through his reign the empire graced, why he, that most considerate heart, superior, and advantage placed, contrived no secular reform, though other he knew not, nor balm. Alas, cried Derwent, and in part, as vainly longing for retreat, though good Aurelius was a man matchless in mind as soul in seat, yet pined he under numbing ban of virtue without Christian heat. As much you intimated too, just saying that no balm he knew, howbeit true reform goes on by nature, doing, never done. Mark the advance, creeds drop the hate, events still liberalize the state. But tell, do men now more cohere in bonds of duty which sustain? Cliffs crumble, and the parts regain a liberal freedom, it is clear. And for conventicles, I fear, much as a hard heart aged grown abates in rigor, losing tone, so sects decrepit at death's door dote into peace through loss of power. You put it so, said Derwent light. No more developments to cite? Ay, quench the true, the mock sun fails therewith. Much so, hypocrisy, the false thing, wanes just in degree that faith, the true thing, wanes. Each pales. There's one development. 'Tis seen in masters whom not low ye rate. What lack, in some outgivings late, of the old Christian style toward men? I do not mean the wicked ones, but pauperism's unhappy sons in clouds so blackly ominous, grimy in Mammon's English pen, collaterals of his overplus. How worse than them Emmanuel fed on hilltop, helped and comforted. Thou, poverty, erst free from shame, even sacred through the Saviour's claim, professed by saints, by sages prized, a pariah now, and bastardized. Reactions from the Christian plan bear others further. Quite they shun a god to name, or cite a man, save Greek, heroical, Adon. 'Tis Plato's aristocratic tone. All recognition they forego of evil. Supercilious skim with spurious wing of seraphim the last abyss. Freemen avow belief in right divine of might, yet spurn at kings. This is the light, divine the darkness. Mark the way, the revolution, whose first mode ere yet the maniacs overrode, despite the passion of the dream, evinced no disrespect for God. Mark how, in our denuding day, e'en with the masses, as would seem, it tears the fig leaf quite away. Contrast these incidents, the mob, the Paris mob of '89, haggard and bleeding, with a throb burst the long Tuileries. In shrine of chapel there, they saw the cross and him thereon. Ah, bleeding man, the people's friend, thou bledst for us, who here bleed, too. Ragged they ran, they took the crucifix. In van they put it, marched with drum and psalm, and throned it in their Notre Dame. But yesterday, how did they then, in new uprising of the red, the offspring of those Tuileries men? They made a clothes stand of the cross before the church, and, on that head which bowed for them, could wanton toss the sword belt, while the gibing sped. Transcended rebel angels, woe to us, without a God, 'tis woe. End of section 135. Section 136 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ungar and Rolfe. Such earnestness, such wear and tear, and man but a thin gossamer. So here the priest aside, then turned, and, starting, list. The vesper bell? Nay, nay, the hour is past, but, oh, he must have stopped, Don Hannibal, ere now. Come, friends, and shall we go? This hot discussion, let it stand and cool. Tomorrow we'll remand. Not yet, I pray, said Rolfe, a word, and turned toward Ungar. Be adjured, and tell us if for earth may be, in ripening arts, no guarantee of happy sequel. Arts are tools, but tools, they say, are to the strong. Is Satan weak? Weak is the wrong? No blessed augury overrules. Your arts advance in faith's decay. You are but drilling the new Hun, whose growl even now can some dismay. Vindictive in his heart of hearts, he schools him in your minds and marts, a skilled destroyer. But need own that portent does in no degree westward impend across the sea. Over there, and do ye not forebode, against pretenses void or weak, the impieties of progress speak? What say these, in effect, to God? How profits it? And who art thou, that we should serve thee? Of thy ways no knowledge we desire, new ways we have found out, and better, go. Depart from us, we do erase thy sinecure. Behold, the sun stands still no more in Ajalon. Depart from us, and if he do, and that he may, the scripture says, is aught betwixt ye and the hells? For he, nor in irreverent view, 'tis he distills that Saviour true, which keeps good essences from taint. Where he is not, corruption dwells, and man and chaos are without restraint. Oh, you do but generalize in void abstractions. Hypothesize, if be a people which began without impediment, or let from any ruling which foreran, even striving all things to forget, but this, the excellence of man left to himself, his natural bent, his own devices and intent, and if, in satire of the heaven, a new world have been given for stage whereon to deploy the event, if such a people be, well, one hears the kettle drums of hell. Exemplary act awaits its place in drama of the human race. Is such act certain? Rolfe here ran. Not much is certain. God is, man, the human nature, the divine, have both been proved by many a sign. 'Tis no astrologer and star, the world has now so old become, historic memory goes so far backward through long defiles of doom. Whoso consults it honestly, that mind grows prescient in degree, for man, like God, abides the same always, through all variety of woven garments to the frame. Yes, God is God, and men are men, for ever and for aye. What then? There's circumstance, there's time, and these are changed with store of latencies, still working in to modify. For mystic text that you recall, dilate upon, and e'en apply, although I seek not to decry, theologies scarce practical. But leave this, the new world's the theme, here, to oppose your dark extreme, since an old friend is good at need. To an old thought I'll fly, pray heed. Those waste weirs which the new world yields to inland freshets, the free vents supplied to turbid elements, the vast reserves, the untried fields, these long shall keep off and delay the class war, rich and poor man fray of history. From that alone can serious trouble spring, even that itself this good result may own, the first firm founding of the state. Here ending, with a watchful air inquisitive, Rolfe waited him, and Ungar. True heart do ye bear in this discussion, or but trim to draw my monomania out? For monomania, past doubt, some of ye deem it. Yet I'll on. Yours seems a reasonable tone. But in the new world things make haste. Not only men, the state lives fast. Fast breeds the pregnant eggs and shells, the slumberous combustibles, sure to explode. 'Twill come. One demagogue can trouble much. How of 100,000 such, and universal suffrage lent to back them with brute element overwhelming? What shall bind these seas of rival sharp communities unchristianized? Yea, but 'twill come. What come? Your 30 years of war. Should fortune's favorable star avert it? Fortune? Nay, 'tis doom. Then what comes after? Spasms but tend, ever at last, to quiet. No, whatever happen in the end, be sure 'twill yield to one and all new confirmation of the fall of Adam. Sequel may ensue, indeed, whose germs one now may view, myriads playing pygmy parts, debased into equality, in glut of all material arts, as civic barbarism may be. Man disennobled, brutalized by popular science, atheized into a smatterer. Oh! Yet knowing all self need to know in self's base little fallacy, dead level of rank commonplace, and Anglo-Saxon China, see, may on your vast plains shame the race in the dark ages of democracy. America, in still estate, on him half-brother and co-mate, in silence and with vision dim, Rolfe, Vine, and Clarel gazed on him. They gazed, nor one of them found heart to upbraid the crotchet of his smart. bethinking them whence soul it came, though birthright he renounced in hope, their sanguine country's wonted claim, nor dull they were in honest tone to some misgivings of their own. They felt how far beyond the scope of elder Europe's saddest thought might be the new world sudden brought, in youth to share old age's pains, to feel the arrest of hope's advance and squandered last inheritance, and cry, to Terminus build fanes, Columbus ended earth's romance, no new world to mankind remains. End of section 136. Section 137 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of Wickedness the Word. Since, for the charity they knew, none cared the exile to upbraid or further breast, while yet he threw in silence that oppressive weight, the after influence of his spell, the priest in light disclaimer said, to Rolfe apart, the icicle, the dagger icicle draws blood, but give it sun. You mean his mood is accident, would melt away in fortune's favorable ray. But if 'tis happiness he lacks, why, let the gods warm all cold backs with that good sun. But list, in vent of thought, abrupt the malcontent. What incantation shall make less the ever up-bubbling wickedness? Is this fount nature's? Under guard, asked Vine, is wickedness the word? The right word? Yes, but scarce the thing is there conveyed, for one need know wicked has been the tampering with wickedness the word. Even so, aye, ridicule's light sacrilege has taken off the honest edge, quite turned aside, perverted all that Saxon term and scriptural. Restored to the incisive wedge, what means it then, this wickedness? Ungar regarded him with look of steady search. And wilt thou brook? Thee leaves it whole, this wickedness, might it retake true import well, means not default, nor vulgar vice, nor Adam's lapse in paradise, but worse. 'Twas this evoked the hell, gave in the conscious soul's recess credence to Calvin. What's implied in that deep utterance decried, which Christians labially confess, be born anew. Ah, overstate thou dost, the priest sighed. But look there, no jarring theme may violate yon tender evening sky. How fair these olive orchards! See, the sheep mild drift towards the folds of sleep. The blessed nature, still her glance returns the love she well receives from hearts that with the stars advance, each heart that in the goal believes. Ungar, though nettled, as might be, at these bland substitutes in plea, by him accounted so, yet sealed his lips. In fine, all seemed to yield with one consent a truce to talk. But Clarel, who, since that 1 hour of unreserve on Saba's tower, less relished Derwent's pleasant walk of myrtles, hardly might remain uninfluenced by Ungar's vein. If man in truth be what you say, and such the prospects for the clay, an outlook of the future, cease. What's left us but the senses' sway? Sinner, sin out life's petty lease. We are not worth the saving. Nay, for me, if thou speak true. But yet there gleams one beckoning star. So near the horizon, judge I right that 'tis of heaven? But wanes the light, the evening angelus is rolled. They rise and seek the convent's fold. End of section 137. Section 138 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Derwent and Rolfe. There as they wend, Derwent his arm, demure and brotherly and grave, slips into Rolfe's. A bond we have, we lock, we symbolize it, see? Yes, you and I, but he. and checked himself, as under warm emotion Rolfe kept still. Unlike, Don Hannibal through storm has passed, yet does his sunshine strike. But Ungar, clouded man, no balm he'll find in that unhappy vein. Pausing, awaiting Rolfe again, Rolfe held his peace. But grant indeed his strictures just, how few will heed. The hippopotamus is tough, well bucklered too behind. Enough. Man has two sides, keep on the bright. Two sides imply that one's not right, so that won't do. Wit, nay, truth. Sententious are ye, pithy, sooth. Yet quickened now that Rolfe began to find a tongue, he sprightlier ran. As for his Jeremiad spells, shall these the large hope countermand? The world's outlived the oracles, and the people never will disband. Stroll by my hedgerows in the June, the chirruping quite spoils his tune. Aye, birds, said Rolfe, nor more would own. But look, to hold the censor tone, one need be qualified. Is he? He's wise. Too vehemently wise. His factitious memories tyrannize and wrest the judgment, in degree, perchance. But come, shall we accord credentials to that homely sword he wears? Would it had more of grace, but 'tis in serviceable case. Right, war's his business. Business, say you? Resenting the unhandsome word, unsay it quickly, friend, I pray you. Fine business driving men through fires to Hades, at the bidding blind of heaven knows whom. But now I mind, in this case 'tis the Turk that hires a Christian for that end. May be, said Rolfe, and pretty business too is war for one who did instill so much concern for Lincoln hue, ground up by Mammon in the mill. Or was it rhetoric? May be, said Rolfe, and let me hint, may be, you're curt today, but yes, I see. Your countryman he is. Well, that's right, you're right. No more I'll dwell, your countryman, and, yes, at heart, rather you sidled toward his part, though playing well the foil, pardie. Oh, now you stare, no need, a trick to deal your dullish mood a prick. But mind you, though, some things you said, by Jordan lounging in the shade, when our discourse so freely ran. But whatsoe'er reserves be yours, touching your native clime and clan, and whatsoe'er his thought abjures, still, when he's criticized by one, not of his tribe, not of the zone, chivalric still, though doggedly, you stand up for a countryman. I like your magnanimity. And silent pressed the enfolded arm, as he would so transmit a charm along the nerve, which might ensure, however cynic challenge ran, faith genial in at least one man, fraternal in love's overture. End of section 138.